What's up? Welcome to today's live stream. I'm William. It's November 25th, and it's a Saturday. It's the last stream of the week. I decided I'm going to just go through a bunch of content that I was watching earlier today. And, well, some of it I got through, and now it's like, oh, let me maybe put this up on like a list, and I'll just watch it here on stream, react to some of it. Like I was saying in the past, I am in the middle of a transitionary period. I'm transitioning into more of this type of stuff. So let's go ahead and hop right into it. I'm going to share my screen. Oh, before I share my screen, though, let me make sure I got all of my development work off. I don't want to show any of that right now. I got to stop the application. It's still running from last night. All right, looks like I have everything closed now. All right, we're good. Yeah. So the first thing, I don't know, the first thing that's on my mind today is, oh wait, let me get the music down. All right. Yeah. So today I'm going through a bunch of things. First things first, going to talk a little bit about Black Friday. I did not go shopping this year. Honestly, I don't go shopping any year, for just being honest. This is the first year in a long time that I've been in America for Thanksgiving. And yeah, I thought about going out, but it's just like I had zero desire. And I did go out. I mean, not for shopping, obviously. I went out to go eat. And I didn't really pay attention to if there were any traffic, a lot of cars at the Best Buy or the mall or anything. But I did watch a video of a guy walking through San Francisco, well, walking through a bunch of different stores and malls throughout the Bay Area and showing what it looked like there. It looked a little bit scary, right? So I am going to show that. Give me a second while I pull that up. I actually have something on Reddit right now open. Cause I was curious, like when I saw that video, I was like, is this just a one-off? And no. seems like no, it may not be a one-off. So I'm not gonna say this word because, I don't want to get booted, but they say retailers don't want liability anymore of angry mobs breaking shit. Well, to be honest, these days it's not angry mobs who are going to be breaking stuff. It's likely going to be angry mobs who are stealing stuff. And we're going to talk a little bit about that as well. There's some cultural stuff going on, specifically within my culture. It's the 50th anniversary of hip hop. So I'll be going over a video that Anton released. He was reacting to some guy, Dr. Umar Johnson. Like, I don't agree with a lot of what that guy says, Dr. Umar Johnson, but I am smart enough to understand that when somebody's saying something that's correct, it doesn't matter if I agree with their other points of view. So we're going to get into that as well. Go ahead and go into here. Let's go to the first video. Oops, that's not how you do things on this computer. Let's see. Oh wait, I thought that was the Black Friday thing. Let me see. Maybe this is it. Black Friday. Yeah, here we are. So yeah, we're gonna react to this right quick. And let's make this a little bit smaller.
Best Buy on Black Friday. Where is everybody? Here's the parking lot at Best Buy. I think these are all just the employees' cars.
Theft got so out of hand, they removed all the displays.
All right. So when I used to go to Best Buy back in the day, this is probably like 5 or 6, 7 years ago. Actually, even longer. I used to love Best Buy. I used to love Circuit City. I used to love Best Buy, the Apple Store, pretty much all of these stores, because that was the only way that you could go and like see if a piece of equipment or technology, let me give this guy a thumbs up, see if a piece of equipment or technology was useful, right? Like you can put your hands on it, you can test it out in the store, and honestly, you can get it the same day. Now, look at this. This is kind of sad, right? Like, he's showing This is the photo. This is where the cameras are, right? Like you see no cameras. You see prices. You don't even see the pictures. This is a terrible experience. It almost defeats the purpose of having the brick and mortar store. And I'm not looking forward to the ramifications of what's going to happen if this continues. Because, right? I mean, just imagine a world where, in order for you to be able to like try a product out, you have to buy it first, and you have to ship it to your house, right? Like that's a lot. And what happens if the store's return policy is not great, or for whatever reason, like getting it shipped is more of a hassle? Like this right here is not good.
So out of hand, they remove all the displays. All the camera displays are gone.
See, this looks like, let me see if I can find what Fry's Electronics was looking like when they were about to go out of business. Electronics. Let's see, maybe store inside 2021. Let's not know, 2021. I think they were still open back then, right? So this is what, right? This is what Fry's was starting to look like. This is the one that's near NASA off of it's in Webster. So I remember going there with my now ex, and it was sad to see, because it was such a fall from glory. I remember getting my Zune HD. I think that's the name of that device. Let's see, Zune. I can go pull it out. It's somewhere in my closet somewhere. Yeah, the Zune HD. This one. Yeah, I remember purchasing my Zune HD on a Black Friday from that Fry's Electronics. Right, so this is 2009 or whenever that happened. Yeah, 2009, 2010, I guess. It was probably 2009, to be honest. And it was full, like lines, the parking lot full. They had every product. Like if you wanted to buy any type of electronic, they had it. Yeah, it was a shame to kind of see the downfall of this electronic store. And to be honest, this is not the first time that I've seen the downfall of an electronics store. The first one was Circuit City. That was Circuit City. Best Buy was left standing. Fortunately, we still have Fry's. We had Micro Center, but even now, like our Micro Center, like I mean, it has stock, which is good. But we used to have several Micro Centers here, and they used to have pro audio gear, pro video gear, the latest and greatest, best, like all of the electronics and all of the computing things. And over time, it dwindled. And I'm starting to think that maybe the advent of online shopping was probably not best for us. Just now that I'm thinking about it, because let me back up. I went to the FedEx store today to drop off the MacBook Pro, the M3. I sent it back. And while I was just sitting there, like I just had a random ass thought, and I was looking around, like all of the things around me, like even here where I live at now, and I was like people, like all of the people around me have built this, right? Like we're all interconnected. Like if a restaurant on my corner doesn't do well, and no one comes and replaces it, so like let's say for instance, no one takes a bet or decides to invest in the community, ultimately the community suffers. Right, like because not only are we losing the service that particular person or business would have provided, but we're also losing the other things that come along with it, like the contributions to our economy. Right, with online shopping, a lot of that is concentrated in places where the people aren't living, if that makes sense. Right, like people in, like let's say for instance, let's say I lived in like some small podunk town in the past. Well, there would be a store in that podunk town, and that store would generate all kinds of economic value, and like that, part of that would be to support the community. Now you fast forward to today, where that store is no longer in existence. Instead is Amazon, and Amazon is concentrated in some uber wealthy like very progressive city where, you know, they're getting the benefits of all of that. And then all of the people, you know, who lived in this podunk town, who may have worked at that store, may have benefited from that store, now they lose that. That's what I'm thinking is starting to happen now. And I'm starting to see the negative effects of this online shopping thing. And this is as someone who mostly shops online because I don't like going places. And this isn't new, right? This is yeah. But now I think I'm maybe switching back to, like, I would probably rather go out in person now. Not necessarily because the products that I, you know, it's not because I want it today or that I want to actually see and touch the products, but some of the more interesting things that have happened in my life have been when I've been out. So it's just like going out, really. Anyway, let's go back to this video.
So out of hand, they remove all the displays.
Man, even the Canons. Man, even the Canon cameras. People still trying to steal Canon cameras. I'm just playing.
All the camera displays are gone.
Damn.
They'll show them to you, but they're not out here on display.
See, this is crazy. Like, and it's one of these things where over time, like, it happens slowly and you don't really think about it. But I can remember a time when you could go to Best Buy and the bags that they would give you were regular bags. Like, you know, just regular white bags, you know, that you put your stuff in. And over time, that changed to not being white bags. Now there are these plastic see-through bags that, you know, that, like, you know, they're clear. This started. I remember. Well, I don't remember the exact shift, but this was within 6 years that we went from having the standard Best Buy bag, you know, the white bag where it's opaque that no one can see that you just bought a $5,000 camera when you're walking out of the store. They changed it to where we need to use clear bags so that we can see. That should have been a hint that maybe, you know, theft or property, retail theft was maybe increasing. And yeah, it's not looking good though.
Look at all these TVs, right?
All the TVs. And here's what I also want you to notice. There is nobody in this store. I mean, obviously there are people working, there are a few people, but, you know, given how Black Friday deals used to have people lining up at night. The day before basically as soon as Thanksgiving dinner ended, you had people going out to the mall, Black Friday shopping. You had people like getting trampled to get to these TVs. And now here we are, we just got all these TVs just sitting here. I wonder if like a lot of these retailers have too much stock. Now, maybe what if they overbought? See, this is a Black Friday. This doesn't even, like, this looks like Best Buy on a Monday morning. That's not a holiday. Like, this looks like a Monday morning when people are at work. This is what Best Buy typically looks like during that time.
Today is Black Friday, and we'll be visiting some of the commonly known.
By the way, if you all haven't heard of this guy, I would encourage you to go and follow him and subscribe. I will leave a link to this channel. I'm going to try to do all of that, or do that consistently. It'll help me with my show notes.
Frequently visited retail stores in this area to see how foot traffic is inside the stores. But since 2020, things have changed, and now it's all online.
See, that's the thing. I think, man, like, it's crazy that we're already at 2023. I don't remember much of anything from 2019 till now. Real talk. I mean, other than like the main thing that I did, which was working on my own thing. But outside of that, like, I don't remember anything. And this pandemic really screwed us. Like, I think it's really screwed us, for real.
And it's all month long. There's nobody at the stores. Stores don't open early anymore. There were some.
Wow. Look at this. Can you imagine? Like, let's rewind a decade ago, 2013. Hopefully you're old enough. 2013. you come to a Best Buy on a Black Friday, what's the likelihood that you're going to see any counter that's empty? Or what's the likelihood that you're going to see a store like, look at this. I see maybe one person right here. What's the likelihood that there's no one there used to be dozens of staff on Black Friday to support that. And now, nah, not so much. Yo, what's up? Eddie? How you doing? Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. I'm sorry. What's up, you guys? How you doing?
Opening way early,
Apologies.
5, 4 in the morning, and people were lining up to get in before the store opened. Some people will spend the night outside of the store.
Yeah, I don't see anybody spending nights outside of stores anymore. Obviously, yeah, you could buy stuff online, but I wonder, who did anybody buy anything? Did anybody go Black Friday shopping?
Camping outside with tents, sleeping bags, chairs, and food. They used to spend the night right here on this sidewalk. And now there's nobody here. Let me show you. See anybody on this Black Friday? All this sidewalk.
All right, so I'm gonna obviously I can't see the whole parking lot here, but does this look like a Black Friday parking lot? Just based off of what we know in the past about Black Friday, does this look like a Black Friday parking lot? Or does this look like a regular, it's the middle of the day, during the middle of the week, standard America, this is what it looks like in a typical parking lot. That's what this looks like to me.
Sidewalk used to be crowded with people. After 2020, where crowds were not allowed.
You know what? I want to do a parallel right quick. Let's go to YouTube again, and we'll say Black Friday Frenzy 2013. So this is a decade ago for those of you who weren't born then. I know there's some people who aren't, or who are young kids, who don't remember what stuff used to be like.
The Black Friday shopping mania is still playing out tonight at malls across.
All right. We don't even have to keep going. Look at this. Look at that. This looks like, what's that freaking movie about the zombies? That World War Z shit. That's what this looks like right here.
America.
This was a
Retailers
decade
opening
ago.
their doors earlier than ever to
A decade ago.
crush of frenzied shoppers lured
A
by
decade ago.
seductive doorbuster deals. But in many locations, the rush turned violent. Shoppers openly brawling over discounted merchandise. It's the sheer numbers at America's malls that are staggering.
Back a decade ago, they had cops there. Now they have a single employee in a whole store.
Estimated 97 million shoppers crammed in the stores today. By the
97
time the
mil.
weekend is over, that number is expected to swell to 140 million.
All right, 140 million. Back then, the population of the United States was around 315 million people. This is over a third of the U.S. population. And when you consider that, a portion of that are kids, children, that means that this is probably the majority of the adult population did Black Friday shopping. All right. So that's this is what I'm getting at, where I'm like, this is what I'm used to seeing for Black Friday.
Jaw-dropping Black Friday deals. Watch as merchandise goes flying through the crowds at this Walmart in Virginia and this one in South Carolina. And in North Carolina, see the man in orange as he wrestles to grab a doorbuster. A father even leaving his infant in the car outside of a Best Buy.
Man, so that's what Black Friday used to be. Now we have this.
Things have changed a lot, and Black Friday now is a thing of the past. We're going to check out
JCPenney. I remember being dragged to the store often as a kid. I hated the store. I hate all stores, to be honest. Anything with clothes, I hate them. And nonetheless, this is looking like a Sears to me. Do y'all remember Sears? This looks like the outside of a Sears to me. I don't see anybody in the front of the store. There's no one here.
On Black Friday. Don't see anybody here.
You have a few people walking around like this is...
See? Black Friday deals.
This is concerning to me for a few reasons. These stores are in business, right? They're paying rent. They're the mall, right? The mall is there so that people can have a place to go and purchase goods more easily. If this company doesn't make money, they'll leave. Once they leave, this mall, by the way, JCPenney likely doesn't own the mall. Likely they're just an anchor tenant of the mall. So whoever owns the mall will now lose, the rent from this particular tenant. And if the anchor tenant goes, the majority of the stores in the mall, I would say maybe 80% of the stores in the mall, I'm making that number up, that's why I'm using 80. 80% of the stores in the mall are likely only there because of that one anchor tenant, because the anchor tenant gets all of the foot traffic. And because of that, people kind of like filter through the other places. So they, a lot of the stores, they pay the rent based on the fact that this anchor tenant is there. Well, if this anchor tenant goes, well, most of the foot traffic goes. And now you have all of these smaller businesses that are in this mall who are on the hook for rent. They're not going to be able to make the rent because they're not making enough revenue. All of these stores, I know a lot of times we get it in our heads that a store is a store, but at the end of the day, a store, there are people behind the store. It's someone's livelihoods. And it's not just a person. Sure, for every one person that owns the store, if they're employing 20 people in the, 20 people, like that's 20 people that could lose a job. And that's not just those people who work directly in the store. It's the staff who keep who maintain the premises, the mall. It's the people who clean, like the I think they're called, janitors. It's the janitors. It's the food service employees, like all the food and beverage options in the food court. All of those things depend on people coming to the place, to the mall, because of this anchor tenant. Anchor tenant, Black Friday 2023, 60% off, no one shows up. Here's the thing though, rent is still due whether someone shows up or not. That's the issue. Rent is still due. And I'm pretty sure that this rent is based on a long-term lease, based on revenue that this store used to get that they likely haven't been getting over the past 3-4 years. And now they're also having to deal with increased crime. They can't win. Can't win.
60% off. Good luck with that.
I'm not gonna lie though, like everything in this store looks ugly to me. That's probably why they can't sell it. Like, look at that. What the hell is this? I'm sure some woman would buy it and think it looks cute. It's ugly though.
Deals, 60% off. Good luck with that.
Yeah, like everything in here is disgusting to me.
There's one guy over there. I noticed another trend on this department store, and that is that I see a lot of our low senior citizens shopping here. Maybe they like to.
All right, so I don't know this to be true. This is just based off of me making stuff up on my own experiences. I think JCPenney is an older, like it's a. Let me see if I can make. Let's pretend Forever 21. If Forever 21 were to last for another 30 years, it's likely that they will become like, a store that the older people go to because that's the store that they grew up with. JCPenney is that. I don't know if JCPenney is trash. Like, why? Why is it trash? They sell I mean that seriously. How is it trash compared to any other store that does the same thing? Kohl's, like it's just a name. Foley's, what's the other one? Dillard's. I don't know if they still exist. Like they're all the same. So I don't understand how it's JCPenney trash.
Try things on. They like to get on the spot.
But yeah, like a lot of times when I would go to JCPenney, when I was growing up, I was with my mom and my grandmother. And I imagine maybe my great grandmother went there too. So there might be some type of, there might be because that's the store that we know of, that's the store we go to. Kind of like Sears was back in the day. Sears was the store that, people would go to for things. I'm thinking that's what's happening here with the JCPenney while there are older people here. Another store like that, and I'm assuming it's like that, is Palais Royal. Out of touch. Well, it depends. Out of touch with who, right? Like that's the thing, is that I don't like to say someone or an entity is out of touch unless I know who their market is or who they're trying to serve. As far like I can be honest, I don't know who they're trying to serve. I mean, maybe you do. I don't know, but maybe they're not serving you. So maybe they're out of touch with you. But let's be honest. It's a big country. They don't have to sell to you. There are other people here, so it's not always about just us. So I mean, obviously there are people who like it. Oh shit. Sorry, give me a second. How do I? All right, it's all right. Okay. Do streaming. Yeah. Well, I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't be trying to go after millennials either. Like most of them are broke. Millennials, whatever, and younger, like younger means no job, no money. Forever 21, fast fashion exists for them. You know, where they go and buy some trash clothing from Forever 21. You know, $3. It lasts for a couple washes and you throw it away. Same thing here though. Like let's be real, a lot of this stuff is white label trash that some brand has put their trademark, all that stuff on. That's really all it is. Let's not front. All of this shit is made in China or India or Malaysia. Well, yeah, or Malaysia. Or what's the other one? Sri Lanka.
Just don't like shopping online. They're not used to it. Either way, the majority of shoppers are
they are older.
citizens.
There's a few persons checking out.
I used to go to JCPenney back when I used to have to wear clothes for work, if that makes sense. Like back when I used to have to wear work clothes or whatever. So I would go there for stuff like that because it's cheap. Because I don't like it. I don't like spending money on stuff like that because I hate clothes like that. So I would just go here. I'd buy Izod or whatever the low end casual stuff is. I would just buy that. I mean, doesn't this look sad? It's so quiet. Let me go back. It's so quiet. You can hear the elevator.
Checking out.
Do y'all hear that? You can hear the sound. That is crazy. I've never been in a store that's been open where I can hear the sound of the air conditioner, the elevator, the escalator, all of the I've never. That is insane.
Anybody here?
This looks scary to me. And I feel this real now because just next door to me, there used to be a bed. Wait, is it Bed Bath & Beyond? Yeah. There used to be a Bed Bath & Beyond. And I would go there when I needed to get stuff. I could walk there. If literally just, walk 3 minutes. I'm at Bed Bath & Beyond. Well, this year it closed. As a result, the things that I need, it's harder for me to get. My trash bags, for instance, I had to buy them direct and it takes a few days for them to get shipped. And now they're more expensive. I used to be able to get all the coupons and stuff for Bed Bath & Beyond. I think that's the name of the store. Yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond. Yeah. I used to have coupons and stuff, so I would get them for 30% off my trash bags. And now I had to pay $50 for trash bags. Let that sink in. I'm paying $50 for trash bags. The things that you literally buy to throw away. Whereas when the store was open, I was paying about $30, $35 for the same trash bags. This is one of the things that I don't like about online shopping is because at the end of the day, it's being consolidated into a few major players. And once they achieve basically monopoly, they have pricing power. They can raise the prices. I don't know if y'all have noticed, but the prices of products on Amazon have been going up. They haven't been going down. Why is that? Well, it's because now that's people's default choice. They think in their mind, I'm getting free shipping. They have the sunk cost fallacy. Hey, I've already paid for Amazon Prime. I may as well just buy it from Amazon. Meanwhile, Amazon may not even be the cheapest thing anymore. Something to keep in mind.
Deals. Doorbusters.
Man.
I don't see anything busting out of here. Kitchen electronics, anybody?
Damn. It looks so organized and nice. I've never gone to a store on Black Friday and things are organized and nice. It's always a mess. It's It's like it been ran through for real. This looks like we're getting ready. This is the night before Black Friday. That's what this looks like.
Anybody.
Damn. This scares me though. Like, for real. Sure, yeah, this is a store. It has nothing to do with me, but I happen to know that this store is likely employing people, and there are likely people who are who not only benefit, but who are employed indirectly as a result of this store. Just think about all of the products in this store. How did it get there? Someone has to drive it there. Someone has to deliver it there. People have to put it in place. People, like all the stock keep, like all of this are things that have to happen. Let's go further up the chain, right? Like, if we're getting these products are coming from somewhere, likely a distribution center. Well, if there's no need to have these stores around, then there's no need to have this distribution center. There's no need to pay people, in the community to drive these products to these places to set it up so that people like you and I can go in and buy it easily, right? Like, retailers, they do serve a certain function. I'm not gonna lie. Like, even though they are middlemen, they're almost like they almost serve to like give fluidity almost to the market, right? They make it to where the product is available for you to buy, right? The alternative is you get your ass on a plane and fly to China, which most of y'all ain't going there, right? You go to China and then you buy your products there. What they're doing is they've already found all of the products that they think, because they have buyers. I actually have a family member who is a buyer for a retailer like this. They have buyers who go out and scour, the world for certain types of products based off of the demand that they're seeing for us. So a lot of times the things that we think we want is someone else has went out and said, oh yeah, I think that this could be, and they bring it here and they market it to you and then you decide that you want it. So the retailers do serve an important function, but I think it's more important to realize that this is also benefiting the community beyond just, oh, there's a place to shop, right? Hell, like let's go even further, right? Like the lights, there's electricity here. Like I think electric utility companies, I think they make profits off of the people who use the service. Like they're not just giving you this electricity at cost. So there's like all these downstream effects that I'm trying to get at. Go on.
So this is the mall on Black Friday.
Oh, man, this hurts.
This is as big.
This hurts. This hurts. Let me show you why. If you're plugged into geopolitics, you know what's happening right now in places like this. Maybe, is it going to even, okay, maybe this one could work. There's a guy, it's probably not this one though. Let me see if I can find, there was a streamer who lives in Shanghai, who was going through a mall. I don't think this is it, but hopefully we'll see some clips that can kind of speak to what I'm talking about.
Currently, due to the downturn in China's real
went out for a walk and found that in this lighting store mall on the entire second floor, there are hardly any shops open. All of them have closed down. Can anyone tell me, is business good or bad for those doing business?
So, as someone who's been to a country, several countries actually, that have, like, that people have invested to build these malls and whatever, and then you go to these malls and it's mostly empty, it's basically a flea market at that point. Like, it's literally like, it's a flea market at that point. It's not good. Like, a lot of the places where these types of places exist, you don't really, I mean, I don't know. I shouldn't, I'm not going to, I'm going to move on. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. Let's move forward with this.
Easy as it's going to get.
This is America.
And after checking out JCPenney, we're going to check out Target here at the mall. See how they're doing.
Does this not scare y'all?
Let's check out the
Is it just me?
electronics. I see 2 customers.
Like, let's remove Black Friday from the equation. Let's just say this is what Target is right now. On a day-to-day, this is what it typically looks like. Does that not scare you? It scares me. There is such a thing called a food desert. It's something that exists in the hood. This is very similar, right? Where it's like if these major retailers go, well, now you're gonna have a lack of services. And if you have a lack of services, your quality of life goes down. You get poor, you get less wealthy. Like you have less things that people want. You're less wealthy. Your quality of life goes down. And if this is the pace, like the fact that this has happened within 4 years, man, within 4 years.
For the whole section. Keep in mind, today is the busiest day of the year.
Yeah, that's it.
For these retailers.
Yeah, that's why I said like let's remove Black Friday from the equation, and we just say, all right, this is normal, right? This is just day to day. This is the busiest shopping day in America. Period. This is what it looks like.
And it doesn't.
Even the diapers are still here, bro. Like even the diapers, what does that say? If even the diapers are still here. Either people ain't having children or they're not using the disposable diapers. I don't know which one it is, but like I don't know, like if diapers tend to sell, or maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe correct me if I'm wrong. I see there are a couple people here. Am I wrong to say that diapers usually sell?
Busiest day of the year for these retailers.
Look at that. Look at that. Full, just full.
And it doesn't look very busy. Toy section? Nah, you get that online. Now I noticed the majority of traffic is down here.
I did notice that Barbie section was full. I wouldn't buy that shit anyway. I would never buy that. Nah, leave that shit. It could die.
Nah, you get that online.
Yep, that could die. Send it back. Turn it back to wax.
The majority of traffic is down here at the grocery section. Since food got so expensive, I think people are hunting.
All right, let's talk about people who buy food at Target. What are y'all doing? Who the hell goes to Target to buy groceries? Everybody and their mama next door know that the food at Target is overpriced. You go to Walmart for that. I don't go to Walmart, but like if you do go to Walmart, like come on. Like, why are you shopping at Target for food? Or why are you shopping at Target, period? Like, screw them. I still feel bad for what's going on. Actually, I don't. Some of it is self-inflicted. They deserve part of it, so whatever. But like, yeah, let's look at it macro. Like overall, if a lot of this is happening to more than just them, like this is a bad thing. Let's see. You say diapers sell, but they usually have inventory in the back. Yeah, they do. They do have inventory in the back. But when we looked at that, did that look like people were buying it and they're refreshing? Because I don't see any people walking around like sales associates. Let me also add that I used to work at Target during seasonal time. During this time of year, they hire seasonal employees. They increase the workforce by a minimum of 20% during this time of the year. By a minimum. We haven't seen a single worker walking or like tending to the shelves or any of that. So I don't think that no, sure, you're right. There is inventory in the back, but I don't think that people are taking the inventory from the floor. Right? Like a lot of this just looks like they did stock and they didn't really have to change it at all because people aren't really here doing anything. Nah, man, Target's not the spot. I mean, you're right. It is the spot. Technically, like literally, if you see it. Do you see it? It is the spot. You're right. It is the spot, but no.
For good deals on food. Yeah, definitely more traffic here at the food section. Not a lot, but at least I see more than two. The star of the hall.
So let's back up. This is a Target in a mall. Remember that. This could be the same mall. JCPenney, obviously an anchor tenant. Target, obviously an anchor tenant. At least at the malls here, like we have JCPenney, Neiman's. Who's the other one? Shit, who's the other one? There's Neiman's, and then there's the other one that Saks. Like at the mall here where I'm at, like we have the anchor tenants. If those, and Dillard's. No, what's the other one? They have like a restaurant in it or something. People like it. Nordstrom, yeah, that place, that crap. Like all of these are anchor tenants. So I'm thinking like let's say Houston Galleria, if we lost our anchor tenants, I'm gonna be real. Like most of the stores within the mall are going away. At the point at this time in history, it's just a bunch of hood shit happening in the Galleria now. Anyways, it used to be a nice mall. It used to be nice, but I imagine that's a lot of places in America, and we're seeing the downfall in real time.
Holiday shopping. This deer is ready for it, but not the mall's profit. I don't see a whole lot of people here.
When you see this, I think it's also worth keeping in mind that this has an operating cost. So let's say if they open the mall, just to open the mall and have staff there and have the lights running and have just like all of the things that you would expect as an American living in America, that has an operational cost, and it's not insignificant. What's the likelihood? Like they're losing money at this point because they still pay rent. These operating costs are still costs, whether you buy your diapers at Target or not. And man, I never thought I would see this. Obviously, no one thinks that they would see this, but it makes you realize that nothing is certain. There's been a lot of time, I think most of the time in our country, we think that things are just going to continue as they are or continue to improve, or we're just going to stay on the same track that we've been on. Actually, maybe we are on the same track we've been on, but now we're starting to see where it's leading. But this is not good. And I see on our news that we're not in a recession. And that's what I'm supposed to believe. Is this Bidenomics at work? If so, then this is the opposite of what I want. This doesn't look prosperous to me.
The busiest day of the year. Christmas tree is already up.
Half-ass decorated. They ran out of money to decorate it. Wait, hold on, wait. No. Who the fuck decorates a tree like this? How do you start from the top? And then you came in, never mind. I think I know what happened. Here's the story. They decorated the whole tree, but we got people robbing shit these days. So they had like a flash mob come here and rob the fucking ornaments off the tree. Because that's what we doing in the Bay Area now, I guess. We stealing ornaments off of trees. That's why we only got them at the top. All the short people, they got them down here, and they couldn't climb up that high.
Busiest day of the year. Christmas.
It's my story. I'm sticking to it. Kids Foot Locker, huh?
Check out the parking.
That's actually insane. Let me go back. I have never seen a Foot Locker in my life without black people standing in front of it loitering. Never in my life. That's like going to a Popeyes and not seeing black people. Like, what the fuck? What's going on?
Check out the parking
Well,
lot.
I guess it makes sense. I've been seeing a lot of people stealing. We're going to get into that too. I got a lot of videos. I'm rambling through shit today. Remember, I'm going through the Black Friday stuff, so it's going to be a lot. And I'm realizing that I've only gotten 6 minutes into this video, and I'm here 45 minutes. All right, well, I don't care anymore.
There are some cars.
If you're here for it, you're here for it. Thank you for being here. Give me a thumbs up
Now
if
we're
you
inside
enjoy
of
what we're
Kohl's
doing right
store.
now so far.
Scenario.
And if you got anything to say,
Anybody.
please say it. Like, I want this to be a conversation. I don't want this to just be me rambling, talking shit. But I will ramble and talk shit, whether you say something or not. Believe that.
See, the Black Friday deals are here, but the people are not here. Let's check out the checkout. I see a customer.
Every person you see here that's working at one of those registers is getting paid. If they're in California, which they are, I don't know, what's the minimum wage in California? I don't know what it is. Minimum wage, California. Okay. I'm searching on my computer like a dumbass. Let's search the internet. $15.50. Okay, so let's see, $15.50. In order to keep the store open, let's say the store is going to be open for 10 hours, right? Well, let's say 8. Let's be nice. It's only going to be open for 8 hours. That means that for each person there, you're going to pay 124 times 1.5, 186. You're going to pay 180. Let's just round it up to $200. That's $200 per person who's just to pay a person to stand here at the register to collect money. Now let's pretend that each one of these cash registers or cashiers, each one of these cashiers only clocked, maybe $150, $200 worth of sales. At that point, we've lost money, right? Like, because there's operational costs, but also you have to pay these people. Because I'm not counting insurance, because a lot of times they'll hire these part-time so they don't have to pay that. Little hint. This is how these corporations get around certain laws to avoid paying you and making sure that we have the things that we're supposed to be guaranteed in our country.
Now, this is Kohl's on Black Friday.
Kohl's.
I wonder what it's like.
All right, here you go. This is for you. You got sales. I know you was talking about J.C. Penney, but here you go. Here's Kohl's. Are they out of touch too? I don't know. I'm dead ass. I don't shop at any of them. I don't know if I've told you. I think I have. I buy mostly free stuff. I buy. AK, I go to conferences and they give me free stuff. I wear that. But I do wear these like pants that I buy from Journeys during Black Friday of all days. I bought literally 5 pair of them. 5 pair of them a year. And this is what I wear almost every day.
That's nowhere near what it used to be. This is embarrassing.
This is embarrassing. Oh.
There's some people there at checkout.
All right, hold on. All right, so tell me a store that's not out of touch so we can then go to that store and see how empty it is. And you tell me, or maybe all stores are out of touch. Maybe that's what we're getting at. Which, I would go for that.
Deals.
I wouldn't disagree with that.
Let's see how car dealers are doing.
You think Honda out of touch too?
This is the Honda car dealer.
You think Honda out of touch?
Sell us your car. No way. Keep your car. Keep your car till it dies.
Yes.
Don't become a slave to a car dealer.
Nordstrom. I don't know about all
When
that.
you get your paycheck, you get paid, not the car dealer.
For what it's worth, for those of you who may not know this, car dealerships tend to have Black Friday sales. Not the night, these kind. There ain't nobody out here. Right? You got to keep in mind, these dealerships wouldn't be open. They wouldn't be paying to have sales staff out there. I'm assuming that sales make the same $15.50 an hour. I'm guessing. Obviously, they get a commission. But I mean, they gotta run the electricity to keep the lights on. There's cost to have this open, and to just have a bunch of people out here standing around. He's gonna go in, I think.
I don't see anybody.
Wait, there's
This
a new
place is
Civic.
empty.
All right, hold on. Let me put this on the
Not
list.
a single customer.
It sounds like we got to talk shit about a new Civic right quick. I'm not gonna front though. As a former Civic owner, yes, I owned a Civic. I bought a 2013. This was brand new actually. After my Crossfire SRT 6, I took it in to get serviced. The mechanics did some shit and fucked it up. and it needed a new engine replacement. They had to send one from Germany. I didn't have a vehicle for 4 months. This is why I transitioned to motorcycles. So I didn't have my car for 4 months. And then when I got it back, it was issue after issue. I finally got rid of it and bought a Honda Civic Si manual. And I didn't know how to drive a manual at that time, but I learned how to drive out the lot with a manual. And the car was fine. It was, it was fine, I guess. It was slow compared to my last car, but it was fine, I guess. I didn't have it. I think I only had it for like 18 months I think I had it for 18 months before I went on and bought something else. But yeah, we'll look at this new Civic in a little bit.
Customer on the best selling day of the year. Oh, I see somebody there getting tricked, looking at cars. This other dealer.
All right, I just learned about this company, VinFast. Have y'all heard about this, VinFast? This is a Vietnamese EV manufacturer. Let's see, VinFast. Wait, they are from. I'm pretty sure they're from Vietnam, especially with Vin. Like, what else would it be? Like, what else would it be? And plus, some of this stuff here, like, that's obviously like some of the geology in that region is obvious. But let's see if we can look at the about. Do they have that here? Honestly, the website looks like it's not from here. I'm not even gonna lie. Let's see. All right, so about VinFast. Okay, decline. Why can't I? Okay, this isn't gonna work. But I think that they are a Vietnamese company. We'll leave it at that. If I'm wrong, somebody can correct me, and then I'll just be like, okay, I'm wrong, but that's fine. I think that they're a Vietnamese EV manufacturer.
They just can't sell cars. Looks like more cars are being delivered. But who's buying? There's nobody here on Black Friday.
And oh man, you know what? There's also, let's see, China overproduction EV. I like to look abroad at countries and societies that are ahead of us. And I don't mean in like, oh, they're ahead of us and like, oh, we're better. I mean, they are experiencing the effects of certain things before we are. We are about to experience the same thing. Nobody is buying. I mean, sure, there are some people who are buying EVs. I have one, but I'm in a minority, right? It's just like people, like my friends saying, oh yeah, people buy supercars. It's like, yes, people buy supercars, but that's a minority. Same here. Most people aren't buying EVs. Fun fact, most people don't even want EVs, yet we're producing a lot of them, but people aren't buying them. They're not selling. Anyway, let's see overcapacity. I want to show like the those graveyards or something. Let's see Reddit graveyard. This is what it's looking like in China right now. These are EVs in China right now. Remember, our politicians, these dolts, are telling us that look at what the Chinese are doing, that they're leading us and that we need to be more like them, and look at what the hell is happening. No one wants to buy EVs in China. They've overproduced them. They also overproduce electric bicycles, and they're all sitting in fields.
This is a field of over 10,000.
All right, bro. You have a good rest of the day. Nah, BYD is trash too. They
that are rotting away.
Oh, it's this. Oh, this is. Wait, what is this? Oh, okay. This is. I'm like, wait, they're speaking. Oh my gosh. I was like, wait a minute. I'm like, this is not Chinese. This is English. Okay, this is an American thing, I think. Or. No, that person who just spoke wasn't American. I can tell he's not American.
21年的，都是50公里以内啊，上牌新车。
And this man has just exclaimed that these BYD cars, all 2021 models, have less than 31 miles on them.
I'm sure y'all have been hearing some stuff about BYD. I know Eddie brought it up. They were trying to make an entry into our market, And I'm sure you've been hearing people talking them up and saying, oh, they're kind of good cars. They're not. Don't buy it. It's trash. It's a lie.
Just like that field of 10,000 cars, they all have license plates on them, they're all fully registered, and they've been put away to rot. Yes, all of these cars...
All right, so we're not going to get into this now because that's not really the point of today's video, but maybe I can do that in the future. If y'all want to get into what's happening abroad, we can do that. But let's stick with what's happening here domestically for now, and VinFast, and how they're not selling cars in Cali right now.
Now we're going to check out the CarMax lot. See if we can spot at least
CarMax ain't doing too well right now. They overbought.
Anybody. Okay.
You know, when used car prices were at an all-time high, they were buying. You know, they were sitting high and mighty. And now, you know, because they bought these cars at inflated prices and people ain't got money and interest rates are high, they can't get these cars off their lots. So I'm imagining that their floor plans are going, I don't know if CarMax is going to be in the same position, but I think that other dealerships are going to be in this position where, you know, I don't know if y'all know what a floor plan is. A floor plan is a loan for dealers. This is how they buy cars. They don't actually buy the car in full. They finance it. They take a loan out and they pay interest every month or day that I forget which one it is, but let's just say it's every day. It doesn't really matter. You can divide it by 30, multiply it by 30. So they pay interest every day that their car doesn't get sold. And I think every year or within a year, if they don't sell it, I think there's like taxes and stuff that they have to pay. So they start to lose money. Well, because they bought these cars at inflated prices, they can't sell them. They can't sell them at a loss. So now they're stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Okay, let's check out CarMax. Do you see anybody? A salesperson, a customer? Nobody. Nobody's buying cars right now. I'm out here early to check out the shopping activities, but I don't see anybody. No one's shopping.
I don't know if this is fair to say because I live in Texas and obviously Texas is not California, but I didn't know that you can buy cars at Tesla. I didn't know that was the case. I'm assuming that this is the case in California. That's what I'm saying. Remember, I live in Texas, but here you can't buy a Tesla at a dealership. So you would never expect to see people at a Tesla. Well, we don't have Tesla dealerships. That's another thing. We don't have Tesla dealerships here. I think they're like showrooms or something. I don't know. They call them something, but you can't buy your car there. This seems to be different here in California. This seems to be me like they have lots where you can buy a car, which is, I guess, interesting.
Especially electric vehicles. Even with the price drops that we had recently, $20,000, $30,000 drop on these vehicles, no one's buying. I see a lot of the charging stations around here always empty. People are not buying electric cars.
As someone who has bought an electric car, I can understand why. Especially the Tesla. The Tesla is it's not the worst. Well, nah, actually no. It might be in the running for the worst car I've ever owned. For all the things that a car is supposed to do, it's like it does have the advantages. I don't want to say, you know, it's all bad. Some of it is nice. I do like the instantaneous power. I love that. Yeah. That does it.
I only see a couple of customers here. Them and these guys right over here. They're checking out a car. But that's it. Just 2 customers for the whole lot.
I'm glad I leased my Tesla. I'm glad I leased it. Because if I would have bought it, like, I don't think I would have been able to get rid of it. When I got it, I knew I didn't want it. Like, I bought it. Well, not bought it. I leased it because I needed a vehicle at that time, and I was just like, all right, I can get it sooner rather than later. So I got it. But yeah, I'm very glad that I decided to lease that thing. It's not a long-term vehicle, not for me at least.
And this is the early doorbusters, supposedly. And Ford is not doing any better.
Damn, even
when
Ford.
they have trucks like this that cost over $100,000. Let's check this one out. 79,000.
That's kind of cheap though for a Raptor. I didn't know Raptors were that cheap. I thought Raptors were over 120. Wait, what? Hold on. I thought Raptors were more expensive. Wait, what the hell did I just do? What did I do? Put it back. All right, I got to see how much a Raptor costs because I thought Raptors were cheap. Well, I mean, I'm sorry, like more expensive than that. I'm sorry, I should. I don't know. Let's go to Ford Raptor. Let's see what they actually cost. Because I thought they were like in the hundreds. No, they are. They are cheap. I don't know. Honestly, let's be real. $76,000 for a Raptor is not expensive. For a Raptor, like not only are you getting a full ass F-150, but you're also getting all of the Raptor stuff, which like nobody needs that. So this is very much a fun vehicle, which is why I price it differently. It's not sure you could use it as a utility vehicle, but it's not really that to me this isn't that bad. Like I thought this was more expensive. It must be the other Raptor that's more expensive than this. Let me see, build and price. Don't worry about where I live. Raptor. Why are they over here advertising the price? Who the fuck cares? Like, this is one thing that I don't like about dealers. They always get you on this, oh, this is the per month. Who gives a shit what it is per month? That's not what's important. What's important is how much are you going to have to pay for it? That's all that matters. Like, it's not how much per month. Because if I tell you, hey, you can have this truck right here, it's only going to cost you $500 a month, but oh, by the way, you're going to be paying me for 300 months of your life. Like, come on. Like, it's not about the monthly payment. It's about how much you're paying. All right, this is why I thought they were more expensive, because they are, at least for the one that I would buy. It's still not as expensive as I thought. It's $100,000, or is it 120? I thought they were $120,000. How do you fit, man? This is why I don't buy like American stuff. I don't even know. This is so much. Yeah, it's $100,000. Oh no, it's 110. Okay, never mind. It's still not too bad. I think it's cheaper than they were. I think the original Raptor R was $125,000, right? These are 125, and now they're only 109. I can't do this math in my head. That's a $15,000 difference. Right? Or maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm getting this wrong. I'm probably getting this wrong. But in my mind, if something goes from 125 to 109, that's like, okay, that's a good deal. So you could get a full Raptor R for, yeah, this is not a bad deal. Hell, I'm up, man. I might like give me an orange one. I might have to do this. Like, one, that's not bad. I thought that these were more. Somebody was telling me these are like going for 150. Let's see. What? Hot man. Prices. What do you call? What's the site? What's the place where you can buy a car? I forgot what it's called. I stopped caring. I stopped looking at cars, and so I'm out of the loop. Oh, okay. I was about to. Okay, 2,500. I might do a cash car one day. Nationwide. They are more expensive. Okay, all right. So I was right. This is why I keep saying that these are cheap for 109 because this is what they're going for. So in my mind, it's like, this is how I operate. If I can buy something for $109,000 and there are people out here trying to sell, obviously they're not selling here, but let's pretend that they were selling for $150,000. In my opinion, you would be dumb to not buy a $110,000 vehicle to make 40 grand. To me, you would be dumb. That's a 30% return. It's like, it's between a 25 and 35% return. I don't really know what it is, but it's in that range of you would be dumb to not take that return. But obviously things are not selling because here we have 3 in a row, reduced price. It's not reduced by that much though, like $153,000. Get out of here. Let's get off this forward page. We're not about to pay that. Not paying this. I'll walk.
$79,000.
I'm done. So after my last truck got stolen, I had the TRX, another very expensive truck. After that got stolen, I'm like, I'm done. I see crime increasing. I see where things are headed. I'm done with all that. Like, nah, you ain't selling nothing for me. If you steal anything, you stealing some trash. That's all you getting. All I got is trash. Take it, have it.
That's $79,000 I don't have. You'll be paying over $1,000 a month for this.
No, you wouldn't. No, you would. Like, why would he think that? Like, you put 20% down, you pay all of the taxes up front, you pay all of the fees. You're not paying over $1,000 a month. I didn't pay over $1,000 a month for a vehicle until I bought a car that was $96,000. That was the first time that my payment went above $1,000 a month. I think a lot of people need to get out of this idea of like you just do the minimum possible and then you just finance everything. You do have the option of putting a larger down payment. And if you can't afford it, then that's a very strong signal that you can't afford that vehicle. You should go somewhere else. I've done it in my past. Remember, I was just saying that I had a Honda Civic. No, life didn't end. It was a nice one. it was nice enough.
Which means most people will be broke. There's that lighting truck right over there. I remember before everybody wanted one. Not anymore. They're available. I know that Mustang is that's an electric car.
I haven't been in a Ford dealership in so long. This looks sad. I would probably walk in and walk out. I can't buy a car from a place that looks like this. This isn't what I'm used to. I would show you the dealerships that I'm used to, but like, it ain't this. You just got like, man, it's not even like well designed.
See, nobody here.
That
The whole
Raptor's
lot
dope
is
though.
empty.
That Raptor's dope. I want one.
Good luck with that, Ford.
All right, so that's the first video. So here we are, first video down, an hour and 10 minutes later. So this is the pace that we're going, I guess. I don't know how many videos we're going to get through if it's going to take me an hour to get through a 10-minute video, but it is what it is. Let's move on to the next one. Well, it's not the, all right, let me just open up my thing off to the side. Okay, I've opened up some new things while I've been yapping, so let me close some of them. We're done with that. We are done with, I may read that later. Let's talk about what's going on in the Airbnb market, specifically as it relates to the property market in San Francisco and abroad. It's not just San Francisco. New York is probably, well, New York City is definitely suffering from it. I think Austin is, some cities in Canada. I think even we are here in Houston. We're seeing the reckoning happening. So let's go through this. Oops.
Airbnb is becoming a big mess. At first, Airbnb was a lucrative market. In fact, if you want to make a lot of money, you do Airbnb. Like, it's a no-brainer, it's the way it is. But now you got places like New York City having some of the biggest crackdowns, basically just killed off the whole entire Airbnb population. And guess what? New York City Airbnb is very profitable. Many units are bought are strictly Airbnbs. And if you go to very popular places like Las Vegas, for example, even places like Vegas are receiving some of the biggest competition from their neighbors.
All right, let's pause here. Someone has the audacity to say that this thing right here is worth $67 a night. That is 67? For what it's worth, like I know this may seem like, oh, that's not that much, but you got to keep in mind Airbnb's pricing is fake. It's not real. You don't see the real price until you actually get ready to purchase it. And they show you the cleaning fee and they show you all the other fees and all the taxes. And then what was 67 turns into 140. So like, like whatever you see here, let's just pretend that this is really going to be over $100 a night. They really saying that this is worth over $100 a night when I could just stay on the strip in a real hotel with actual amenities. Okay.
Airbnb at first was super lucrative. If you had a property, on average, you're making $25,000 to $75,000 per year. If you have 2 to 3 properties fully paid off, you're basically making 6 figures without having to work at all. You just be like.
All right. When people say 6 figures, I wish they would be more specific. 6 figures, that doesn't mean it. Okay, 100,000. Okay, 100,000. That's irrelevant. However, 999,000. That's pretty substantial. So when we say 6 figures, both of those are 6 figures. Which one are we talking about? Are we talking about the one where you're paycheck to paycheck, or are we talking about the one where you are a millionaire? Which one? Like I hear this often. Everyone, they're like, oh, I'm trying to get 6 figures and all this kind of crap. Like I don't understand like what that means. What does that mean? Help me understand. Why is what is the fascination just with 6 figures? Like I don't know. Yeah. Like it's a big range, right? It's a big ass range. And here's another fun fact. Each order of magnitude you go, the ranges get bigger. So, 5 figures is a much smaller range than 6 figures. 6 figures is a much smaller range than 7 figures. 7 figures is a much smaller range than 8 figures. You see where I'm going? Like, it'd be, yeah, like, yeah. Anyway, let's keep on.
Like a little mini hotel kind of type of guy. So Airbnbs was super profitable. Word got around and now everyone is buying them. There's now so many price cuts, so many people panicking, and look what's going on in places like Victoria, which is in British Columbia, Canada. Yes, even the Canadians are facing the same problems as us in terms of Airbnbs flooding the market. And it's going to absolutely collapse the real estate situation. So in Victoria, former Airbnbs are flooding the market, but nobody is buying them.
The fact that these Airbnbs were allowed to exist like that, I wonder if that was because the politicians didn't understand it, or if it was because they benefited from it. And I wonder if some of these laws are being written because they're no longer benefiting, or if it's really because they care. Like, there are a lot of things that I don't agree with like what happens in New York. Fortunately, I don't live there, so it doesn't matter. But they did do something that I absolutely agree with. They said that you cannot rent an Airbnb out unless you yourself live in that property. I like that, because what Airbnb effectively did, well, Airbnb themselves didn't do that, but the second order consequences of that is that it removed homes from people who need them, and it put them in the hands of people who wanted to speculate. Right? So at the end of the day, a house is a place to live. It's a place of shelter. But when you turn that place of shelter into an investment, like, it becomes different, right? So now you've increased the barrier to entry, right? So something that could have been affordable for a family is now unobtainable for that same family, because whoever bought the property, they are expecting to earn $250 to $300 a night. Now, let's see what that would translate to. So if we were to put that into monthly terms and we turn that into your rent, let's use $200 a night. We'll go even lower. Let's go even lower. Let's use $150 a night. This includes the cleaning fee, all the taxes. This is all included, right? $150 a night. Well, you have about 30 days in a month. That's $4,500. Now, I am going to go out on a limb and say that most people do not have the means to spend $4,500 a month on rent alone, just rent. This number may be more than, I will have to confirm this. I really don't know, but this number could be more than the median income in a month. So that's what Airbnb led to. It led to people who already have money, who already have a place to stay, going and buying more places to stay, taking it away from people who need it because, there is finite supply of homes, which is one of the reasons why the prices are what they are, is because the demand it outstrips supply. And Airbnb led to a further supply constraint. On top of that, it also increased the productivity. I'm using just the economic version of that, not the real, what I consider it, but it increased the productivity. So now more profits, right? Yeah. This leads to the downfall of society. Pretty much everything I'm going through, it's like downfall of society.
Dozens of former short-term rentals have gone up for sale since the Victoria Airbnb ban in October. So at first, you have a bunch of people doing Airbnbs, right? Most of the units were being bought for short-term rentals, not for long-term rentals. And of course...
See, that's the issue too, right there. It's one thing to buy a place, as an investment property because you want to do a long-term rental. I think that that's okay-ish. I think I'm kind of biased, but I think that it's more okay for a long-term rental than a short-term rental. My reasoning is that a long-term rental is going to someone who needs it, and it is effectively performing a service. Not everybody can either A, afford to buy a house, or B, wants to buy a house and maintain it, or C, is going to be living in a certain place. Like they know they're not going to be there. Maybe they're just here for work. Maybe they're here for a short-term period of time and they know that. So long-term rentals do serve a purpose. I'm going to go out on a limb and say short-term rentals may have never been needed because we've had hotels, we've had motels, we've had bed and breakfasts. We already had stuff. It's not like when I used to travel in the past before Airbnb, I couldn't find a place to stay. That was never the case. Now, surely, Airbnb came and it was slightly cheaper, and I used it a couple times. I never liked it. I've always been a proponent of you get what you pay for. In my experience, Airbnb properties are nowhere near what I expect. But I'm used to staying in a hotel, so that is, I'm used to that. When I come to my room, it's clean. When I leave, no one's telling me to pick up shit. I'm used to that. If I'm hungry in the middle of the night, I can call and I get food. Stuff like that. I'm used to that. Also, just being used to being in the middle of everything. I'm used to that. Airbnbs don't give me that. Yet, they're not that much cheaper. So I've never really understood why people would go for this all of the time, versus some of the time. I understand it some of the time. When you're somewhere, you kind of want to experience what life is like as a local, or if you kind of want to, if you're going to be there for a while and in a hotel doesn't really make sense. Okay, sure. I think short-term stuff like this could be viable, maybe, but not in its current form where they're effectively removing houses and shelter from people who need them. And what sucks is that the company that has benefited, and all of the people who invested in this company who have benefited from hollowing out our communities, nothing happens to them. They get to go off into the sunset with all the money that they've been able to capture.
In Canada, for example, just got pretty mad. They're like, screw this. We can't have this. Residents are complaining that virtually every single home is Airbnbs, short-term rentals, Verbos, whatever. We have to put a ban on it. They put a big ban on it, and what's the point, right? A lot of these guys bought overpriced property at very high interest rates, and the only way to keep afloat is doing short-term rentals. And now they can't make money, and they don't make any money from long-term rentals because it's not as lucrative and not as profitable. A bunch of these units are flooding the market. Condos that are previously, specifically built and made for short-term rentals almost feels like a hotel are being sold.
Whoa.
Nobody's buying them.
Whoa. Did he just say that there were condos that were built to be Airbnb short-term rentals? That's a problem. That is a problem. What that shows is a lack of forethought or foresight, not forethought, foresight. You're building the whole thing so that it can exist on a platform that you yourself do not own, that you have no control over. That is silly. That almost sounds like peak bubble.
No, not a single person. Guess what? As the mortgage accumulates, as they default, the banks takes it, right? You get foreclosures are on the rise in many Canadian cities and also in many U.S. cities. The banks are going to be experiencing even more foreclosures, especially in the U.S. from short-term rentals. And it's a very scary situation to be in, considering at first Airbnb was just such a lucrative market. It was impossible to lose money on this. But like I said, when everyone gets on it, when everyone's hopping on the bandwagon, this is what happens. You have Airbnb collapses. And you also have...
That's some truth to that statement. When everybody is doing it, you shouldn't be doing it. There's no money in it anymore. That's the fun thing about being first, is that like you see you're doing something and you see it and it's like everybody else catches on, and by that time, like, it's too late. It's too late. The people who made the money, they were the first movers, and that's always the case. You always want to be a first mover. Those are the ones who end up getting ahead. It's not the people who are last to the market. Those are the ones who get raked over the coals. And we're about to see a reckoning. We are about to see a reckoning.
Have analysts warning that the local Airbnb collapse is going to be very, very scary in some cities. Like Austin has more rentals than homes for sale.
Let that sink in. There are more rentals than homes for sale. Make it make sense. How does that make sense? They have more rentals than homes for sale. I'm assuming this is Airbnb rentals, right? Like, obviously a rental, like a long-term rental. If they're just saying that, okay, fine, whatever. But if they're saying there are more Airbnb short-term rentals than homes for sale, we about to see a reckoning, especially in Austin. Like, let's be real. If you have, there's nothing in Austin. Only people who like Austin who are people who come from smaller places who ain't been nowhere. And then it gets old fast and then they go back somewhere else. That's generally what happens with Austin. It's like, oh, it's like a whatever. And it's like they come and it's like, no, they go somewhere else.
This is not normal, right? Usually with these such scenarios, you just have a few people doing Airbnbs and everyone is happy, everyone's making money. But when people start noticing that their neighbors doing Airbnb and they're making like 2 times more money than a short-term rental for a very minimal amount of work, they start doing it as well. And this is why Airbnb is just so popular among cities. And a lot of people just don't want to stay in a hotel. They want to stay in like a suburban home when they go to the city, or a townhouse, or a very unique stay. And that's where Airbnb comes in. But then, like I said, everyone started doing it. And the pandemic really just exacerbated the whole situation, because the pandemic brought about 0% interest rates. And guess what happened? 0% interest rates made everyone buy Airbnb properties. Word got around. People bought crypto. People bought stocks. People bought Airbnb properties like it was no tomorrow. People over leveraged. In fact, if you didn't over leverage during the pandemic, people thought you were crazy.
I do remember seeing a bunch of, it was mostly people on Instagram, which, well, I don't know if they were on Instagram, but you know those reels, maybe they were coming from TikTok, I don't know. But you had a lot of people saying stuff like that, saying, oh, interest rates are nothing, you need to go and buy a bunch of stuff. And I was just like, oh. And I guess that's what they did. I guess what they're finding out is that even if the interest rate is low, you still got to pay the mortgage, you still got to pay insurance, you still got to pay all those things. There's still maintenance costs. There's still operational costs. I brought that up last time. You still got to operate the thing. There's still costs. And I guess now they're not making enough money to cover those costs. So yeah, I wonder what they're going to do. Even if the bank forecloses on them, that's on, like, they still got to pay that back, don't they? Like that it doesn't just go away as far as I understand.
You're buying a home? Why not buy 3? You're not buying 3? You must be insane. 0% interest rates. Who wouldn't take that? So that's what's going on. And now with interest rates being super high, you have vacations slowly dying down because unemployment's super high. Consumerism is actually weakening. If you look at Walmart, Best Buy.
Yeah, that is true. Consumerism is weakening. More people are keeping their money because let's face it, the price of everything is going up. So discretionary income, well, not income, I'm sorry, this discretionary spending, well, I was going to say it must go down, but it should go down. I think a lot of people are having their credit rescinded as well, or not rescinded, but like taken down or whatever. So I don't think a lot of people have as much access to credit as they used to have. And I learned after I used to look at certain people, it's like, oh, how can they afford to do certain things? Well, it turns out they were using credit. And I was like, oh, okay. So it turns out that a lot of people are using credit to subsidize their lifestyle. Like they can't afford the life they're living, essentially. And I don't know what's going to happen. It's kind of sucks because I am that generation that seems like we can't really get a break. Like, I'm a millennial, if that's not obvious by now. So not only did when I was a kid that more and more freedoms get taken is after the Patriot Act was enacted. This was shortly after 9/11. But yeah, now that I think about it, I remember things were so much different before 9/11. I'm wondering if is there anyone here who's old enough to remember traveling before 9/11? You remember when you used to be able to go into the airport, even if you didn't have a ticket, and you can go and look at the planes? You can like be with your family until they left. You remember that? You remember when you could just walk in and there wasn't put your hands up like you're a fucking criminal while they body scan you? I don't do the body scan, but I know, but most people do. Like, you remember that? You remember when you could buy an airplane ticket and there wasn't like an additional $50 in security related fees? I call them security theater fees. They're for the performance. They're there to make you feel good. That's what you're paying for when you go to the airport now, to make you feel safe. It's so different.
By Kohl's earnings, they all say the same thing. Consumerism is going down. People are more cautious about their money. Unemployment's going up. People losing their jobs. Unemployment's 3.9, up from 3.3 just a few months ago. So when you have people with less money, will they really go to Vegas for vacation? Probably not. So this is what's happening.
Whoa. Wait. Okay, all right. All right, I saw this room. I didn't see the price at first. I was like, I just saw the room. The price, all right, I don't know. Sure, whatever. But like, seriously, somebody would pay to stay here? Would any of you pay to stay here in this place in Las Vegas? I would just stay at home. Like, why the hell? Like, if I had to leave my house just to stay here, I'd rather stay at home. Same with here. Like, why would I leave my house to stay here with an AC right above my head? Like, why would I would just stay at home. There's no need for me to fly on a plane so that I can stay here. Like, I'm just being honest.
When you have people with less money, will they really go to Vegas for vacation? Probably not. So this is what's happening here. And now you already have a lot of Airbnbs. They're already cutting prices to have more competition and more edge on the market because there's so many units. And the units that can't compete eventually go for sale, which nobody wants them, and then they get foreclosed. Foreclosures are on an all-time high in the U.S. in the past few years, and it's not a great news at all. San Francisco is also experiencing a massive Airbnb crisis, and now you also have specific cities where there's trillions of dollars of real estate, like
trillions
San Francisco and
of
the rest
dollars.
of the Bay Area.
Trillions of dollars. I'm not going to go into detail about this. Maybe in the future, in the far future, people really are interested in this, and there's enough people. It's not just a few people, but the way real estate investment works is you generally earn or you expect a return off of the value of your real estate. So let's say, for instance, you were to buy a piece of property for $65 million. You're not buying that piece of property for $65 million if you don't expect that it's going to earn revenue. That's the first one. But hopefully earn revenue above and beyond what's necessary to operate it. Likely you're going to be looking for some type of cash kickoff. I don't know what other people are expecting, but maybe you want, I'm gonna just say, let's say you're trying to get 10% cash kickoff. This is just cash free and clear. You paid everything. Let's call it pure profit. If you're getting 10% cash kickoff on a $65 million bill, that's $6.5 million that you're earning in pure profit. So the value of real estate is incredibly important because banks make loans based against that. A lot of the services that we get to enjoy, at the end of the day, they all fall to real estate. Like it captures all residual value. Because at the end of the day, we have to do the things that we do somewhere, and that somewhere, someplace is on the plot of land that we do it, aka real estate. So it's always going to capture any and all residual economic value. Trillions of dollars, right? Taxes, all that, like that's all involved in that trillions of dollars. If the value of that trillions of dollars goes down by trillions of dollars, because you got to keep in mind things are leveraged. Nothing is just bought free and clear. Everything is, well, not everything. 99% of everything is leveraged. Meaning if something happens, the effects of it is going to have an outsized effect because that's how leverage works, right? If you went and bought a $65 million building, but you only paid 20% of that, which would be about let's say you paid $13 million. Well, you paid $13 million to earn $6.5 million. Obviously. So it's like a lot of this, we need these values to be high. The cities want those values to be high. You as a person, depending on who you are, will probably want those values to be high. Obviously, if you're a renter, you don't want those values to be high. You want them to be low as possible. But if you are the other side, you want them to be high as possible. But also you got to keep in mind that in the middle, there's jobs, right? So like there's jobs, there's services. Yeah, all the things that you would expect in a modern civilization like America.
There's a lot of Airbnb units, but nobody wants them, right? Now we have some cities in the U.S. that have a mass decline in tourism. Like places like San Jose, Oakland, and especially San Francisco, tourism is down like 30 to 40%. So kiss the Airbnb properties 30%. Goodbye. Airbnb in San Francisco is so bad. People used to say they used to rent out like 27 nights out of 30 nights. Now they're renting like, 2 to 3 nights.
That is hard. Oh gosh. Sorry. Let me put myself back in. I don't remember taking myself out of this. No, I don't want to use Stage Manager. Okay.
Every 30 nights. It just shows you that nobody's coming to some of these cities. And it's not just limited to the Bay Area. Several other cities and vacation hubs in the United States, big and small, are experiencing less traffic, which is causing Airbnb hosts to really panic.
Oh, wait, yeah. He said something. He said these hosts are used to having 27 to 29 nights booked. In San Francisco's not cheap for this work. So let's say that they're making $200. What's up, Kyle? How you doing? Let's say they're making $200 a night. I'm going to say that's probably on the low end. If they're getting, on average, let's say 28, we'll go in the middle. On average, they're earning $5,600 a month. So they went from, on average, earning $5,600 a month. Let's say best case, they're making $1,000. Oof. See the difference? That's a big difference, isn't it? What is that, 5.6x? It's a big difference.
And then you also have this situation. New York just outright banned Airbnb. Well, not entirely. Let me tell you what's going on, because some cities are also adopting this. So New York is saying that you can operate an Airbnb, but you have to live in the unit. You could only operate Airbnb if you live in the unit and if the total amount of guests does not exceed 2 people. So basically, it just knocked off like 80% of the Airbnb supply. And a lot of those Airbnbs are becoming rentals. But then when you have a sudden inflow of rentals like this, rents go down, right? Or at least rents stall. And then a lot of those guys are like, okay, this is not profitable anymore. Let's sell these units. And they're trying to sell these units in New York City, but nobody wants them. But there's so much supply in New York City that New York City condos and mini prices are actually dropping like rocks. So you have.
I think this is what I was saying earlier. I think what they're doing is the right move, which is, allow Airbnb. I don't see anything wrong with that. Airbnb, I think, is a useful thing in its original form, not what it's morphed into, which is you live in your place and maybe you have a spare room or a spare bed or something like that, and somebody, it's a cheaper way to stay somewhere, right? Like you get to be with locals or whatever. Like that's what Airbnb was when it first came out. It seems like New York's law is just getting it back to what it was, which is, hey, you can't continue to go out and buy our very, very, very limited housing and just turn it into short-term rentals and then, price out everyone who actually needs a house. And this is likely going to have the knock-on effect of whoever has these Airbnbs who are doing that, they're going to start losing money. They're likely going to get foreclosed on. It's probably going to ruin them financially. I'm not even going to lie. It's probably going to screw them up. And someone's going to have to somebody's going to have to write off some debt, like real talk. It's probably going to be the bank, because let's say the bank lent the individual in New York. I don't know what houses cost in New York. I'm going to assume they're expensive. Let's say the bank lent the whoever the developer $800,000. So they had $1 million project. Bank lends $800,000 for these things. Well, if they had to foreclose on that, well, that means that value that they loaned against isn't there. Like there's a lot of risk here, and it could destroy it. Well, I don't know if it'll destroy it. Maybe it'll destroy Airbnb in its current form, but maybe it doesn't need to be what it is in its current form. Maybe that.
Have this situation, New York basically just took out Airbnb, and now you have several other cities, especially left-leaning cities, that are thinking about doing this. Like Seattle's thinking about doing this. You have places like Toronto, Vancouver over in Canada is thinking about doing this. And as more cities do this, right, or put some limitations on Airbnb, short-term rentals are just no longer popular. And already Airbnbs are going for closure and going for sale, and now you have cities doing this. It's just a double whammy.
Oh, so they're already going
Airbnb
into foreclosure.
get even worse. If you look at some of the
I want to read this. So unverified. I wouldn't buy another one. No. And very much considering selling the 2 we have that are our vacation properties that we also Airbnb. I think this could be a little bit different if they already had these vacation properties and they just turned them into Airbnbs. What it seems like is a lot of people bought places with the idea or with the intent to put it on Airbnb. Not that they could afford it or that they would use it. It was, hey, like, let's get this and put it on Airbnb because we can make money. This is what I mean. Like, people are about to get screwed. They're not booking great, and we had to lower prices. There's such an oversupply. Obviously, it's like, did you not look on the website when you decided to drop 300 to 400 to 500K on like per property? Or did you not look at these things? Anyways, dealing with guests is a massive headache. Don't worry, it goes both ways. In a way, it used to not be, and there are way easier ways to make money if you have it already. So I was on board until this last sentence, which is like right here. There are easier ways to make money if you have it already. So my question is, if you already had money, why the hell did you not use the easier method? That's what I would like. I mean, that's what you think I'm gonna go and do the hardest possible thing to increase my, like, why the hell would I do that? And then they say like, what, like stocks? Seriously? Okay. I mean, yeah, you should have a well-balanced portfolio, but like, come on, no, you're not making money on stocks. That's not how, I mean, unless you're day trading, but as someone who used to do that, yeah, you may make money, but most people don't. Like, let's just be real. Most people aren't making money every day. A lot of people, what they'll do is they'll buy a stock and then the prices will go up and they'll think that price is what they have. In reality, no, that's not the same. what your net worth is what your bank account says. Everything else is fake, in my opinion. It's like, so what if you have a bunch of stocks that claim to be worth 300, which can easily go to zero? Obviously, it could go to 1,000 too, but it can go both ways. And I like to look at the both ways. Obviously, I was raised in a different culture, so I value having cash and like actual money, like things that I can, I actually value that. Of course, I still do the other crap too, like stocks and bonds and shit.
Host on Reddit, they're saying that they wouldn't buy another property, and they're very much considering selling the two that they have. Bookings aren't great anymore.
So this is what I've always been interested in, long-term rentals. I remember somebody was talking about they were doing Airbnbs, and I was like, I don't have any interest in Airbnbs. And they were like, oh, I'm making all this money. I was like, okay. I've never really been one to that's a lie. I used to be one that cared a lot about money fast right now. But as I got older, I realized it doesn't matter. So I was like, yeah, you get fast money, but I'd rather have this asset last me for 20 to 30 years. Right? If I'm renting it out and people living there, like hell, if a family wanted to live there to raise their kids for life, to me, that would be ideal. Right? It's not what Airbnb is, which is like, oh, I just want to make the most money possible. It's like, no, I want to own the most amount of houses possible. And maybe that's the difference, right? I'm trying to make my money on volume, not on trying to charge people as much as possible. To me, that's kind of gross. As someone who didn't grow up that well off, to see people like taking advantage of others like that, especially financially. So yeah, maybe that's why I've never really been into like short-term rentals, and I'm more interested in the longer-term stuff, is because I think that I would be more useful to my community by providing access to a home. Just real talk. But different, I don't know, just different mindsets, I guess. I do know that some people, they put just the number, how much they have as the ultimate priority and all that thing. I guess if you're doing that, then yeah, you want to do the short term rental, because I think you would make more money that way in the short term.
Have to low prices. There's just oversupply everywhere, and dealing with guests is a massive headache, and it's no longer worth it anymore. Airbnbs used to be a lucrative market. In fact, if you own an Airbnb or two, you were making dough every single day. It was super easy to rent things out. And like anything that's super lucrative, after a couple years, when everyone is starting to do it, well, you just have too much competition. And even in very popular places like Vegas, you already have some of the biggest price cuts. 118 down to 100, 177 down to 131, 109 down to 85. A lot of these prices are dropping.
That is a big dip. 101 to 85. That's a 16% drop. Firefox crashed on you. Like, are you using Firefox on YouTube by any chance? Let me put this on right quick. Let me put you up right quick. So you're saying how much? Wait, how come I can't read this? Why can't I read this? Give me a second. I got to figure out what the hell's going on with my stuff. Maybe I'll put a background color. Give me a second while I like do some stuff. There we go. There we go. Now we can see it. Let me put you back up. Now, or at least now I can see it. Maybe y'all can't, but I can definitely see it. And maybe I want to put this higher right there. Yeah, we'll put it up higher. All right, so I was saying how much has the hotel lobby for this as well? For Airbnbs? I mean, I imagine they did, but why shouldn't they? I don't disagree with them lobbying. Like, let's be real. The reason why a lot of these tech companies have been able to win and get into a position that they have is because they take advantage of loopholes and regulations. They get to compete unfairly. That's not lost on me. Uber got to compete unfairly with New York taxi drivers. taxi drivers, like you couldn't start a company unless you were able to get a medallion, and that was millions of dollars. So the barrier to entry is high, right? So that kept the the level of service high, and that also meant that the prices were a little bit higher. Now, if you get rid of all of that kind of stuff, then and regular people could do it. Obviously, they can charge a cheaper price because they're driving their own car. They're not having to do the same. They're not having to go through the same hoops and hurdles that a company has. They're not. They don't have the same liability. There's so many things that you as just an Uber driver, you are competing unfairly with a person who I guess who owns a taxi service company. It is what it is. So yeah, I agree. Yeah, the hotel industry could have lobbied for it, but to be fair, Airbnb hosts compete unfairly. They don't have to do the same things that a regular hotel has, right? Like that's not lost on me. So yeah, like I don't disagree that they may have done it, but I can kind of see why they would. Oh yeah, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that as you disagree. I'm just saying, yeah, I'm just just putting that out.
Rapidly, and it's actually scary to see this for some of the Airbnb guys. If you're an Airbnb host, comment below. Are you experiencing less rentals? Because many of these cities and a lot of people I talk to and look at on social media and different forums are all saying that Airbnb is just a more tougher market now. And many of the units who at first, before the pandemic, like a few years ago, started Airbnbs, are now selling their properties because they simply just can't make any money. So thanks for watching, guys.
Says he's a hotel guy. Yeah, I know. I am too. I'm a hotel guy myself. I appreciate what Airbnb what it does. I do like having it as an option, right? So like, I don't want y'all taking this as, oh, I want Airbnb to go away. That's not the truth. I think that there's a place, and for me, like I like the fact that people can do that, but I think it should be their homes. They need to live in the house. It shouldn't be this, oh, it's just I bought 8 houses and 7 of them are Airbnbs and I only live in one. Nah, I don't like that, because each house can hold a family or 2. It's that simple, right? That's why I'm against these short-term rentals like this. Anyway, that's this video. Let's go on to the next video. Oh, let's talk about this right here. So this is more of my culture type stuff. This is this guy, Dr. Umar Johnson. I don't know why people call him doctor. I don't know if his PhD is real, but maybe he does have a real PhD. I don't respect the PhD, but all that aside, he's making an incredibly valid point, and I'm going to react to a reaction of what he said. So we're going levels deep here. All right, let's see. I think for vacation spots, Airbnb is the spot versus cities as temp housing where hotels exist. Yeah, see that's what I think, right? I think Airbnb does have a purpose. I'm not sure when you joined in, but I did say that Airbnbs, at least in most cities that that they exist in now, the like most Airbnbs exist in, most of those cities had hotels. Like they had motels and beds and breakfast. They had places for this type of thing already. So it's not like Airbnb was truly solving a need. What they accomplished was reducing the price that you had to pay to lodge somewhere. And obviously that's because like they're not on the hook for the real estate. It's the host, and the host already has the place. It's not like they had to go out and buy another one. But I think where things started to take a shift is when you have people saying that, oh, I can make money on this thing, and then they go and buy a whole house just for Airbnb. I think that's where we started getting in trouble, where we're taking out debt so that we could put it on this platform. That's very different than I have these houses, which I don't agree with. But let's say you have some houses and you're like, an Airbnb came out and they were unproductive during that entire time, and now all of a sudden, because of Airbnb, they're productive. They're doing something. That's a little bit different. Right. So yeah, anyway, let's switch gears. We're going to go over to Anton Daniels and see what he has to say. And let's see if we can get through this in under an hour. I've only done 16 minutes of content. I've only done 16 minutes of content, and somehow I've turned that into an hour and 50. Maybe that means that I'm born for this. Maybe I am a true content creator. Like, you could take a 1-minute video and turn it into 60. That's a skill, right? That's a skill.
Is that the overwhelming majority of how it is that he moves.
Oh, before I finish, let me go ahead and do a thumbs up. So this is what I'm going to do moving forward when I do these types of things. Make sure I give the person a thumbs up, and I'll also share the video here. You don't have to look at it, but it's mostly for me so that if I do show notes, it's easier. And the reason why I'm not using YT Slackbot is because of another reason. I learned last night I had to do more work, and I don't feel like doing it, so I'm not going to do it right now.
I disagree with. But I'm objective enough to actually evaluate every single conversation that he has and then take it not necessarily based off of the messenger, but the message, right? I'm going to be reading that super.
He just said something that I think most people are incapable of doing. He just said that he's going to listen to the message and not the messenger. To be honest, I'm doing the same thing too. Like, I disagree with both of these guys on a lot of things. One of them I respect more than the other one. The other one, not so much. The guy who's doing the talking, I have a little bit more, a lot more respect for him than Umar. And I agree with some of the things that he says. Some of the things, not a lot. Whereas Umar Johnson, I don't know. But on this particular point, even though, like, you know, in my mind, one of them is a clown on the left, and the small dude. One, in my mind, he's kind of clownish. What he's saying is 100% spot on.
Chat shortly. Shout out to Co-Train. I appreciate you. And so the message that he had on a platform, and let me share it with you guys. Let's just go ahead and get straight into it. And the platform that he appeared on was an interview platform called The Art of Dialogue. The Art of Dialogue has had several different interviews, I believe, that I've checked out by different people. I think that they were even the ones that brought the Keith Murray interview that went viral where he was acting crazy and all of that. So shout out to The Art of Dialogue.
All right, let's get through this.
About what Johnson had to say.
Like Fat Joe.
Y'all.
Like Fat Joe. I like Fat Joe. One of the things I respected about Fat Joe.
All right, before I do understand that not everybody knows who that is. Fat Joe is a rapper from New York. Let me show you a picture of him. I don't know if that'll help, but here's Fat Joe. He's not fat anymore. He used to be. But he's not fat anymore. So his name is a little, you know, this is what he looks like now. So he's not really fat anymore. But he's a pretty prolific rapper. I think he has some beef with 50 Cent at one point. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, he has some stuff with 50 Cent, and then his career kind of went another way. But yeah, that's who this person is.
It was when he reaffirmed that Latinos are Africans. He openly said that Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, and Cubans were African, and they need to start acting like it. No.
Wait. Used to be Fat Joe.
Ancestors came from the continent, just like ours did. Now, some people could argue he only said that in order to, you know, keep his validity in the hip-hop community. But I believe he was sincere. I believe Fat Joe was sincere. I'm a fan of Fat Joe. You know, I like him. You know, my biggest issue with all the rappers would be, when are y'all going to do more for the community? Because, see, my issue is this. Right now, we're celebrating the 50th anniversary of hip-hop. That's the big theme right now all over the country, all over the world. 50th anniversary of hip-hop.
Has hip-hop been around for 50 years?
Yeah.
What is it, 2000? Yeah, that's about right. It's 2023, 70s. And to contrary
about 20
belief,
years before I was born. Almost 20 years. Hip-hop, the cult, like, I don't know. Sometimes because people outside of it don't really get this, but hip-hop is the culture, right? So, like, yeah. This is why it could be confusing, because a lot of people, they think of rap. And yes, rap is hip hop because it comes from the culture. So it's hip hop, the culture, and then, you know, the music of that is right. Anyway, let's keep going.
People think that hip hop was started by black people. Hip hop was started by a lot of different people that were doing a lot of different things, including the B-boys, the dancers, the DJs, the rappers, the taggers.
All right, so I want to talk a little bit about this. DJs, you know, the people doing the music, they were the beat makers originally. The MCs, the people at the parties who had the mic, who would make sure that the crowd was engaged. MC, that's the now modern day rapper. That's, you know, So the taggers, these were the people who would do all of the spray painting and the graffiti and all that kind of stuff. The b-boys, the ones who doing the dance and all of that together is hip hop, right? All that together is hip hop. There's the dress wear, there's the urban style hip hop.
All of the different people that was participating, and it wasn't just black people, it wasn't just black culture. It was a lot of different people that participated in it based off of what they were trying to communicate and also starting a new thing that was trendy and hot and people didn't know what it was at that particular time. So stop trying to gatekeep something that's actually bad for you. And when I say bad for you, culture is whatever it is that it evolves into that you celebrate and you embrace at that particular time. So if you turn something that used to be unidentified or you didn't know what it was, and then it ultimately turns into something that is bad, then that means that culturally it's bad for you because you're celebrating the worst of it. And let me also be clear, because I see some people in the chat saying, yep, you're right. Some people saying, no, it's black culture. Okay, so let's have that conversation before we deep dive into it. Let's just say it's black culture, right? But it's also the worst thing for you. Is it something that you still want to gatekeep? Is it something that you still want to champion and keep it for yourself? Is it something that's actually good for you? Because let me tell you something. Even demons and the devil himself is the prince of the air and was a musician.
So when I didn't know people like, I didn't know that people thought hip hop was just black. I mean, it's predominantly that. I understand that, but it's definitely not that, because it came from a few different areas. Most notably New York. I do have to give them credit, even though I hate a lot about New York. Let's be real. A lot of that started from there, right? Like you had Harlem, you had the music, the jazz scene from New Orleans, Chicago. Like all those people ended up in Harlem doing stuff. So like it was a lot of people. It wasn't just he's right. He's absolutely right. And how else could it be, right? Like if you even look at some of the clothing that they're wearing, the things that are glorified in hip hop that are known to be like hip hop, like some of the Adidas stuff, like Adidas or Adidas, however you want to pronounce that, that's very much a German brand. So is Puma. I think that was his brother. Like that was kind of big, and especially for the dancers, the Puma stuff. Like a lot of the clothing, that's very much that's not even from America. So culture, in my opinion, is never just a group of people. I mean, sure, it can be a group of people, but generally it's groups of people over time. But that's just my hot take. Maybe. I'm happy to be wrong, to be honest. I don't really give a shit.
And so if the very thing that you champion the most, that all of the messages that are the worst for you, that's training your daughters to do a certain thing, that's training your sons to move a certain way that you can't even get away from, as we've just seen from Hassan Campbell, if it's the worst thing for you, why do you want to gatekeep it and keep it to be yours? I'm just curious. If it's the worst thing for you, why do you want to gatekeep it and make sure that it's yours? Is yours no? Okay, cool. Let's hear what Dr. Umar Johnson got to say.
We only got 60 days left in 2023. Do you mean to tell me we're going to let this year-long celebration go by and nobody's going to have a serious conversation about whether hip-hop has actually been a benefit or not to the black community? I haven't seen...
Like, real talk, he don't have to answer. In my opinion, hip-hop has not been a positive for us at all. Wait. Oh, yo, what's up? What's up, Elizabeth? How you doing? Yeah, gatekeeping is a way to kill culture and not letting things grow. Yeah, absolutely. But apparently everybody, it seems like everyone, I don't understand it, right? Like, I don't understand why people, especially Anton, the guy on the left, he has a point where he's like, why are you even want to gatekeep something that's not helping you in life? Like, that doesn't make sense. It makes no sense. And he, like, Dr. Umar, he's gonna say the very valid point. I'm gonna let him cook.
A conversation, a YouTube, a town hall meeting, a BET
hey,
special.
Elizabeth.
I don't see anybody talking about.
Wait, hold on. I'm assuming you're the Elizabeth I know. Yeah, you must be the. Are you that Elizabeth? I'm assuming it's you. I don't know if it is.
He's absolutely
the
right.
ramifications, the negative impact that hip hop has had on the black community. Now, the first thing the hip hop artist is going to say, I'm only rapping what I live. But
And I hate to say it
Yeah.
because again, a lot of what I
Yeah.
see Umar Johnson say, I disagree.
It seems like men, yeah, agreed. When I've heard that excuse too. When they're like, "Oh, I rap about what I lived," and I'm gonna be honest, a lot of rappers have not lived the life that they say they live, and it's disrespectful to people who've actually lived a life like that. I'm not saying I'm violent, I'm not that, but like people who actually grow up in that kind of environment, and then they come out and they, you know, they're born in the suburbs, they live in the suburbs, they have both their parents, they, you know, they go to a nice school, they have everything at their disposal. Instead, what they want to do is pretend to be street. It makes no sense to me. It makes no sense because when I was growing up, I would look at the people who weren't that as like, oh, I wish I was them. And it's like now to grow up and realize that they wanted to be like me. What kind of shit is that? That's dumb. That's dumb. Yeah. Also, if you enjoy a culture, is that your gate to keep? Oh, wait. Also, if you enjoy a culture, is that your gate to keep? If you're a contributor, I doubt they would want to gatekeep. Well, that's the thing. A lot of the folks who are saying, oh, this isn't that or this or that, let's be real, they're not producers, they're consumers. They're consumers of the culture. They're not producers of it. In my opinion, their opinion shouldn't even be valid. Like, it's kind of like now, right? Where, you know, everyone technically can have an opinion. I'm someone on the internet, I have an opinion, I'm over here talking about it. But here's the difference. I'm putting it out there, right? And over time, you know, people are going to grow to look and seek my opinion on things. Not because it's necessarily any better, it's because I'm willing to do work to put it out there, to be wrong, to be correct, and all that kind of stuff. But a lot of these people who will gatekeep on certain things, they're not putting stuff out there. They're just talking shit amongst themselves, and they're not really contributing to the conversation and moving it forward. All they're doing is just spinning their wheels in their place, and they're saying, oh, this isn't that. Oh, they can't be a part of this. But it's like, nah, bro, like I don't know. Like I even take it the opposite way. Like, sure, let's pretend that hip hop is 100% black. It is. It's mostly that. I'm not even gonna front. Like it's predominantly black. Fine, but if it's our culture and you really really love it, wouldn't you want to see it proliferate into other people? Like, I don't. When I saw rappers in Africa, I'm not like, oh, that's my culture. You're not African American. You can't rap. It's like, who the like? No, like I love the fact that they got inspiration from us, and they are now doing something and turning it into their own. When I'm not really into Korean pop, whatever that shit is, but like some of the stuff that I see, I'm not looking at it and being like, oh man, like, oh, they can't do this. I don't like it. It's like, no, I actually enjoy the fact that, you know, they took inspiration from us and they've turned into their own thing, right? Like you gotta start there. Like you can't win favor with other people and not put yourself out there and have them and not have them take parts of the things. That's how they build. That's how you build like relationships with each other. That's how you build like things in common, right? That's how you bridge gaps. But apparently we have those in our community who are just dumb. But to be fair, I mean, we already knew this, so let's keep moving.
But he's absolutely right. Whether you agree with it, whether you disagree with it, there has been no conversation on a major platform, especially from those that continue to push all of this into your communities with no repercussions, but they benefiting off of you. There has been zero. And when I say zero, there has been zero. Listen, stop focusing on the messenger and focus on the message. It's not about whether or not you like Dr. Umar Johnson or not. It's whether or not what he's saying is correct.
So it seems like he's hopping on the same thing. So I don't think that this guy on the left likes Dr. Umar Johnson. I've kind of made it known that like, you know, we disagree on something. But you know, he's a human. You know, fine, whatever. He's still a brother, so I gotta. And I'm not just saying he's a black. I mean, like he's still another human. He's a brother, so it's like, all right, sure, he should be able to say what he wants. But there are people who will be like, oh, I don't like him, because I think there are people who don't like him. And they'll just stop at that. They'll be like, oh, I don't like him, therefore I'm not going to listen to him, and he can't be right because I don't like him. It's just like, are you dumb? obviously we have a lot of dumb people in our community, but it's just, it's not, it's a rhetorical question.
In this particular instance, on this particular platform, in this interview, why is nobody, and I mean 0 people, having a conversation or is willing to have a conversation about whether or not it is beneficial or it's had a negative impact overall? Has it been overwhelmingly better for you, or has it been overwhelmingly worse for you? Nobody is having a conversation.
What would y'all say? I don't know. Like, I mean, even if you're not black, it don't matter. Would you say that hip hop has had a positive impact on black people? And if you don't know, on white people, and if you don't know, on Hispanic, Latino, whatever you want to call them, Mexicans, the people from south of us, or Asians, East Asians, South Asian, whoever, I don't know who's here. But like, would you say that hip hop has been a positive, like a net positive? I would argue that no, it has not been a net positive. There's been potential for it to be, obviously, but that's not what happened. And I have a conspiracy theory. I don't think that is entirely just the black community's fault, because let's be real, a lot of the times the music that you hear is the music that a label has picked up. A label has said, we're going to put this out here, and they work with distributors to distribute that music to all of the radio stations and to make CDs and to distribute that out. Now, obviously, we don't do CDs, but you get my drift. So, like, sure, yeah, black culture and all that, but let's be real, like, someone is taking that and putting a spotlight on it and then disseminating that. Of course, we can't have the conversation about who that is because of reasons, but do your research and maybe you'll come to some, maybe you'll quickly understand what I'm getting at.
Regardless of where you stand on the spectrum, 0 people are having the conversation as to whether or not this music and this culture that you love and you embrace and you celebrate the most is good for you. Because listen, I see y'all. Y'all feeling some type of way because it's the thing that you like to listen to. But the thing that you don't want to have a conversation about is the very thing that on Monday, right, we reviewed a teacher that said that 5-year-olds are telling her to shut the fuck up, that they want to listen to Pound Town. 5-year-olds are saying that they telling her to shut up.
All right, wait, hold on. We're going to what? What? We're going to have to look at that. Let's see. All right. So let me put your thing up. So hip hop music has not contributed to the growth of its majority. There's arts in there and other things that could say contributed in ways, but yeah, the core is music. I don't know if the core of hip hop is music. I don't think the core of hip hop is music. I definitely think it's a big part of it. But the reason why I don't think the core of hip hop is music is because hip hop existed before the music was created, if that makes sense. It probably doesn't. Like what we consider like rap and all that kind of stuff, like that was being built during that time. So like I can't say that it's the music. I can, it's the vernacular, it's the the way we talk, the vernacular, which is why a lot of it, yes, I understand what some people say when they're like it's black culture, and there's a bit of truth, but just to say it's 100% us, nah, not really. Because, like, let's be real. When black people say black people, we're not talking about Jamaicans. We're not talking about Africans. We're not talking about the people from South America. We're not talking about anyone else. We're talking about the people who are descended from slaves. However, there's a lot of people who, they get called black because, everyone else, they just look as one. We're a monolith to everyone. So when I hear, oh, like black people, it's like, well, no, like what about all these other folks who aren't necessarily like, the classical definition of black, but like they still are, we're part of the same diaspora, right? Like we're all descendants from Africans. And to hear like, black people saying, oh yeah, it's just us. It's like, nah, but like, are you trying to say that like the people from Jamaica didn't have any impact? The people from the islands, like the Virgin Islands, the Bahamas, they didn't have anything to do with this? You seriously? Like, really? You really trying to say that people from West Africa didn't have any impact because they were moving to over here? Like, if you listen to our rhythm, like that's definitely, like, I don't know if you've been to Africa, but like the rhythm is definitely African, bro. Like, Yeah, but I do want to see this where they're talking about kids saying something. Let's see, 5-year-old kid do what? 5-year-old kid. Wait, what did he say? I forgot what he said.
Her to shut the fuck up.
Okay, all right. So yeah, so 5-year-old kid tells teacher to shut the F up. Let's see if we can find that. Boy tells. I assume this is new. It must be something new. But no, and then they said Pound Town, so that must not be it. So Pound Town. Huh. Well, wait, help! I'm calling out parents. Is this it?
I'm calling out all the parents. If you're a parent and your child is in pre-K to elementary school to high school, I'm calling you out. The children today, I have never experienced, and I'm 22. Having to teach and work with you guys as children has been the most traumatic experience of my life.
When she say you guys as children, who you think she talking about? I bet you she talking about all these single mothers who's out here talking about, I don't need no man. I bet you that's who it is. They raising demons. I guarantee you it's probably black single mothers, they children. I'm being that as I can recognize the truth. Like most of the men, the black men who are doing crimes, they come from fatherless homes. It is what it is. Like I don't think this is unknown by now. This is well known.
I teach 5-year-olds ballet.
You said he talked about it on Monday. Oh, okay. Well, I think this is the video. I think we found the video.
5-year-old girls ballet. I have a class of 10 students. They don't respect any authority. You ask them, can you stand in your designated spot? They're telling you no and shut up. They're throwing things at each other. They're throwing things at other people, other classmates. You say, can everybody sit in their spot? I don't want to. I'm not doing that. You don't get to tell me what to do. You're not my mom. You confront the parents.
The key word, you're not my mom. Obviously, because your mama ain't teaching your dumb ass. That's why you here, because your mama dumb. Like, can we be honest? Can we be real? Can we just admit that a lot of these kids are here because their moms are idiots? Or I don't know, is that just saying, or is that too much? I don't think it is, right? Like, obviously, this woman isn't your mom because she's a fucking teacher with a job, not on like government assistance. Obviously, she's not your mom. She's better than your mom, and she's Anyway, let's keep going.
The parent tries to argue with you and fuss at you because you tried to reprimand and redirect their kid. I told a young little girl, please sit in your spot. You're not my mom. You don't tell me what to do. Okay. When her mom came to pick her up, I said, hey, your daughter's having a hard time following instructions. And 7 times today I've had to redirect her to just sit in her spot. Well, clearly she didn't want to sit. And mind you, this is a mom. Clearly she didn't want to fucking sit right there. So, I mean, if she's telling you she don't want to do something, why keep asking her to do it? You know she's not going to do it. What world do we live in? Like, what?
Hey, we live in a world where a child can say what they are, and we have to accept it. That's the world we live in. That's where we're at. So, I know it's not funny, but yeah, that's all I can do is laugh. I'll come back to this because this is outside of what I had planned. It's also on TikTok and it's doing some weird shit. So I'm gonna close that right now. But maybe I'll go back. Maybe. Actually, maybe I should have shared that. You know what? Let me share that right quick. I'll share that for anyone who's interested in that. Never mind. That's a lie. I won't share it because. Never mind. I won't share it. There's not a link to it. It's interesting. All right, let's keep going.
That they want to listen to Pound Town. 5-year-olds are saying that they telling her to shut up, and she's teaching a ballet class. And then when she goes to talk to the mothers said, we don't give a fuck about what you talking about.
I kind of feel sorry for that girl. She looked really young too. She looks really young. And to, like, I don't know how old she looks like she's in her early 20s, which tells me that she's not that far from high school, which also tells me that she's not that far from college. So not that long ago, she probably when she was in high school, she probably was like, I want to be a teacher. And she went to school, probably took out debt to become a teacher. And now she has a job as a teacher. And let's be real. Teachers are teaching your children because most of y'all are too lazy to do it yourself. I don't know, maybe y'all, well, not y'all, but like some people are just dumb and they can't teach their children. Otherwise, their children will be dumb and stuff. So this woman she is serving her community, and the people she's serving are talking to her like this and letting their children talk to her like that. It's embarrassing. Like, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. She's 22. Yeah, 22. That means that like she's still starry-eyed. That's what you are as a 22-year-old. You're still starry-eyed. You still, and like they're ruining this girl's like purity, essentially. To be put in that kind of environment where, I don't know. I see, this is probably why it's mostly women in schools these days, because I don't know if men would take that, and it would maybe become a little dangerous. Not saying if a girl was saying that, but like especially in high school, like 17-year-old boys, they start to feel themselves a little bit too much. I don't know if you know that. Some of them, not all of them. Some of them start to feel themselves a little bit too much, especially the ones who grew up without a father. And they don't really know what a man is, so they have their own idea of it, what they see on TV. So they start acting out a little bit. I have a feeling that if you had a school of male teachers and you had boys who are acting out like that, violence would ensue. Straight up. Because at a certain point, we're just not going to take shit. At the end of the day, there's a limit to how much we're willing to tolerate. And once you get to that threshold, it goes from being civil to being violence. It is what it is. I think every guy knows this. Every one of us knows that things can really turn sideways if we let it. Which is why I'm saying I don't think that we can have a lot of like men or males as teachers in schools, especially if these kids are talking to people like that. Especially if the parents are then going to disrespect them like that. Like it's one thing to, it's one thing to just have the kids do it, but it's another thing entirely when the parents are also doing that too. That's not a situation. That's not a good situation. It's not a safe situation. I'll say that. And she says ballet, trying to provide structure and culture. See, the thing is that it's ballet. It's not twerking. It's not practicing slutcraft. That's what these girls doing. That's what they doing. I'm gonna show y'all a video. I saw it the other day. Let's see. Kids dancing to Pound Town. Dance teacher upset kids want to listen to. Is this it? Maybe it's not gonna load. Let's try to refresh. Nope. Oh yeah, okay. I don't know if this is I don't know where any of these are. Maybe I should plan these. Why is it only showing me TikTok though? Is this where this stuff is being? Is this where all this kind of crap is? This degeneracy? All right, let's listen to this song. I think. Wait, no. Let's do this.
When you see me, say you gotta say what's up. Hey, wanna be on my roster, but it's not good. Hey, we be living, learning, and we turn it up. Hey, work up to your desk, hold it up. Hey, when I holler.
Okay.
These new kids are
Wait, what the hell? What? Okay, so apparently if you click, it'll do something. I've never really used TikTok. My bad.
How do these kids know the lyrics to this?
Do y'all hear those lyrics? Did y'all hear those lyrics? Pound Town lyrics. I'm gonna get demonetized showing this stuff. I'm not gonna read it. Y'all can read it. This is the lyrics to this song that children are singing and dancing that y'all were just hearing. They talking about that. This is that song. This is it. How, like, and this is why I was getting at, where when you think about it, it's like someone is distributing this. So yes, there is some disgustingness in our culture. It is trash. There's a lot of toxicity in it. I'm not debating that. But there's also other forces at play here too, because this stuff don't just go out. Like, I mean, look at YouTube. You can't even like play music without having things copyrighted. There's only a few major labels and distributors. They're pushing this. Who owns it? I'm not gonna do that research here. I know who owns it, but I want you all to go and figure out who owns these labels and these distributors who are pushing this kind of music into our communities. And I want to be clear here. When I say our, I'm not just talking about my community, even though that's where it is now. You got to keep in mind that at the end of the day, we're all connected. So if you have this kind of shit and degeneracy happening in my culture, you best believe that those idiots who are in my culture, who are just lost, are going to come into your culture, into your communities, and fuck shit up. They've been doing that in California. I don't know if y'all seen that. With all those flash mobs of people robbing each other, they all have something in common. Just saying. It's not that they're poor. That's not the only. It's some other things that they have in common. Obviously, it's not just black people. I don't want to front. It's not just black people. It's 90%. 90% of it is black people, though. And when I say black people, I'm talking about like what y'all would think of black people, which is just all of us. I'm not differentiating. It's just all of us, because I don't think y'all can tell the difference most of the time. Unless y'all can. Can y'all tell the difference between a Nigerian and a Ghanaian, or someone who's Igbo, or Hausa? Can y'all tell? Like, I'm just curious. My gut is no, you can't tell. Like, from my experience, most people who are outside of the continent think we're all the same without realizing that we're the most diverse. Like, Africa's the most diverse continent on Earth. So it's just like, yeah, we all have melanin, but nah, we're not really the same. The culture is different too. When you look at our culture here, like, what we call black, like, the culture is different from the Jamaicans, it's different from the Nigerians, it's different from the Ghanaians, the Congolese, it's different from the Kenyans, the Ethiopians. They're all different. Like, we're all very different. They even have different religions. They speak different languages. They have different like values and belief systems. It's very different, very different. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's go through more of this video. I have only gotten through 6 minutes of this video. This is only the third video. Wow, we're at 2 minutes, 2 hours, and
the teacher then became an extension of a parent, and that they can't parent the children because the parents are literally influenced by what is our cultural norms, because it spills into everything, not just the music that you listen to. It's infecting your children. So when we had that conversation on Monday, y'all was all in agreement, and y'all was saying, oh yeah, she right, it's bad out here. But now when Dr. Umar Johnson, even though I disagree with the majority of what he says outside of this, when he's having a conversation about the culture itself and whether or not it's actually been overwhelmingly beneficial or bad, and he just brings up the question, now y'all want to personally attack him. Which one is it? Is it bad when the teacher is talking about the 5-year-olds want to talk about Pound Town? Or is it good when Dr. Umar Johnson then bring up the conversation and say, how come nobody throughout the entire year is having a conversation about whether or not it's been beneficial or worse for us? Which one is it?
I mean, it's a valid point. And I do agree. A lot of people, they get tied up on their feelings, and they just, I don't know, like, I just call them dumb. I'm one of those. I stopped, like, I know it's not politically correct, but I don't care anymore. Like, I just don't give a fuck. If you're dumb, you're stupid. I don't care. I'll call you that. And it's a fact at that point. So we have a lot of idiots. So they're just going to shut down. They're going to see him. They're like, I don't like him. I don't agree. And then it's like, he can be tell you that your house is on fire. You could be burning up in it, and you'll just be like, I don't like him, so I'm not going to believe it. That's the kind of people that we dealing with. So it sounds like that's what his audience is right now. Like, lowest common denominator. Average IQ in America is, between 85 and 100. They may lean a little bit, closer to that 85. They're in the dual figure IQ range. People over here talking about trying to get to 6 figures. Maybe they should try to get to a 3-figure IQ. How about that? Let's start there. No, before we get to 6, let's get our IQ to at least 3 figures, and then we can start thinking about how we can go from making our little 4 figures to 5 to 6. Baby steps. Let's learn how to add a number before we say, I'm trying to get 6 figures. Because a lot of us, that's it. It's just like, I want this and that, and you can't even fucking spell. It's a shame.
Which one is it? Look at Henry Ross. Dr. Umar is a fraud. He can't even put a sentence together without repeating the same joke. What are you talking about? What does that have to do with the conversation? See, y'all so easily distracted. It makes me so uncomfortable.
I can see the frustration.
Can't even sit here and you want to throw ad hominem attacks, and that's not even warranted in this conversation. I've criticized Dr. Umar Johnson just as much as anybody else, but I can separate the vessel from the actual message that's being conveyed over to me in order to be able to have this conversation in truth. Which one is it?
You don't live it no more. The minute you start making money, you moved out the neighborhood. So why you still rapping about drugs and death when you don't live around that no more?
It's a good question.
That means you're a hypocrite. If you're telling me you're rapping,
what? It's a good question. Cause I've heard that. Oh, I rap about what I live, but you don't live like that. And like this is something like like obviously rap has been around for a long time. I was a kid when it came out. To hear rappers talking about stuff, and I'm like, well, like they're not living that. Like you can see it. It's like all right. I'm gonna try to stop saying like. When I was growing up in Sunnyside, or Pasadena, or Acres Home, I think those are the main 3. When I was growing up in these places, or Third Ward, I guess, or whatever, I didn't see people rolling around in Bentleys, and Ferraris, and Porsches, and BMWs, Mercedes. I didn't see any of that. However, when you look at these rappers who are talking about, I rap about my life, or like, what I live or whatever. Well, they're bragging about all of these nice things that they have all at the same time, talking about all this hood shit. It's like, well, which one is it? Because you don't have that shit in the hood. Like, real talk. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I did take my G-Wagon to the hood. I did do that. I did take the G63 to the hood. I took the GT3 to the hood. All of my cars I took to the hood. But you best believe I wasn't leaving it there. I wasn't going there to be like, it wasn't that. Like, when I brought my car to my neighborhood, I'm willing to put money. I'm willing to bet $100,000 that was the first time ever in the history of that neighborhood that a Porsche rolled tires on that ground. Like, real talk. So when I see these people saying, I just rap about what I live, it's like, no, you don't. No, you don't. Stop lying. That's bullshit. No, you don't. Because you're not living like that. All your bills are paid. You're not hungry. Like, you're not out here struggling to pay your light bill. Like, you're not warming up water to take a bath. Like, you're not doing that. When you turn on your water comes out as hot. And you over here talking about, I rap about what I live. It's like, no, what you're doing is glorifying all this violent shit. And you're putting it out there in the community that you don't live in. And you're like, it's my art. Well, it's just like, you're just putting this stuff out, and it's obviously you don't care because you don't live there. It's no longer your community. But I've heard that a lot where these artists will be like, this and that. Bullshit.
What you live, you don't live it no more.
He's right.
And if you're so dedicated to telling the ghetto tale, why did you move out the neighborhood? Why do you send your kids to private schools?
Why do you move out?
So you live in a white neighborhood.
I know why I moved out.
You send your kids to white private schools. You moved out the black ghetto the minute you had enough money to do so, but yet you're telling me the reason you're still rapping about death, drugs, jail, and homicide is because that's the life you live. You don't live it no more.
He's one. I don't think that I've ever reviewed a video.
I'm curious, did any of y'all disagree with what he just said? I mean, obviously, for those, I don't even know who's here. Like, do y'all agree with that? Like, do y'all not see the point? He's making a valid point. It's a strong one. He's making a very, 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 very strong point right now.
I agreed 100% with everything that Dr. Umar Johnson is saying, but he's 100% correct. He's 100, 200, 300% correct with what he's saying right now. He is 100% correct with what he's saying and conveying right now. Maybe he didn't get his school open when he said that he was going to get it open. Maybe you don't like the necessarily way in which he communicated with people as far as, listen, that ain't what we talking about right now. He's 100% correct. It is hypocritical for you to continue to capitalize off of something that you are not living when you use the excuse for why you were rapping about it in the first place in order to get rich as a result of it. You sent your kids out to private school, but you still advocating for them to do perk 30s. Where's the lie? Where is it off? Oh, it's just entertainment until your kids is doing perk 30s. Joe Mama, it's just entertainment until your kids decide to be the ones that's on the perk 30.
And they probably gonna be on it because we got songs glorifying it.
Life.
Here, I'm gonna here. I don't know. I don't even know how you spell it, but maybe Google will figure it out. Don't fucking give me a fucking hotline. We're trying to figure out what this is. Wikipedia. God damn it. I hate Google these days. Yeah, that's right. This is what they're talking about right here, or what he's talking about right here. And I think 30 is the dose. So yeah, this is what he's getting at. Just wanted to make that clear because I don't know if everyone else has like nicknames for drugs or like, different names for drugs. It's a thing. You got lean, which is something else. It's like codeine. Like, yeah, that's what I mean. I want to show that because I'm pretty sure y'all like, what the perk? What the hell is perk? That is perk.
That they think that they believe that their favorite rapper is doing because they so influenced by it. Is it still just entertainment or no?
So for me, I'm looking at hip hop and I'm saying to myself, it is the most influential music genre in the world. 50 years, a multi-billion-dollar industry. And in 50 years, the hip hop community hasn't built a single relevant institution for the black community anywhere. Think about that for a minute. Think about that. Look, Dr. King began his career with the Montgomery bus boycott in 1955. Dr. King was assassinated in 1968. That means Dr. King had 13 years. Look at what he did in 13 years. Let's go to the Black Panther Party. The Black Panther Party was founded in 1966. The revolutionary phase of the Black Panther Party was pretty much over with by 1971. That's 5 or 6 years. And look what the Panthers did in 5 or 6 years. Marcus Garvey, the Honorable Marcus Garvey, showed up in New York in 1916. He's deported in 1927. 11 years. Hip hop has been around for 50 years. Not a single hospital, not a single school, not a single bank, not a single supermarket, not a single distribution company. How can we call hip hop a blessing to the black community with that type of money being made off of our culture and the community doesn't benefit from it at all?
Is he lying? Is he wrong? Because, people, again, I don't agree with this thing. There's a lot of stuff I don't know. A lot of people don't like him. I don't think the guy on the left, Anton, likes him. I don't know him personally, so I can't say I don't like him, but he's, it's not for me. I'm going to just say that. I didn't hear no lie. What lie did he tell? I can't think of any positive institution that's resulted from hip hop at all. The only thing that I have seen is hip hop, people who come out of hip hop who really are successful, mostly rappers, obviously. They partner with existing brands outside of our culture. And most of those brands are bad for us. And when I say brands, it's because it's stuff like alcohol or cigarettes or all of the types of stuff that results in having a fucked up culture. I didn't hear a lie. I don't know. have to do a look at the artists in sports that say they give back and validate that statement of the person. Well, see, the thing is that like, I guess what he's saying is that if we look at, because hip hop is the culture, and I think that's really important to distinguish here, because I think a lot of people who are outside of it, who kind of like who see it from afar, they look at it as music. But hip hop is a culture, which means that it's a community, a group of people. Like with any culture, culture tends to build institutions. Look at almost any other, like cultural group in America. They've built institutions for themselves to help themselves. That don't happen. He's gonna kind of touch on maybe on like giving back, because wait, how many say they give back and those who actually do? Well, I think so. He's gonna get into that. I think about. I think he gets into that. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see. I may be lying to you.
I need to sit on that for a second. I don't know. I need to
come to the community.
Let me finish hearing what he got to say, and then we're going to mine it out at the end.
So you come to the community and give out a few turkeys. You come to the community and give out a few pair of sneakers. You come to the community and you throw a couple parties. And in exchange for some damn turkeys and chickens and some sneakers, you push death and destruction on our children for a living. And we're supposed to be okay with that because you dropped off some clothes and some turkeys. It's not.
He's right.
So he did. Yeah, this is the video So yeah. A lot of times, and I've seen this too, and I'm not even gonna lie, like I've actually, I won't get into that. But I will say, that's true. You do get a lot of them. They'll give like stuff like that. It's always shoes, sneakers. We got to get sneakers for the kids. And it's like, that's like the big one. But I think we love shoes for some reason. A lot of us have a lot of shoes. Even me, I'm not even going to lie. I don't even like shoes, and I have a lot. By the way, if any of y'all are size 13 and you want some like, what are these? What do you call those ultra? I have like 20 pair of shoes up in the closet. I don't even wear them. I don't even know what they look like anymore. I just don't want them. So, maybe I'll do a giveaway. So if you wear a size 13, maybe you can get a free pair of shoes on me in the future. Obviously, I'm going to have to tie it to a goal. Like, I got to get my subs up to 10K. Then I'll do a giveaway.
I hate to say it. I hate to say it. I hate to admit it. I hate to join Team Umar on this conversation, but he's 100% right. How is it any different than your favorite drug dealer and your dope dealer in any of your communities and that's throughout history, and they poisoned the entire community and they got rich off of it, and then they came back and they gave turkeys as a result of it? How is it any different? He's 100% right. I don't even hate to say it, because I'm going to agree when somebody actually is right, and then I'm going to disagree when I take a different position, and I don't think that somebody else is right. He is 100% right. It's a fact. Everything he's saying is on point. I don't disagree with one thing that he said.
Not acceptable. Until hip-hop begins to be a blessing for the black community, hip-hop is an agent of white supremacy.
Yeah, that turkey stuff irritates me, bro. I'm sorry, man.
A turkey? A turkey? We don't need no more damn turkeys. And then the rapper will say, well, we didn't invent violence. You're right. You didn't invent violence. There was gang banging before hip-hop. Okay? There was drug dealing before hip-hop. There was black on black crime before hip-hop. But let me tell you where hip-hop is guilty. Hip-hop glamorized it. Hip-hop glorified it.
It does.
Hip-hop, how do you say you...
it promotes it.
You make it bigger than what it is. Hip-hop put a spotlight
amplifies
on negative aspects of black culture. So no, you didn't create it, but music is a very influential art form. Your brain is controlled by what it hears and what it sees. So we all know people who was influenced by gangster rap and decided to join a gang, decided to start drug dealing, started to gang bang. Because you got to remember, hip-hop takes off at the end of the radical period of the Black Panther Party, the early 70s. You know why? Because you had all this passion, and young black males needed to take this passion and put it into something. Huey P. Newton just got out of jail. Bobby Seale just got out of jail. Black Liberation Army, some of them are going to jail. So you got all these young black men, but our leaders are being killed. Our activists are being killed. Our revolutionaries are being locked up. But you got this passion. We ain't got the guts to go to the streets. We don't want to get involved in the liberation fight, but we want to do something. So let's create some revolutionary black music. And that was part of the motivation for hip hop. The problem was that after a couple years, the white power structure saw how they could use and exploit hip hop to destroy the image of the black male. And that's when they introduced gangster rap into hip hop. And gangster rap has been dominating hip hop ever since the mid 80s. And ain't nobody saying nothing about it. And ain't nobody doing.
He's looking at the wrong thing. He's looking at how the present, he's looking at the skin. He's only looking skin deep. You go a little bit further, it's more than that. It's not just that, it's not that. I mean, I can understand because, like, you know, they present that. But, like, you know, if you look, nah, it's not them. It's someone else. And I would encourage you all to go and just understand who owns Universal, understand, you know, like, who are the people in charge of these deals? Like, who are the lawyers? That's really important. Who are the lawyers? Who are they? What do they all have in common? Like, where are they coming from? Right? Like, I think that's important. But yeah, he has a somewhat point
about it as well. Hip hop was supposed to be musical, revolutionary music, and it was for a period of time. When you had your Public Enemy, your Most Def, when you had your conscious rapper, your KRS-One, your Boogie Down Productions, your Poor Righteous Teachers, your X-Clan, your Queen Latifah, you had it. But once that gangster rap came, and the brothers in the city saw that I could sell
I think that was in the 80s.
Records.
I think gangster rap, I think that was the 80s. And it really, 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 really got big in the 90s. Like, I remember a lot of what I was hearing was that kind of stuff. And I didn't, yeah, it was, yeah. Like, when you think about it, it's just like, how is it possible that this can be distributed and not be called hate speech? Like, when you really think about it, because if any other group of people do it, or if you talk about any other group of people in that way, bad things will happen, yet somehow it's okay when it's this particular type of music and it's talking about this particular type of audience. That's not lost on me. Like, it's definitely not lost on me how that's allowed to proliferate.
With no radio play and talk about sex, drugs, and this and that, they ran right to it. And so the rapper and the athlete became the role model in the 80s, because that's right around the time that professional black men started benefiting from affirmative action and civil rights set-asides and white college scholarships. And what did they do when they came home from college? They moved to the white suburbs. So black professional men abandoned black boys.
Yeah.
So they automatically turned to
left.
the athletes
I
and the gangster rappers.
I can't.
I came in front. I might be part of the problem.
I can't say that I disagree with.
I might be part of the problem because I damn sure left too, and I ain't going back. Fuck it. Fuck them too. I don't care. I don't know. I'm good. They ain't love me when I was there. I don't love them when I'm not there. We keep it 100.
With them. I can't say that I disagree with them.
I mean, I definitely can't say. I mean, some of the people here have been to where I live. They know where I live. It's I'm definitely not living where I'm from. Real talk. And even to this day, and this is going to sound bad, it may be racist, I don't care. If there is too high of a percentage or a concentration of people who look like me, I don't want to live there. I don't want to stay there. I don't want to be in there. And when I say that, I mean that here in America. Obviously, when I'm in Africa, it's, you know, literally everyone's like me, but it's different. The culture is different. Here in America, nah. Unless you're like, you know, working in corporate or like got your own business, you got your own thing, aka you have something to lose, I don't want to be around you.
He did a mic drop on that, on a low though. Seriously. I mean, when he's right, he's right. When he's right, he's right. It's nothing that I can sit here and disagree with as far as what he's saying. There's some tidbits in here where I could probably pick apart, but I'm not going to do that because
always with him, especially
he's
with him.
100% right.
There's always something, but yeah, his take is a lot of it. I
What
agree
else
with
is there to say?
I would say 99% of it.
What else is there to say?
All right, so that's that. So let's see what else we got. We got San Francisco's real estate is collapsing. This right here is this guy, he was talking about this particular house was $15 million 20 years ago. That's what it was purchased for. And it was just sold for $6.3 million a few weeks ago. So let's let that sink in. 20 years ago, this house was worth 3 times what it is now today. And that's before we account for inflation, which is scary. So let's get through this one.
Normal. This is something that's very concerning in the real estate world. Let's say you bought a property back 2 decades ago. You should be expecting bare minimum like a 100 to 200% gain if you bought it in like a decent city. Like go to Hong Kong, Shanghai, go to Sydney, go to Singapore, even New York City. If you bought a property 20 years ago, many people are getting gains even up to like 7 and 8x depending on which city you bought. So what about this mega mansion in San Francisco? There's a X user that came out and said that this mansion is now currently purchased for $6.3 million. It was sold just a few months ago, I guess.
This is in San Francisco. Let's take a moment to appreciate this. This is a 8,000 square foot house mansion, 8 bedrooms in San Francisco, in a nice area on a corner. $6.37 million. I mean, yeah.
To like 7 and 8x depending on which city you bought.
I like this comment right here. San Francisco property tax base going to take a hit on this one. Yeah, that's true if they don't revalue the house or if they don't reset the basis. But if they keep the basis at 15 million, well then your taxes are going to be 3x what they should, or not 3x, but close to 3x what they should be.
This mega mansion in San Francisco. There's a X user that came out and said that this mansion is now currently purchased for $6.3 million. It was sold just a few months ago, I guess like during Halloween. It's a very nice mansion. I mean, look at this. It's big, it's fat, 4 stories in a very good location in San Francisco, surrounded by trees. You got a lush backyard. Obviously, like if I had $6 million, I probably wouldn't buy in San Francisco. Probably buy in other places like Vegas, maybe even Seattle. It's not that bad. And then Miami's pretty cool. I'll definitely go over there, Florida. But some rich guys decide to stay in San Francisco, spend $6.3 million. Whereas initially, this building was sold for $15 whopping million back in 2000.
All right, 2003. Let's see literally 20 years ago. Okay. All right, so 15 million USD in 2003. Inflation. Whatever, we'll figure it out. All right, so 15, we'll just say 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I think that's million. Calculate. So yeah, there we go. So $15 million in 2003 is equivalent to $25 million today. So effectively, a house, it's sold for $6 million today, right? Or maybe we can turn $6 million today into what it is in 2000 and whatever. Let's see if we can revert this. Let's do 2023. We'll go to 2003. And then we'll say 6.375 million. 375 million. Oops. Ooh, okay. So that would be the equivalent of them paying $3.8 million for that property that they bought for 15. Man, that's a 5x deal. Oh my gosh. Oh my man, inflation is tough.
2003. So you're telling me 2 decades ago, this building sold for 15 mil? And what's scary is 2 decades ago, $15 million is worth so much more now. Now with
25,
inflation, this
25 million.
$15 million isn't the same buying power as back in the old days. Now check out the property tax. Property tax is slowly increasing in the most recent.
Ooh, look at that. Damn. Damn. That's just the property. And I hear that, well, I mean, I've heard that Texas, we have the highest property taxes. So as a percentage, at least. So yeah, they're only doing 1.8. Oh no, is that an increase? Oh yeah, that's an increase. Damn. So if you buy that place for $6 million, you're on the hook for $215,000 a year in taxes. And like you don't even have police anymore. You have budget cuts and we wait, what? What are we playing? What are we playing here? Who the hell, like most people don't even make that. Most people in America don't even make $215,000 in a year. And that's before taxes. That's before income taxes. Some people won't see $214,000 or $215,000 in 4 years of work. And this is just a tax. Dang. They doing well in San Francisco, I guess. They doing better than us in Houston, for sure.
Got this property at around $214,000.
Me over here, I'm looking at a house for $200,000. I'm not about to pay $200 a year in tax.
The city is giving this property is $18.4 million, and what a shocker, right? This building was sold for $6 million, so a third of the price of what the city is assessing. The property tax.
Can you sue the city? I'm curious. Let's say that the city is saying, "Hey, your property is worth this amount of money," and then it sells, and it ends up selling for a significant amount less than what the city says it's worth, but you've been paying taxes on what they say it's worth. Do you have the rights to sue the city for like damages or like punitive damage? Like, can you sue the city? I'm curious. Because, like, can you imagine you've been paying for this, and then it turns out that, nah, they've been overvaluing your property, which it almost sounds like theft, like just a legal version of theft, a more roundabout way of it. Is there any recourse for people who've been paying this much? Because this is a lot of money to pay for something that's not even worth that.
Is over $200K a year. And what's even worse about the situation is the city isn't giving people price cuts despite massive decreases in property values. And here's what I'm talking about. Go to San Francisco, many of these buildings no longer are worth the amount, right? If you look at the offices.
Well, okay, so you say that they can come after you, but they can do that already, right? So if you sell and it's more than what it's like what they valued it at, they can come after you, right? But what it sounds like is that it doesn't go both ways, that you can't come after them if it's not accurate. Or are you saying that most people will just say they're right because they're likely getting away with paying less taxes than they could have been, or would have been paying? Which I understand that part too, but like it should go both ways, I think.
A lot of these offices are selling for 50, even 80% off. So this mega mansion valuation that got cut by over 70%, in my opinion, shouldn't be a big surprise, because a lot of these buildings are now pretty much worthless. Offices are pretty worthless, down 50, 70, 80%. Mega mansions are being sold for 66% off, 70% off, better than Black Friday deals anywhere else.
Hey, that's where all the Black Friday shoppers were. They were out there buying these houses for pennies on the dollar. 70%, God. Man, you know what? I don't think we've hit the bottom yet, to be honest. Like there might be more room to go.
The city has announced that they will not be giving out property tax cuts because the city is going broke. The city really needs money. And for the first time in San Francisco history, there's a record high amount of people sending in letters and invoices to the city council asking for a property tax reduction. Even Blackstone is doing it, one of the biggest real estate tycoon hedge funds in the world.
That's a signal right there.
This is very shocking.
And you want to know something crazy? Is that we're not the only people who are having real estate issues. It's much worse in China right now. They are going through it. Here's a fun fact about China. They have more housing units than people. Just let that sink in. You understand their population size. They have about 1.5 billion housing units. Their population is a good bit under that. A good bit under that. So they're dealing with some reckoning as well. And it seems like maybe we're going to be dealing with some reckoning as well here as well.
The collapse of San Francisco. What's even scary is imagine buying a property for this price, but you're paying the property tax. That's 3 times the amount of this price's property. Makes no sense, right? If the property values goes down, real estate and taxes and property tax should all go down with it. But San Francisco, it's came in at a very high elevated level because they need money desperately. And this is causing many of these properties to not be sold or to be sold for dirt cheap prices. And check this out. Bay Hill Ventures is now unveiling plans for a 71-story residential tower.
Really? So they're doing this. So I've heard that Google is now leaving, or not leaving rather. They're counseling some of their projects to build some stuff. I think some other, I forget other companies, but there's some other companies that are now leaving San Francisco office and then moving to other places. Even my company, we're in San Mateo. We're not in San Francisco. So they're building a 71-story residential tower. Who's going to live there? That's the question. Like, who's going to live there? Obviously, it's not the people who live on the streets of the Tenderloin. You know, the people who are sitting on the streets. I don't know if y'all have seen that. There's literally shit on the streets in San Francisco. This is not a lie. There's rampant drug use on the streets. There are crazy people on the streets. You're liable to see a naked person just pissing on the streets. In fact, if it wasn't a chance of me being kicked off of YouTube for showing certain things, I would show you a video that I recorded my last night in San Francisco when I was after a dinner that I had with one of my coworkers and her friends. Like, yeah, it's a disgusting place. And they're over here talking about a 71-story residential tower that looks like that. I imagine that each one of those units is going to start in the $2 to $3 million range. So who's going to be living there exactly? That's the question.
I don't think this is a good idea at all, considering the surrounding buildings have a lot of empty space.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I have a feeling that not a lot of investors will be pouring money into this tower, considering the Salesforce tower is pretty empty. This building right here on the side, 180 on Fremont, already got Meta vacating its headquarters. So you already have a vacant, like almost 500,000 square feet of empty office space.
500,000 square feet of vacancy. 500,000 square feet of vacancy. Do you understand what that means? Like, you understand what that means though, right? 500,000 in just one building.
Are mostly unsold. Look at the other surrounding buildings. Some of them have vacancies up to 50-70%. So try to
Wow. Average vacancy, I don't know for office. I don't really deal in like that type of stuff. Yeah. But vacancy for me, I would be scared if it's above 10%. 9%. Obviously you account for it, but you pay into vacancy, if that makes sense. It probably doesn't, but if you have your revenue, like you apportion a percentage, basically what the average vacancy is, and you apportion that to vacancy, and you put that in another, like a savings account, and that's for your vacancy. But the point being is that 70% vacancy. Is that what you said? Did you say 70% vacant? I gotta listen back. I don't know what he said. I wasn't listening.
The office space, and the condos are mostly unsold. Look at the other surrounding buildings. Some of them have vacancies up to 50-70%.
Yeah, he did say that. He did. Oh, okay. He did say that. It would be different if he were like, like vacancy. In my mind, I was doing the one, right? I was subtracting it from one. So I was thinking it's 30% vacancy, but no, he says 70% vacancy. He says 70. So 70. Wow. 70 is a much different number than what I was thinking. When I initially heard it, I was like, 70, and I'm just thinking, it's 70% occupied. That's what I was thinking, because even 70% occupied is not great, but 70% vacancy, that means you're 30% occupied. And these buildings aren't new, right? Obviously, you know, when you build a building or anything, there is going to be a lease up period. So you will expect vacancy, but you'll account for that. And you should probably project what it's going to take for your lease up to whatever your ideal vacancy rate is. But yeah, like these aren't even new buildings. These are old. So that means that these had tenants that left and there's no one coming to replace them. So the likelihood that vacancy returns to, you know, what it probably should be, which is closer to 10%, the likelihood of that happening in the near term, unlikely. If anything, it's probably going to continue to go, because what happens when you have these office buildings closing is those people who worked in those buildings no longer go to those places. And let's be honest, the only thing that makes a city great is its people. Like, I know you may think that it's some material bullshit, like, oh, their skyline and all this other, like, no. It's the people. And I would argue that it's the people that's going to dictate what the city looks like. So if you go to a city and it's like, it's awesome. Obviously, cities are built over time, but like, I think that a city's architecture, the infrastructure, the things that they got going on is a reflection of the people and the culture in which built that city. So if you go to San Francisco, well, I don't know if any of you have been there, but when you go there, maybe it'll make you think about the culture of that area of the country, which is why I like being where I am. Where, like, at least here, people say hi to you on the street. We like to wave and say hi and ask, how are you doing down here in the South? We still got respect. We still call each other ma'am and sir. We haven't lost our traditional values and our respect yet. Hopefully that doesn't happen. I'm hoping that, that we stay more of what we have. I hope we keep more of what we have versus get rid of what we have, because when I go to San Francisco, I'm never impressed, ever. And I'm always thankful that the city that I live in is not like San Francisco. And I'm not saying that facetiously, because San Francisco, obviously it does have, well, I don't know about now, but it has some very great things about it. It was, from the skyline, at least, it's beautiful until you get up close. But like, skyline's beautiful and there is stuff going on. Like, definitely some of the smartest people that you'll meet are probably there. But, if people are moving, then that makes it easier for other people to move, because people are only there for the other people. Now, you may be saying, oh yeah, they're there for the opportunities, the jobs, but let's be real. Those jobs exist because people are there. That's why. That's how this works. You can't generate economic value without people. And if the people are leaving, the city's going to deteriorate because no one's there. And if no one's there, no one wants to live there. And if no one wants to live there, they're going to move. So it's a loop, right? It feeds into itself. And I wonder when they're going to get to I wonder if they're going to get to a position where they can't escape that loop, right? Where you basically, like, there's nothing that you could do. Like, you're going to have to just live it out. I've never seen this. Well, I'm not old enough, but I've never seen anything quite like this, unless you want to count Detroit. But I don't know if that's the same. Because what happened to Detroit was, that was big industry hollowing out middle class and shipping those jobs overseas over the course of decades. Whereas what's happening in Silicon Valley, I don't think it's quite that, but I don't know. We'll keep going through this video, see what we can learn.
So try to make a residential tower. Yes, you're going to be getting some tenants, but not a lot of tenants. Many of the highest paying San Francisco workers no longer work here, or they got laid off because there's massive tech layoffs. And then simply put it, this just isn't really that profitable. Now, what do I know, right? Maybe the location is so good that everyone's going to rent there. But just to give you guys an example, not far from the X headquarters, or I guess Twitter, if you still want to use the original name, the NEMA Tower. This is another luxury skyscraper, and they do rentals just like
one thing I regret,
right now,
which is unrelated to anything related to this video, is that I never took up the offer to go get lunch at Twitter. I used to hear stories about how good the food at Twitter was. Like the lunch. I don't know if y'all know this in the tech world, at least back in the day, I'm pretty sure that's going away. But in the tech world, food was free. It was comped. You know, they have cafeterias and all that. You just eat there. And yeah, I always had opportunities to go to Twitter and like eat there. And people are always saying, man, you need to go hit up Twitter and eat eat there. I never did it. Now I'm like, man, maybe I should have, because I don't think that opportunity is coming back. So I definitely should have did it. I've had food at a few places. I've had food at GitHub, at Pins. There's where you do those pins. What do you call that thing? Pinterest. Yeah, Pinterest. Did I say Google? Yeah, Google. If I haven't said that. Gosh, what was that? What were they called? It was Abstract. I forget the name of the company. It wasn't as big as it is. Well, I don't know if it is as big now, but it wasn't that big back then. But they also had free food, and that was kind of cool. The best that I had was, I don't know. Google. It depends. Google could be good. Google was decent. My issue is that a lot of the food is stuff that I like. The one that was the fanciest. I'll go with that. The one that was the fanciest was Pinterest. They had a microgreens. Like they grow them there, and you go snip your little microgreens, put it on your little salad. They had like all of the highest end drinks. Obviously, it's just nice. They all get this free food. You said best. So yours best was Google and Dropbox. I never had Dropbox. I don't think I knew anybody at Dropbox. Is Dropbox even in San Francisco? I thought it was south of San Mateo, like going towards Red City or Redwood City or something like that. Is Dropbox in San Francisco? And which Google campus did you go to? Did you go to the main Google campus in Mountain View, or did you go to one of the offices in San Francisco, or did you go to one of the other satellite offices? I've had. Oh, I forgot. I also had Microsoft. I forgot to say that, obviously, but that should go without saying. But I've also had Google food in 4 different countries. So as well as Microsoft, I've had Microsoft food in 3 different countries. So I've had Google in 4 countries, Microsoft in 3 countries, and never got a chance to go to Twitter, unfortunately. Yeah, I missed that. I missed the bandwagon. Oh well, it's too late. It's fine.
The valuation back in 2018 was $579 million. Now the bank is valuing this at a little under $300 million, specifically around $270 million. So
I've never been to Google MIC, and I didn't even know there was one in DC, but I guess it makes sense that there is one in DC. I guess, yeah, because of Virginia. A lot of the data centers are there. The government's there, obviously. Okay. You said Facebook had good options in their, is this Pennsylvania office, campus? I didn't even know they had an office in Pennsylvania. Is it in what's that city? Is it in Pittsburgh near Carnegie Mellon or CMU? If so, that would make sense because CMU, but yeah, I'm just curious. I don't know much about the East Coast, and I'm sure you're well aware of that. The East Coast is, yeah. I mean, I learned more about the East Coast in that one day that you were here talking about places. I was like, oh, okay. I look at it, I see it on a map, but it's always, I'm skipping over to other countries, like going to like somewhere else.
In just a span of 5 years, you got a 50% price reduction
50%.
for one of the best skyscrapers in San Francisco in terms of rentals. And this is freaking everyone out. Because
oh, PA. Okay. Palo. Oh, okay. Using the lingo. All right. Okay. I've never been to that one either. I've never been to Facebook at all. Yeah. So there was once upon a time, I did consider working at Facebook. It was when I was in college. I did because back then they had a weird application process, and you can like do it on their site or whatever, but it wasn't like, it was the non-standard one. It wasn't you type in your name. It's like you did some stuff and it would get you in some kind of way. I also had that happen with Google a few times where I'm like just doing my job. Like, oh, you want to work at Google? And it like changes my whole like screen, and it's just like, do this bullshit ass interview while you're trying to get something else done. So like they're like, oh, you could do it at any point. I'm like, man, I'm not about to do that shit. I'm trying to work there. But it's interesting. Yeah, I never went to Facebook. Actually, no, that's a lot. I have met people who worked at Facebook. That's obviously. I've even worked with people who came from Facebook, but I never went there. And I've always, like after graduation, I never really wanted to work there. And it wasn't because I didn't get the job. It's just that like I don't use the site, so didn't really work there. But every so often, I do get messages from them saying, "Hey, what are you doing?" I'm like, "Nah, I'm good. Stay here." But maybe I don't know if the food's amazing. Maybe I would go there. But they want me to move there, which is I can't do it. I can't leave Houston.
This building that was recently built a few years ago.
Correction. I won't leave Houston to go to San Francisco. Straight up. Or Palo Alto or anywhere in California.
It is also residential rentals. They're freaking out because they're like, you're telling me my building is worth half price? This building's worth half price. That building's worth half price. This is probably worth half price. That's pretty bad, considering real estate is supposed to be one of the most safest and most conservative investments out there. And it's kind of hard to lose money in real estate. But San Francisco really screwed the poacher. San Francisco, they did not see that office workers will be pretty furious that the city just crumbled when they were gone. A lot of office workers during the pandemic left San Francisco to work remote. And then when they came back, they saw the city just fully deteriorate. You see.
All right, to be fair, like if you are someone who leaves your city and then you come back and it's in a worse condition that you left it, what do you expect? You left. You like cities don't just maintain themselves. People need to be there to maintain it. So it's like if you're not there contributing to the economy and you're not there acting within your community, why do you expect it to not be worse when you come back? I don't understand the logic with these people. Like real talk. Like I just don't understand it. It makes zero sense. It's like, okay, I'm going to leave my city and when I come back, oh, I'm surprised it's worse. Why would it get better? If everyone else left who are capable of making it better, like, guess what? It's not going to improve because you need people to make it improve. That's how these work.
Massive police budget reductions. You see crimes. Now, people don't even punish crimes in the city, in my opinion. And a lot of storekeepers are just super angry about this, right? And even after the APEC summit, the cleaning just stopped. And the streets became the same old dirty streets. A lot of business owners are not happy. Ask any business owner. They tell the same thing. Business is lacking. There's less foot traffic. And it's hard to make money, especially if you own a restaurant. And check this out.
Sorry, I forgot to share this. I need to put this in the chat. It's for me mostly, but you know, obviously, if you want to go and check out this video we're watching, you know, go for it. But yeah, I'm gonna try to do show notes. We'll see how that goes.
It's not just specifically in San Francisco.
Sunnyvale.
Sunnyvale. This is kind of like
Sunnyvale. I actually know what Sunnyvale is. I know that.
Sunnyvale is a neighborhood that's very close to the Apple headquarters, and you already have the owners of a Sunnyvale office complex defaulting on a $63.5 million loan. This is a massive loan being foreclosed, and everyone is pretty shocked because people thought that, you know, the Silicon Valley area, you know, like Cupertino, Mountain View, Sunnyvale, this is where like Google and Apple and Oracle are headquartered. So it's actually pretty shocking to see this building just defaulting because they can't find tenants. That's a $63.5 million loan. I wouldn't really be surprised if it was in San Francisco, but it's also in better parts of the Bay Area. Not looking so hot. And then you got this. Another San Francisco office trades for 50%.
Dang, that's a lot. Like, that is a lot. That this many, 50%? And then we have foreclosure. See, the interesting thing about real estate is that it's hard to value real estate. So oftentimes what we do is we compare other assets that are similar. Like, I mean, obviously all buildings are unique. Let's understand that. We get that. But there are certain attributes that they can share. Like they can share the area that they're in, the neighborhood. They can share the same square footage. They could share the same number of floors. There's a lot of things that they can share. The way that these buildings are valued are not only based on the rents, but based off the other, buildings in the area. And obviously that should make sense because the value of the building is based on the rent. And if one building, if the rent's low, then they're going to get all the people. And if there's too much demand and not enough supply, people are going to be willing to spend more, which is going to inflate the value of that building. If we get to a point where like the value of the building is 50%, what that means is that the rental revenue is also collapsed. Likely more than 50%. Likely more than 50%. Because generally you're going to pay a premium over the actual value, like over the value of that revenue. You're going to pay a little bit of a premium. So yeah, this is not great. And even though this is in San Francisco, another city, another state, like I've been kind of alluding to this entire stream, that will affect everyone, not just them. It's going to affect me here. It's going to affect you wherever you are. Why? Well, because a lot of these buildings are bought with investor money, and investors don't all just live there. Like, these are people who live all across the United States, including in other countries, you know, not just Americans, who will put their money into these funds, and then these funds will then go and purchase an asset, and this is how they're growing money. But like, this is a loss. This is going to be an L. At the end of the day, someone's always going to be left holding the bag. Nothing's free. I'm very glad my grandpa hammered that into me, to where I understand that innately. Like, some people, they're like, oh, is SaaS free? No. Nothing is free, including the things that you think are free. So if you went to Google, which, you know, even if you had access to internet, that's not free. It has a cost. You may not pay the cost. You may not pay the price directly, at least, but it's not free. And that's where we're getting at right here. Like, the fact that these buildings are losing value, that's going to come at a cost. And yeah, we're going to have to pay it. And the history of our country shows that we, AKA like most of us, the majority, if you're watching me, likely you are a taxpayer. We are going to pay for it because the banks get bailed out. Always. That's how it works. Socialism for them, not that for us.
% discount. And these are the stores that are very scary, considering these are high-end office apartments. It's 2 on Spear Street. Let me show you guys where it is. This is a very prominent office district. This is not a bad office district by any means. It's next to Schwab. It's next to the UPS.
All right, so before he finishes, I want to point this out. So this is for you, Kyle. This is the Google office I went to for when I was eating. So the one it's not far from what's that? From GitHub. It's not that far from GitHub.
Yes, store, which is nice. And actually some of the most expensive, luxurious, condos and apartments. You're next to the Salesforce Tower, the Fremont Tower, and of course, can't forget the Leaning Millennium Tower as well. It's right next to the water. It's right next to the coast. If you want a good office, this is like AAA rating. You can't.
All right, let me see if I can find. No, I'm not gonna be able to find it.
Get any better than this. And you're telling me an office as nice as this, selling for 50% off? It's literally right next to Stewart Lane, the new condo that opened up that's selling for like $4 to $5 million a pop. And you're telling me this building is selling for 50% off? What about the guys who bought the condo right next to it? Maybe these units aren't even worth the listed price. And that's what's freaking everyone out. And I could make a whole video about this situation because a lot of owners and a lot of people who thought...
If you don't understand why people are freaked out, you should think about it. A lot of people poured a significant amount of their net worth, their savings, into the place that they live. And if you bought a place for $4.5 million and then the next year values plummet, you're SOL. You can't just leave. I mean, you can, but you're still going to be on the hook for the difference of what the new value is versus what your loan is. So that's why a lot of people care about this kind of stuff. And that's also one of the reasons why real estate prices rarely go down. Because at the end of the day, if you own a house, it's in your best interest if the value of your house remains high. And I have a feeling, and I'm not going to get into this here because I don't, maybe in the future I will, but some of the reason why housing is so expensive in California is because of this fact that if you were to start building high density housing, it would cause the value of real estate to go down because now there's more supply. Just something to keep in mind. So there's like there's conflicts of interest here, I guess.
What about buying this or have already bought? They're either backing out or they're pretty much scared that the valuation of their building practically got destroyed. So let's see what happens. Thanks for watching, guys.
And remember, they're saying it got destroyed because the building next to it went down. Remember, the value of a building is always based relatively on everything else around it. Sure, this building right here is nothing like this other building. They're unique. We've agreed on that, but they have a lot of things in common. Number one, they look like they have around the same number of floors. Number two, they're in the same neighborhood. Obviously, they're literally right next to each other. So like, yeah. All right. I think this is it for this video. Let's go ahead and close this. See what else we got. Can we get through anything else? Oh shit, there's a lot. Oh my gosh. Let's see here. So let's go through this one right here. This is a new creator I found. He's actually a music creator, a producer, and he's reacting to some content from Joe Budden. If you don't know who Joe Budden is, he is a former rapper from back in the day. That's basically what I can say. He now has a podcast called the Joe Budden Podcast, and he just talks about hip hop crap. I don't actually watch it, but he does talk about things that I like because he, like a lot of folks who've gone into the industry, understand what it's about, and they now understand that ownership is important. And if you talk to me for long enough and you get to know me, you'll understand that I too believe that ownership is very important. Let's just say that in the past, I have a little bit of experience in that industry. So like this idea of ownership is very important to me. Even here on YouTube, it's my goal eventually to be able to know who my audience is. I'd rather have full control over being able to speak to my audience, which means that I'll likely do an email list at some point, because at any point in time, if you base your livelihood or whatever on someone else's platform, aka YouTube, Reddit, or I'm sorry, not Reddit, Twitch, TikTok, whatever, like sure, I can build a thing there, but that's not my thing. It's kind of like me building my real estate empire on top of Airbnb. Now I'm trusting that Airbnb is going to always be around and always be working in my best interest and all that kind of thing. But anyway, I don't want to ramble too much because this is 13 minutes. And as you all have seen, I've been here for over 3 hours and I've only gone through 4 videos or 3. I don't remember, 3 or 4. So yeah, it looks like I'm getting about an hour worth of talking out of 12 minutes. So let's see if we can get through this one a little faster.
It's a monopoly game, and you should be trying to figure out how to exit. They want the results with no work. You gotta spend. Most niggas can't spend to get to the work. People who are truly independent will never tell you.
DIY. DIYers, Joe Budden was recently a guest on the My Expert Opinion show hosted by Math Hoffa. And it was really interesting because this is one of those stories I didn't really have to do a whole lot of digging for. Joe Budden speaks on the record label's blueprint.
You voice through action. You don't voice through voicing.
This is the reason why I say voice through voice. If they're using this frequency to affect certain neighborhoods or certain
going.
why not have a counteractive
because you eventually,
frequency?
I feel like we've had this talk before. You eventually realize that the participants are volunteering to participate. Even if it's by mistake. Some of you niggas that think y'all signed to TuneCore don't know TuneCore is owned by... We was on E1 talking about independent. E1 was Atlantic.
All right, so I know that this may be because I know a lot of people aren't familiar with the music industry. Atlantic is, I want to say that's a label, or is that the distributor? I forget. Let's see. I think it's the label, Atlantic. I can't even spell Atlantic label. Records. Yeah, it's a label. Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's a label. So, like, what they're getting at is how, when you think about the ownership structure, there are a lot of people, a lot of artists, especially if you're on Instagram or TikTok and you're seeing some of the newer artists who are blowing up. A lot of them are making this claim that they're independent. And what Joe is saying is that now you got to look a little bit deeper. Like, it's more than that, because you think you're independent, but in reality, no, you're not, because the things that you're on are actually owned by these bigger companies. You just don't know that. All right. So that's something to keep in mind. And you see here how, like, I've been talking about labels, and then I've also mentioned distributors several times. Labels and distributors, they kind of work hand in hand. Right. So that's how you get music out to the masses, because believe it or not, you got to get music to the radio station so that people can hear it and know whether or not they want to go about the album. There's a whole industry behind it. I'm not going to get into the details of the music industry. There are people like this who know it inside and out, who've been in it, who've been successful. Like I didn't make millions in the music industry. Most people don't, so it's not like I'm rare or anything. Most of us don't make anything in the industry, but we have a group of people here who've made 8 figures in the industry, and they've also built their own institutions. So yeah, they know a little bit more. So you take your learnings from them.
You really start to dig deep into the companies that own the platforms that are independent first. Not all of them, but a lot of them that say they're independent artists first. Generally, you'll find that when you do some dig deep in either their investors, silent or public, will be folks who are still directly related to the record business, the traditional music industry.
If you are not direct to consumer, you're not independent.
Yeah, real talk. That's real talk. I know some artists who started out that way. Ludacris started. I don't know him personally. Ludacris started out that way. Paul Walker Millionaire. They started out that way. A lot of the Houston rappers started out that way. But this was back in the day when you could sell CDs out of your trunk. But most artists, they don't want to continue to do that. Like, to them, success is, I started selling CDs from my trunk and then I got signed to a major label. So that's always presented as a success story, which when you think about it, the marketing behind that, it makes sense, right? Like, obviously a label should market that to you and make you believe that it's best for you to join them, which, there might be a little bit to that. It's best for you to join them, and then they can capitalize on you. And they know the value of that. Obviously, the industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry. However, there are a lot of artists who are contributing to the music who aren't making, not even making thousands of dollars, let alone millions.
Somebody gonna have to tell the truth, and I'm gonna tell it. Does it start to make a little bit sense of now the kind of decision making that I have to have as I'm thinking about if I were purely, really for real independent and not relying upon these platforms that have the record system, the record business ethics attached to it, the record company business ethics, could I stand successfully on those? And of course, I can sell physical product. I do this. I've been doing this for many, many years. I started to notice when I detached from the streaming, it changed my way of doing business. I no longer cared about the vanity metrics, the low-hanging fruit, the playlists where, if you didn't know, 75% of streams are generated from songs that are sitting on playlists.
Did y'all know that? For what it's worth, this is one of my all-time, one of the reasons why I hate Spotify is that they took away the album. I've had this conversation with other people in private, but I listen to albums because I like the artists. I look at artists, as creators. I want to listen to their ideas. Do you know that artists will spend a year, 18 months, 24 months working on an album? And to just have that work, and this is how I look at Spotify, to have that work and say, you know what, we're going to devalue your work, your art, and we're going to say, you know what, we're just going to singlify everything. So we're not going to promote albums. What we're going to do is we're going to promote singles, and instead of albums, we're going to have playlists. And when you think about it, that's a good way to make sure that your artists don't get paid, because you're spreading it out a bunch of people, and they have a amount. They have a stream, like a threshold that you must hit before you get a payout. So there is a little bit of a conflict of interest. If you can spread out all of that attention to hundreds of songs versus allowing someone who finds an artist and they're like, I want to listen to their music, and then that artist gets all of your attention, well, then they may not hit that threshold to earn. So there's a lot of things, and I'm not going to get into Spotify because, again, I'm not in the industry. So I don't I care because I used to be a little, but now I'm outside of it, but it's still important because it's talking about ownership. And that's something that I see being threatened in our country. This idea that we can purchase a thing and then own it. We're even getting to a point where we're talking about that you can purchase something, but then it still has to be able to phone home and somebody else should have control over it. So this idea of ownership is important. And I draw a parallel to more than just music. Sure, this is music, but what about your computer? What about your phone? What about your data? it's it goes a little bit deeper than just music. Obviously, you could be like, oh, they're just talking about music, and you won't see the connections. But it seems like there is a war being fought on our ability to own things. Someone else should own them, apparently.
List. That leaves you about 25% chance that direct traffic is responsible for all that traffic, all them streams that you're getting.
Listen, we all come from impoverished neighborhoods, right? So don't misconstrue what I'm saying.
Right.
Nothing wrong with partnering with anybody or working for anybody. But it is a monopoly game, and you should be trying to figure out how to exit.
If this is indeed a Monopoly board, for those who have played Monopoly, you understand what happens when you start to get a little bit of greedy. You get properties you didn't even think you was going to be able to get. You start putting hotels on them, and you start cashing out. Then the person you playing starts getting extra hotels, and they start spreading them amongst the whole board. And before you know it, you got to sell them hotels because all you got left after going through all them fines is them hotels. It's because you hung around too long. It's because you didn't play the game the way that it was supposed to be played, which, as he's alluding to, should be with short-term safety in mind. A lot of people hang around this, sign more loans, get into further debt. To the point.
He's talking about loans. I think it's important to like explain this for those of you who are unfamiliar with this, how it works. When you hear about these artists who sign to a major label and then they get like this $1 million deal, that deal, and I wish that more of them would understand this and talk about it, but there's reasons why they don't, and I think they'll touch on it. But that deal is a loan. It's an advance. The label is effectively there, and obviously labels, they do perform, they do take on risk, right? So let's say that you're a label, and you make a bet on an artist who you think who will perform well, who will sell well. Well, if you sign that artist, if they're nobody, maybe you give them like $100,000 deal. Okay, so you write them a check for $100,000. That's an advance. What that means is they're writing you at that check against your future earnings. In other words, that's a loan. That's what he's talking about when he's saying they sign more loans. Artists will sign more deals. They'll extend their deals or something like that, and that gives them an additional advance, which they need to then pay back. How do they pay that back? Typically, they pay it back with album sales. They're on the hook to deliver a certain amount of albums to the label. Additionally, they pay that through what do you call this? Touring. That's actually where most artists make their money. It's mostly on touring, but there's overhead to that too, because they also have to, sometimes they're responsible for their own tour budget. So there's a lot of things here that like you got to keep in mind. So that's what he's talking about when he's like, these people are taking loans. What he's talking about is the advance.
Where they're going to be owning the label probably for the rest of their life. And if not that dramatic, 10, 20 years. So you have to get in and get out. And if you're not thinking...
Oh, wait. Before, I want to also say that all of your favorite artists who have signed label deals, or not all of them, but a lot of them, a majority of them, if they signed a label deal and they've only released like an album or two, they're in debt. Keep that in mind. So you can be rich and be in debt. So just keep that in mind.
Like, for instance, a Chamillionaire who became so successful and pivoted at such a perfect time that he is now an angel investor into businesses that are not just music related. He has his own touring bus company, right? Trucking company. If you don't pivot or figure out how to reinvest your money, you end up like one of these goober ass rappers 20, 30 years on podcasts talking about, man, the record industry is a shady business. Nigga, what was you doing? What was you not doing?
And then you see a publishing deal, and then you see this deal, and then you see it. At some point, you get enough information, because that's really what it's about, and you say, oh, shit, I don't like none of this shit. That's why you get the act that you sign the bad deals, and then they pop off the rip. Cardi B popped off rip. You were never getting a second album without them fixing whatever they put there. Hey, yo, but that ain't everybody's story. You want to live another day so you can design your life how you see fit. And if that's being a worker and a slave to the record labels for the rest of your life, then so be it. They want the results with no work.
Which is why the labels don't die.
Yeah, they won't die because nobody wanted to work.
The labels are banking on it. No matter how small the odds are that you will be the jackpot winner. The higher that amount goes up, the more tickets you will sell, and they will never stop selling lottery tickets. Even after all the horror stories of people who don't even last, their money doesn't last, people still sign up for the lottery. You know that there are labels that target people who are in really impoverished neighborhoods, and they want nothing more than to move them, their family, their mama.
That is true. When you, I mean, that should be obvious, right? Like, this is like hip hop, mostly rap stuff. So a lot of them come from not a great place. And he is right. I don't know if this is the case for y'all's, like, I don't know if y'all are like me, but in our culture, we typically want to bring our mom, like we want to buy our mom's house effectively. Like, want to get them out the hood. So yeah, what he's talking about is that a lot of these labels will prey on, and I don't know if prey is the right word, but like maybe it is when you start looking at the contracts. There is a big artist who talked about him. You can go find him. His last name is a Direction. I won't say it, but he goes off on contracts, and he's not the only one. Prince also went off on contracts. Also, Michael Jackson started going off on contracts. It's interesting that when some of these bigger artists start going off about contracts, they end up dying shortly after. Just an observation. I don't know. Yeah. Conspiracies.
Just not even into.
But you should go look that. Like, seriously, it's very coincidental. And I've just named like 3, but like you can find more. It's very coincidental that, you know, when they start talking about stuff like that, all of a sudden they die. Out of weird or curious circumstances.
The lapse of luxury, just somewhere better. They're willing to do a whole lot of things and suffer the consequences later because look how good it looks now. And these labels bank on that because they know that no matter how many times people like me put out videos like this, there's always going to be somebody that's going to be like, well, maybe it won't be me.
Them niggas back there say, yo, dog, we got an hour left. We did a few episodes today. Yeah, you gotta go learn all of this other shit to do this properly. If you wanna really get to the work. If you wanna be a slave and just come here and just keep talking and not pay for nothing, then get what comes to you.
Let me find out. I'll be in here ready to bust a blood vessel in my neck, trying to talk to my peers and my fellow DIYers, or who I think are DIYers, who are just at some point going to just give in, cave, because they don't want to do the work. Independence is not easy. The money that's coming in is not adding up to what's going out, but that is the cost of operating any business. It is so easy, though, for people to just jump off of it and say, what am I stressing about? I can take this loan, man, and everything will look so good. I can buy whatever I want. I can get out of this. I can buy my way out of this situation.
He's right. And I want to make a connection to people who may not be really into this world. It's the equivalent of you start a company and you take investor money. It's not too dissimilar. Where it's like, yeah, like it's better now, and you worry about it later. So it's similar to that. So if you're wondering, like, why would people take that kind of deal? That's why. That's why.
But the fact that people be willing to do this because they don't want to do the work, you niggas is different.
But if you want to do it this way, let's go to B&H. Let's get 1 million of these cards, tripods, stands, wires, cords. Lights. Can I record here? Lights.
He's speaking real shit that unless you've done it, you won't know. So what he's talking about, that stuff is expensive, and you also got to do the work. So, I mean, I have stuff here, obviously. Fortunately, I guess you can call it investment, but it wasn't for this. It's just because I enjoy stuff like this. But like all of this equipment that I have that results in what you're seeing, right? Like, obviously, you may be like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. It's just a screen and a camera. Sure, right? Yeah, you're right. But my screen and camera looks better than a lot of other people's screens and cameras. And obviously, you can see me. So that means I have a camera and I have a lens. And you can see me. It's dark in my house. I'm dark. So I have lights. So you can see me. I have a computer. I have internet. Like there's real capital that you need in order to do some of these things that they're talking about. In this case, they're talking about doing your own content. So in his case, he started a podcast. But they're also kind of saying that as a creator, if you're not willing to do the work, if you're not willing to invest in yourself, then the only option that you're going to have is slavery and to work for someone else. And it is a risk, right? Like it takes a lot of effort. It's not just going by the stuff you got to ass and seat time, like what I'm doing. Here I am. Well, I would like to say working my ass off, but in reality, I'm growing an ass because I'm sitting on it. I should be at the gym, literally working my ass off.
Staff, let's go. It's work. You gotta spend. Most niggas can't spend to get to the work. The people who are truly independent will never tell you. There's niggas out there that's getting it. You'll never know it and you'll never see it.
Rich money is loud, wealthy money is very quiet. And when you treat this as a business, as your music business, it is none of your concern to make sure that the public, the general public, knows how rich you are, because you're not rich, you're wealthy. But there's a part of me that's even seeing I'm going to have to pivot from making as much content as I've made so that I can live deeper into my independence and scale my independence.
By the way, I've just started following him today, literally. I've watched 2 videos of his. One of them was this one, and then another one was another one. Subscribe to this man. Like he does music, but like he is by far the most. He's one of the best creators in the producer space I've seen, other than Andrew Huang. I think that's his name, or yeah, Andrew Huang. He's really, really good. His stuff is really, really, I think you'll like it. It's not just from a music perspective, it's the whole package. He does a story. Maybe I'll go through one, maybe just to show, because I do want to bring more light on people like him. Because creators at the end, there's so much middlemaning in the creator space. So many people getting rich off of creators' work. I like the fact that we are now starting to see a shift where people who create the value are looking to capitalize on their own value that they create versus allowing other people to capitalize on that value and then give them the scraps and say, oh, well, this is what you have to accept. I like that. And I hope that we see more of it.
And a lot of that, it won't be loud, because even if loud don't equal rich, loud definitely is broke. I've seen loud and broke many more times than I've seen loud and rich.
I got my laptop, check, and I got FL Studio 20. Baby, are you ready to cook or not?
Nah.
Flicky, do you love me? Are you riding? Are you hard driving?
Nah.
What's your problem, baby? Come on, let's cook.
You don't deserve me. Rewire told me she saw you. I was able to.
Wait. All right. So only producers will get this. I'm not a producer, but I used to be. Rewire is a sampler for Reason. Here, I'll show it to you. It's like a resampler. Let's show you. Rewire Reason. It's from Propeller Heads. Let's see if it's just discontinued. Okay, well, interesting. Let's see what it was. Then it no longer exists. All right. Well, unfortunately, I can't show it because it no longer exists. Maybe I can show an image of the app back in the day. This right here is Reason. I don't have it installed on my machine. I used to use Reason back in the day, but I just do Ableton these days. So here's Rewire. It allows you to route audio from within Reason into whatever DAW you want. That's what Rewire is. It's effectively a virtual patch bay. So as you can see, well, I don't know. I'm saying as you can see as if people just understand this shit. Maybe I won't go over this because I'm now starting to realize that I forget that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I forget that this is not. If you want to see music software and all that kind of stuff and go over that, I'm happy to walk through it. In fact, when I started my YouTube channel, I started off doing beat making videos, showing how to make music. And then I transitioned into music, like music theory type stuff. Then I transitioned into how to use certain DAWs. Specifically, I was Pro Tools, DigiDesign Pro Tools. But I have significant experience with other DAWs as well, including FL Studio, Reason, which is now, I think, something Reason Studio or something. They renamed it. It's a whole DAW these days. And I also know a little bit about Luna because I have it. Luna is Universal Audio's DAW that interacts or interfaces with their Apollo systems. It's quite nice. But yeah, I'm sorry. I forget that the music space is, like any other space, is incredibly technical, right? Just like photography. So just showing you all something, as you can see, obviously you can't unless you know it. So apologies. I'm sorry. We'll continue on with the video.
Last night acting like a hoe.
Hold up. I can explain that. Baby, it's...
Oh, well, before I do want to explain the inside joke. So he's talking to an application that's called FL Studio, Fruity Loops Studio. It's what a lot of a lot of producers use. A lot of people start out with it, including me. I started out with FL Studio. So it's a DAW. Ableton Live is another DAW. So is Logic. And what the skit is that like he's cheating on FL Studio with Ableton and Reason. That's the whole skit.
It's just that at times you are complicated.
Complicated? Am I complicated, or is it that you're just trash and you don't understand me? We don't even get fleeky no more. We used to do some nasty things.
We can still do that fleeky thing if you don't right. But help me understand you better. I don't know where to start. Can you show me where to start?
If you're really about that, go to teachmeflstudio.com and let Curtis King teach you how to treat a doll like me. Boop.
Visit teachmeflstudio.com.
Teach a doll like me. Teach. It's almost like asking for it. All right, so as you can see, this is why I'm like, I think you would like him. Like that skit was just advertised as a little course or whatever. But like, not little. I'm sorry, not to diminish it. I'm sorry. That ad was to talk about his course, but it was really creative. At least I think so. It's kind of funny. It's like, oh, I'm cheating on my anyway. So I think you would like his stuff. He's really funny.
It's so fucked up that after you join the system, you're automatically
being led in a certain direction.
Right.
Their ethics are not built upon you doing better business than them. Matter of fact, they hire the best lawyers in the business to ensure
they do that.
You'll never have a one-up on them. The best music lawyers. So for people to ask for fairness or say, I'm going to go get the best deal that I can or the best, fairest deal, that's not what they're built off of.
The labels, it's not in their interest for you to flourish without them.
Nor do they believe you can.
Then there's that.
They know how much money it costs to break an act. They know it better than us.
It's a lot.
If you can
it's marketing.
defy those odds, then you deserve it.
I think my only question to these gentlemen, if had I been another person in the room, right? What's your number? If you're trying to blow up, you need blow up money. Blow up is a matter of the best perceptions, the perception of being the best from this region, the perception of having the best of these beats. It's all perception. It's not about the best music. So if you want to play that perception game, you're dealing with people who have multi-million-dollar budgets to make it seem like you ain't shit. They can run a smear campaign on you. What you gonna do? You can't play big bank with the big dogs. But when you know your number, what's your number? Most folks will say like, oh, it's 100 million or it's 400, 500 million. Would that number really need to be necessary to change your life? If you were making $100,000 a year, doing what you loved, would that be success to you? Or are you so hypnotized by the idea of being famous that you'll never be happy until you're the most famous that you can be? If you're in the product of creating the best music, the best musical product, and a business around that, you're in the music business. And therefore, your priorities are different.
Artists that I work with, artists that I consult for, they don't know where to spend the money. If they had 100 bands, they would not know where to
Because
spend.
everything's like a shot in the dark. I'd say that.
Not for labels.
You might want to start at a streaming farm. You didn't hear me say that.
How many artists get signed, first of all, that deal with that all the time? They get a huge cash advance and don't know shit to do with it. I've spent over $75,000 in just PayPal Capital. I lost a lot of that.
You know what? I don't think it's just people who get money in the music industry. I think it's also, folks who start a business. If you have a bunch of money, if you've never done that particular business, obviously it's something new. You're learning as you go, which means you're going to make mistakes. So you're necessarily going to spend money on things that may not have the impact that you may have hoped. So I think that's kind of what they're getting at. It's like, sure, you can spend your money on whatever, but oftentimes, especially when you're like a little bit smarter got your good head on the shoulders, you're going to start to think about, yes, I could spend my money on anything, but I need to make sure I spend this money in the best way possible to make sure that it gets me to this goal that I'm trying to reach. So that's what he's getting at when they're talking about that.
Money. But I'm grateful to say I went through it. So now, as new money comes in, I can do something better with it because I went through it.
Yeah, that's also good too. I think that's important. And I'm also glad that I went through that too, but I went through it young. So, my relationship with things and buying stuff is very different from what it was when I was in my early to mid 20s, right? Where, let's say for instance, if you get like a check or something for some money and it's like the first thing you're thinking of is let me go spend it. That was me in my 20s. Now me in my 30s, it's like, why would I spend anything? Like, what do I need? And why do I need it? Even if someone tells me I need something, it's like, nah, you got to do a better job convincing me that I need something, because obviously I'm breathing without it. So it's like I'm very literal when it comes to needs, which is why I'm probably the worst person to sell anything to.
It blows my mind the amount of artists that jump in these comments whenever we talking that independent shit, that DIY shit. It blows my mind the amount of artists that pop in here and you still working with Stream Daddy. And they try to tell us how ridiculous it is, the idea to sell your music. But the truth of the matter is, if you know your number, if you know what you're actually trying to go after, so much of this stuff really won't matter. So much of these vanity statistics, the idea of having clout, the necessity to get on, the necessity to be seen, the necessity to look like you're doing something so you can prove it to all the people in your life that said you would never be anything, that won't matter. You'll be concerned with, what if instead of me trying to go after 1 million streams, what if I focus on the 5 people that are willing to buy a CD from me? You know why?
Yeah, bro, man, yes. Again, like, I know a little bit about this because it was an interest of mine. My first passion in life, like the thing that I started off creating was music. So that's why I'm still in touch with this kind of stuff. But like what he's saying is for real, for real.
I say that could be more beneficial. I wonder why he says that. Because if you sold a CD to those 5 people,
typically a CD, you're going to sell them between $10, maybe $15. So if you sold a CD, you may make more from that one CD sell than you make in a month of streaming, unless you're getting hundreds of thousands of streams. Because I think you're getting like fractional cents per stream. Is pathetic, actually. And to make it worse, the bigger artists, aka the Drakes of the world, they get the lion's share. So the way Spotify works is they put all the money in a pool effectively, and the major labels, they're the ones who eat, and then the scraps are passed around to everyone else. The issue is that most of the music that's on Spotify is everyone else. So yeah, just a little insight.
Say for $10 to 5 people, that's 50. The amount of streams that you would need to get is 14,368. To get that, maybe a whole calendar year later, when you're direct to consumer,
I think most people get fewer than 200 streams a month. I want to say over 90% of artists who have their music on Spotify, I think that they get less than 200 streams a month. So you're not hitting this number in a year. And remember earlier in the stream, I was saying that with Spotify, they have a threshold. So unless you meet a certain threshold, you ain't getting nothing. So yeah.
It can pay you, it can go through your PayPal, through your Stripe, and you can get that the same day. You niggas are allergic to money. For those of you that want to make $1 million off of music and you're relying upon streaming because it allows you to not have to do any work, you can just put your music out there, hope it gets on playlists, hope it goes viral, get on TikTok, hope it takes off. For those of you that are trying to make $1 million, 287,356,322 Spotify streams. That is your daddy. Don't talk to a boss like that. Don't talk to somebody who actually wants to go get their money. And this is not even about CDs. This is about, this is about digital albums that you can sell for 10. I just sold a digital album today full of loose singles that used to be on streaming from the homegirl that said, "Where's your music at?" I said, "Oh, I'm on strike right now." She said, "Oh, say less. Where's it at?" I said, "Bandcamp, $10. The fuck? She wants to listen to it on her ride to her destination. Because why not? Streaming ain't my daddy. I'm trying to figure this out, and I'm figuring it out in real time. It's a real vulnerable place to be.
Whoa. He's trying to wait. So I haven't actually watched all of this video. I only watched the first 2 minutes. But he says something, and it resonates with me. And I'm going to show you why it resonates with me. Because if you go to my channel, and we go here, that's literally what the fuck I'm doing. Just figuring out, like, I know where we are now. Like there's things that I'm not liking how they are. I don't have a solution. Like there's so many things and that's going on that I don't know enough. I don't have solutions, but I'm figuring it out. So that's kind of what I'm going to stream this journey, I guess, is me figuring out something. I don't know what I'm doing here, to be honest, here on YouTube, streaming. That's why a lot of these streams, like, it's kind of, I'm just doing whatever. I don't really have a schedule. It's because I just want to be here, right? Just do it. We'll figure out the structure and how in the future. But But yeah, like what you just said kind of resonated because that's what I'm here doing right now, figuring it out.
But I love it when the OGs talk like this because it makes us feel like we're not so damn crazy for trying to do something different. Those are my thoughts, though, DIYers. Let me know what you think.
All right, so yeah, that was that one. That's out of the books. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, we're definitely not getting through all of this. Yeah, this is we're definitely not getting through all of this. All right, so let's do a fun video. We're gonna do the slap fight. So I'm a big fan of slap fight. It's probably my all-time favorite sport right now. This is another one of my. He's becoming one of my favorite commentator creators. So we're gonna go through this, and it's just funny. I don't know, just have a good time, just laughing. It's just funny. Let me go ahead and give him his thumbs up, and I'm gonna share this in the thing. So if y'all really want to go, you can go subscribe to him. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Hold My Nugget Studios once again, because we're back in the Power Slap Street. Somebody informed that man he's about to have convenient parking for the remainder of his life. Put the handicap sign on his license plate.
Stand up for yourself.
I'm trying. You know it's over. Homie turned his back to the referee. How he supposed to know the count? Left hand looking like it's no longer operable. Man's had to give up masturbation by circumstance. That's the first slap of the entire event, and man's already got knocked out. Homie must have thought if he got that Warrior Tribe tattoo on his face like Mike Tyson, victory would be in his favor.
You see when his soul leaves his body. Wait, it's gonna happen.
To know his opponent was sponsored
right there,
by Robin
right
Givens.
there. Soul gone.
Must be in the
soul is gone.
Effects. Got him going down slow. I still struggle to wrap my head around the dynamics of this sport, but if that's not a pitch perfect slap, I don't know what is. Laid that man down like a fatigue.
Hey, he looking. He like, hey, what's going on?
After a long day of work,
and they got every angle. They got every angle.
How Power Slap got every angle possible, so you could see a man's soul leave his body.
Your soul is mine.
What are you waiting for, huh?
Hiya!
I did it. Oh, that shit weak. Homie in the blue in trouble. If you slapped a man, he not only laughs in your face, he flails his tongue and calls you.
Mate, I think I'm gonna have to add my own sound effects though. I found the sound effect. I'm gonna try to get it on time. We'll see. I'm gonna try to get it on time.
Bitch, you getting sent to the afterlife. What I told you. Just another victim. Activate his life insurance policy. Buddy is finished. Mans ain't read a single book from Neil deGrasse Tyson, but he probably knows more about space than the greatest astrophysicist. If this ain't field research, I don't know what is. Got him looking like.
Have y'all heard of Power Slap? It's this sport that came out of Russia. I don't know if a long time ago. I remember seeing stuff talking about it about 5 years ago. And I remember looking at it, and it was always these really, really big Russian guys, these swole guys. I think they were on this synthetic drug called synthol. Have y'all heard of synthol? Yeah, see synthol arms. I remember seeing, this shit right here. Like, it's... Yeah, oh my gosh, they look stupid. Yeah, so synthol is I don't actually know what it is. I just know they use it. You inject it in your muscles and it like balloons them up. It looks disgusting. And like men get it and they always put it in the same places. They always put it on their arms or something to make their arms bigger or their chest. I don't understand why. I really don't get it. But when I first started looking at slap fight, it looked like people like that, like Russians, and not all of them were like that, but they were really big, and some of them had those synthol arms, and it was always kind of funny to see. And now it's turned into an actual sport, and there's 2 different leagues right now. This is the Power Slap one.
Like an extraterrestrial, looking like a child that just unlocked memories.
Look, he don't know where he at. He don't know where he's seeing God right now. He about to walk through them pearly gates
for the first time. But can we talk about this dude for a second? Homie's a menace. Why would you throw your flip-flops into the crowd? He was a demon from the start, slapped the life out of his mouth, and proceeded to taunt him and his entire family. Just look at his face. Whatever championship they have for grabs in this league, just give it to him. Mans is clearly crazy. His opponent didn't even...
Folded him. Dude bounced off of the whatever. I don't know what that thing is.
And hit the floor, and he was already talking shit. Referee was so disturbed he had to postpone his count. I've seen a lot of celebrations in my lifetime. The clitoral vaginal front wipe is not one of them. What the fuck? Then to make matters worse, Blue Shirt headbutted the post on his way into the Shadow Realm too. You can't convince me the referee.
Look at hey, look at his facial expression. He's like, what the hell is this dude over here doing? This is poor sportsmanship, but it's funny. I'm here for it. I don't care.
He discovered TikTok for the first time, like a grandfather at Thanksgiving.
Wait. You see her? The people, look, this dude over here laughing, and the girl over here laughing. She's like, oh my God.
Giving.
You can see it.
What the fuck? Laid him out like an NPC in Grand Theft Auto. Somebody collect the cash from around his body. Use it to go purchase your brand new pair of Raycons.
And now, one faucet in for holidays.
Blow. Disqualification? It appears Mans was hit with an illegal clubbing blow. That being his second time in a row, he'd not only be disqualified, he'd lose the battle and be exiled from the entire competition. But why this dude celebrating like he just got a knockout? Don't get me wrong, I believe a win is a win, but there's certain times in which you should be talking shit. And this ain't one of them. You won on a technicality, sir. Calm your bald ass down.
Nah, I don't really feel like it.
Wait a minute. They let women back in slap fight? It's time to release some estrogen. God damn, reset her.
She threw up a gang sign.
Shorty don't know what's going on.
She threw up a gang sign.
Into Yamcha, and the blondie don't give a damn.
Oh, fucking do it again.
They brought out a chair, but Shorty don't even know how to sit down no more. Body can't even function. She too was a victim of the double doink. Slap to the face, head butt to the stand.
He calling it a double doink.
He didn't even want to catch her. He
a double
doink on American history. Shorty's last moments alive was with her eyes closed, but now she can see her ancestors clearly. Knock the chin off.
Man, look at the dude's face. He's like, he got that foul fish smell on his face. That was a good slap. He saw it. He's like, oh God. He saw it. Yeah, that's a good slap.
Again. I see why they say blondes have more fun. Try to get in their way, you get sent to the Shadow Realm. You know you dangerous when you put fear into redheads. They don't even have a soul. But I need to know the story of Shorty recording. Shorty.
All right, so real talk. I've been saying that we're experiencing the downfall of society. This is probably one of the things, right? I'm not even going to front. Even I'm over here. I'm forward. I'm watching it. But like, when you think about the Roman Empire, what were they doing right at the end? Like right when they were, about to end. Bunch of Colosseums, circus. This is what we got right here, slap fight. I'm here for it though.
Smiled. What have you seen? What have you endured? Might I add, she passed the leg test. Take a look at her lower extremities. Anti-June. Bring her to the nearest hospital. Leave her there till 2027.
Bye-bye.
Why is this pineapple in the face dude puckering his lips? He flexing his face hard as hell. He gonna fart before he go to sleep. What I tell you, I knew it wasn't gonna work out for this man. He tried to stand up with weakness. Now he doing the race like TK. Equilibrium is shot. Homie don't know where he at. Pressing the jump button by accident. Legs on spaghetti. Walking like a disobedient kid who was just given detention. Look at the frustration on his face. Mans is shocked that this was ruled a knockout. Did you forget what just happened seconds earlier? This is not a look of a man who is conscious. Your body moving on autopilot. Mans don't know what's going on.
He walking straight, looking to the left.
MVP is back.
Oh yeah, this right here.
I'm not gonna let you get.
I don't know what it's. Oh, there it is. The Hawaiian. I just call him the Hawaiian. This dude, I think he's undefeated.
The chance.
I don't think I've ever seen him fall. Actually, no, he did. He fell.
It doesn't get any better than the crazy Hawaiian.
Stupid. I'm not gonna let you get the chance.
Foul, foul. Homie thought he was slick. You can't flinch and get your way out of this knockout. Referees got their eye on him. Mans is.
Whoa. Is he ambidextrous? Did he give him a slap with the left hand first?
The slap fight.
Wait.
I'm not gonna.
Built for this sport. It doesn't get any better.
Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. I didn't notice that the first time. He switched hands on this dude. He's like, nah, you're going to get it with the right. I got you with the left, but you're going to get the right. He flinched. That's why he had to come back.
Then the crazy Hawaiian.
So, yeah, you see that? He ducked. You can't do that. With the other league, if you did that, you would just get a penalty, but I think the turn was over. It was still a flip, I think. But I like this rule better where it's like, if you flinch, you're going to get another slap.
Stupid. I'm not going to let you get the chance.
Foul, foul. Homie thought he was slick. You can't flinch and get your way out of this knockout. Referee.
Yeah, you see, he switched to this other hand, so I wonder if he hurt that hand. Or if he's just like, nah, you ain't get knocked out with this left, you gonna get this right.
He's got their eye on him. Mans is flexing his entire face. Send him to the upper room.
Stand up for yourself. Fight me.
Put your simple ass to sleep.
What time is it? What time is it? It's time to whip his ass.
Heavens to Betsy, this dude looked like a Power Rangers villain before meeting his final end. Slap the expression right off that man's face. And he had it coming because the additional officials didn't even have a reaction. I said it before, I'll say it again. The Crazy Hawaiian is the most powerful entity in this entire company. Sat that boy down like Rosa Parks in 1955. Look at the referee cam. Couldn't have seen death this close up even if you was at war. And new homicidal super heavyweight slap fighting champion of the world, the Crazy Hawaiian. This entire sport is nothing more than the Shadow Realm Olympics. Company creating more
The Shadow Realm Olympics.
Even the women getting sent to the morgue.
Do it again.
Get the nearest coroner on the phone. We got 5 bodies headed to your nearest cemetery. And bring a heavyset one, because this motherfucker gonna need 16 pallbearers. Somebody please call the goddamn EMT.
All right, yeah. So these are it's just fun, right? It's just funny. I don't watch slap fight anymore. Not the actual thing. In fact, what I do now is I just wait for him to post videos because it's funny. I like the commentation. It's just funny. As you can see, he puts the sound effects. It's funny, so I'm like, yeah, I like it. All right, I think this might be the last video. I'm already at 4 hours. I don't want to go over 5 hours today, so we're gonna see which one of these we can do. We can either get the TikToker who's facing 15 years in prison. He's from Houston, dumbass. Maybe I'll get 2. Maybe we'll try to get 2. Could talk about the fact that that car dealerships are in debt. I think I kind of mentioned this earlier that, yeah, they're in debt. There's this whole what's happening in Ireland situation. Maybe I'll put this off for tomorrow. Not tomorrow. I'm sorry, tomorrow, Sunday. But for another day, there's the drone delivery. This is Wall Street Millennial, another great group of creators. Actually, you know what? Let's do I kind of want to do a mix of content. I kind of want to do this one right here. This is a guy who I don't know, he popped up on my feed, I don't know, like a week ago. I don't know why, but whatever. Like, yeah, initially when I saw the thing, chow time, I was like, oh, it's food because I eat food. I like food. You know, he talks about other crap. So let's go through it. We'll go through this and then we'll maybe do 1 more or 2 more. I see I have an hour left, so yeah, I'm good. Or maybe I'll go over. I do have a goal to get to 300 stream hours this year. So if I get to 300 stream hours this month, then that means that I might be able to over deliver on my goal. And maybe I can target 365 stream hours for the year. And that way I can brag about it next year and be like, hey, I streamed for an hour every day on average, right? Like, how many people can say that? All right, let's go through this.
Welcome back to Chow Time Pod. It's your host, Red. I got a video today from Please Act Right. You know, Lawrence suggested this video again, and it's a damn good video. You know, mom goes off on, modern women for expecting expensive first dates. I think more moms should be going off because this affects your son. Like, imagine being a parent and your son is just getting shitted on constantly. Wouldn't that upset you? Please subscribe down below. I really appreciate that. Let's get to that.
One thing I think I might want to do in the future is have my mom on here and show her some of the stuff that I've been seeing. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe she watching. I don't know. Mama, if you watching, let me know. But like have her on here and see what she think. I'm pretty sure it'll be funny as hell. I'm very sure my mom will agree because I've heard I get stuff like no mess, like leave them alone. We'll get into it.
Chow. It's chow time.
I want you to ask them, where's the restaurant they daddy take? You asking him about the first restaurant he gonna take you to. What's the last restaurant your daddy took you to? Because you shouldn't be coming to him to be your daddy.
Hey, this is
Damn.
Raul. Please act right. Man, Mama is going in on these women about these expensive dinner dates that they're asking for. I'm gonna let Mama cook in a minute, but first, let's listen to another one of these young ladies talking about how a man should spend large amounts of money on her on a date.
So one of my rules is I don't do coffee or drink dates. In my household, we're going to have higher standards.
Yeah, go ahead and continue your higher standards if you want to. Now listen closely, because clearly men are starting to understand that they should not be...
She said something interesting though. She said in my household, and I'm just curious, like, is she dating people who live with her? Like, why does what you do in your household, why do your standards in your household exist outside of that? Right? Like, as someone who has money, I would never take her anywhere and pay for anything. It's like, nah, like we can go and like, I don't date like that. But like if I did, we can go to a nice restaurant, but you're paying your own shit. I'm not picking you up. You're paying for everything. My money's my money, just like your money's your money. Like maybe I have more than her, but whatever. I don't believe in this. Whoever has more money should pay. I believe in you pay for your own shit. That's what I believe in now. Let's just say I'm old enough to now understand it's my money. I don't have to give it to anyone.
Spending big money on these women, especially when they first start dating them.
We've been talking for a couple days. He started talking about meeting up. So he said, we should get together over some pear and lychee cocktails soon. And I said, that's really sweet, but I prefer dinner. I like to get dressed up.
Okay. All right. I've heard this, like, oh, I have to get dressed up, because I've seen videos on TikTok that people will send me of people complaining about the fact that they had to get dressed up to go on a date. But then it's like, I see this video of someone like the people talking about and complaining on TikTok saying that they had to get dressed up. Now I'm saying that maybe they may like to get dressed up. So it's like, which one is it? Do you have to get dressed up, or do you like getting dressed up?
Then get dressed up, take yourself out on an expensive date, and you pay for it.
And he said, I see.
Oh,
what
I need
type
to
of
share
places
this.
do
I
you
forgot
have
to
in
share
mind?
this. Let me share this before I forget. This is 6E. Do I have 6E? No, we don't. All right, get that. And I'll also drop a like, because I want to make sure I like all of these. I want to
So I
support
sent him a
creators.
list of-
It's really important to me. Like, I don't know if you all know this, but if you've never created a video and you're just watching it, you should, maybe consider, like, try to create a video, just see how much effort it goes into it. And when you understand how much effort goes into making a video, even a video that you may not look at, it's like, oh, is that great? Like, it's worth giving the creator a thumbs up, because at the end of the day, like, they're doing it for free to begin with until they're getting paid. So support the people who you're watching, right? Like, I don't know. I don't think people should have to say that, but I guess it does need to be said. In my opinion, it takes so little effort. Like, I've done it on all the videos. It's so little effort to just come here and click the button. Like, it's not that hard. If you're on a phone, it's even easier. It's a lot different than, actual support, which I don't think anybody in the current generation understands what that means anymore. Like, how to actually support. Nowadays, it's like you change your thumbnail on your Instagram and that's considered support, right? So it's like, a thumbs up is the least, literally the least that you could do for a creator who you like. So I'm going to be giving all these people likes, but I'm going to do it here on the stream as we watch it, because some of these videos I haven't actually watched all the way through.
Places that I've been wanting to try.
She means expensive places that she wants to try, and she wants him to pay for it because she doesn't want to pay for it herself.
Yep.
He says, these places sound really nice, but I wanted to let you know up front that if we were to meet at one of those places, I'm comfortable splitting the check. See if there's a connection first.
And that's how you do it. See, men are starting to learn.
So my thing is, I don't like the coffee or drink date because they're trying to audition you to see
Then what the fuck are you trying to do?
That's the hypocrisy. It's like, what?
Like, women trying to audition men without men auditioning them. Do you not think that we have to qualify?
All right, so as someone who is probably in that class of people who she wants, I've heard those words where it's like, I want a man that's over 6 feet. I'm 6'4". All right, they want a man that's 6 figures. Well, I'm beyond that. They want a man with a six pack. I used to have an 8, but I don't have one. But they say or the other one. I'm a little bit bigger than what they want. So it's just like, I'm literally all the things. And to be honest, I would do the same thing. Why would I take you? Like, no. Like, we could go to a restaurant, but honestly, it's like you're paying for your own food at that point. It's like, here's my offer. You rejected. You want something else? Okay, that's fine. I'm happy to go along, but we're going to go along with the fact that you have changed plans and now you're responsible for paying for all of that other kind of stuff. But yeah, I definitely disagree with what she's saying, where it's like, oh, you're trying to audition me. It's like, well, I do want to make sure that I'm going to put my money where I want. So yes, I would do that, but I wouldn't take a girl out to drinks. I don't drink, and I don't like girls who drink. So I wouldn't take a girl out to drink. I would do a walk in the park, which is what I do on my own. Like, I do that for free. It's free. You know, maybe I'm broke. I've been hearing that they're like, oh, if you don't have this, and this is like, you're broke. I'm like, well, maybe I'm broke. That's why I'll go around calling myself broke now, even though, you know, I might have freaking art worth more than most people's salary, but I'm broke now. I hear girls like this talking like this, and I hear the entitlement, and it's just like, who has the audacity? It's like, what do you do to where you think that you deserve these things, right? Like, are you out here making $300,000 a year? Like, is your net worth 7 figures? If it's not, then like, how are you saying that I deserve these things and that my man must do this and that when you yourself don't do this and that? It doesn't make sense to me. And it's kind of disgusting behavior, really. I would almost call it, I'm gonna call it toxic. It's toxic. Let's use that word. Let's start breaking out all of the new words that we've learned in the past 3 years. So I'm going to say that this is toxic behavior to expect that type of thing. It's just like, no. Like, how many guys, I'm curious, there are some people here in the stream, if you're a guy, I'm curious, do you have a bunch of requirements? Like, are you pretty easygoing? Because, I mean, if someone's like, hey, I want to go do something, I'm like, yeah, let's go do it. I'm not going to be like, oh, it's just like, all right, whatever. Just go do it. Only thing I'm not doing is going to the club. I'm not doing that.
You also, you just think that you automatically are the one to us, but you have to qualify men only. Like, this is so stupid and one-sided.
If you are worth an actual dinner.
The reason she doesn't like the coffee date first is because
I'd take her to Chipotle. That's what she's worth to me. Chipotle. No extra meat. Nah, you're not getting double meat. You getting a regular ass burrito bowl. I'm not paying for extra. You're not getting no guac. You're not getting no chips. You're not getting no drink. You ain't worth it to me. So yeah, she's a Chipotle burrito bowl for $7. That's about her worth to me.
she wants you to take her out on a dinner date first before you find out she's not worth the dinner date.
The number one thing
Yo, what's up, Johnny?
men are judging you off of is your looks.
Yeah.
He has to be 6 feet tall, athletically built. See, women do it too.
With that in mind, my NARS Radiant Creamy Concealer costs $32.
Oh, $32. A full $32. Did she just try to make me feel like that she's spending a lot of money because she spent $32? How much is $32? What can you buy for $32? Let's go to McDonald's.
My deodorant is $40.
Hold on, we got to figure out, what does McDonald's cost? Because what? No, don't do any of this. Let's go to their menu. Burgers. I'm curious, how many Big Macs is she putting on her face? How much does a Big Mac cost? How much does McDonald's cost? Do y'all know? I'm sorry, I don't eat at the. Actually, no, they have an order now. Look, I could do that. Let's do that. Let's see what it costs. Okay, maybe. Does anybody know how much a Big Mac costs? Big Mac. She can pay for dinner with that $30. I mean, she can do a lot of things. Why the hell you? All right, so $5.36. Okay, so she said $32 divided by $5.36. She can buy 6 Big Macs. She over here complaining because she spent 6 Big Macs. And she's going and I think he's going to point this out, hopefully. Or somebody's going to point it out. I'm going to point it out if no one else does. Like, I've had to pay for makeup in the past. Let's just pretend that, I've had a relationship. I've had girlfriends in the past. I've had to pay for makeup. It lasts a long time. It lasts more than a day. I'm going to say that. It don't really last that long. It lasts more than a day. So this idea that she's like, oh, I spent $32. It's like, who gives a shit? It's like $32. What is that? What is $32? Really? Like, really? Are we really over here saying I spent money because I spent $32? Man, she must be broke.
$45. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Touche.
Okay.
So I found it on Amazon at about $25.
Oh, it's cheaper than
we'll
what she...
go ahead and go with her $32.
Why would I put on a full face of expensive makeup?
She think $30 is expensive. Why should I put on a full face of $30 makeup? Dumbass.
And how many men invited you out and asked you to put on a face full of makeup? I bet you not one man.
I'm curious. Am I the only one that hates makeup? I think you're lying to me. I don't trust you. Like, if you're wearing makeup, I don't trust you. I can't. You're lying to me. Like the first impression, you're coming to me with a lie. How can I trust you? Oh, I know. I shouldn't. I've learned it the hard way. I've learned it. Well, obviously, I didn't learn it the easy way, which is listen to my mama and listen to like the other men and women around me who are in my family and being like, oh, leave them alone. I also learned it the hard way. And yeah, it's like, nah, you ain't worth that.
And ever told you to do that?
Never.
That's something that women decided to do all on your
Yep.
own.
Do my hair.
I don't think
Let's
most
take it
men
easy.
like makeup. I really don't. I don't think it's just me. I don't think most of us like makeup. In fact, I'm kind of disgusted of like put off by it. If you're wearing makeup, I don't even want to touch you. Like, I don't want you. I don't like that shit on my. Like, I don't want it on my clothes. I don't want it on me. Nah, I'm good. Pass.
When women go out with a man that they do not know, they take a huge risk.
Agreed.
Men are crazy.
Agreed.
If you think men are...
Nah, I mean, all right. No. All right. I have to agree. Like, let's be real. We got to be real. We got to be real. Come on now. We got to be real. It is a risk. It's more of a risk. We have to be real. It is more of a risk. However, that's what your father's for. Just saying. Just putting that out there. That's what your father's for. Is to vet that person, to reduce that risk, to make sure that the person that you're about to spend some time with is A, a good person, and B, can somewhat be trusted. And you may not believe this, but your father will know. Like, let's be real. We all know. I'm pretty sure we all know. Like, we all know.
Crazy, then why you keep going out on dates with them?
Exactly.
Men benefit from just being seen with you in public.
Men benefit from having a woman in his life who brings value to him.
My thing is like, what's in it for women?
If there's nothing in it for women, then why do you keep accepting dates from men?
We've already spent more money than you by just putting our makeup on.
So I found a young lady who's putting the same exact NARS concealer on her face. Let's see how much of this she's actually going to apply.
All right, welcome back to the stream, Kyle.
Like 20
I'm here.
dots?
I stayed around just for you. We're all over the place today. I think this is the 5th video. This is like, I'm going to try to make sure that I keep a diverse mix of different topics. I don't really want to talk about just one thing. So this is some mom, a black mom, is going off on modern women about expecting men to pay exorbitant amounts of money on a first date. And as a guy who knows a lot of female people, I know because they tell me. Like, I actually know several people. I'm not saying names, but they know who they are, who will use those dating apps to get free food. That's literally the only reason why they go on a date. They'll be like, oh, I'm hungry, and like they'll scrolling through Hinge or whatever, the Bumble or whatever I'm happy to even show. I've never used any of these dating apps, so I'm going, like, the reason why I know about these dating apps is actually through the friends who are girls. I'll call them that. They're friends who are girls, and it's not that kind of relationship with me. I'm like, it's more of a, you know how they do. Like there's like a chance, but there's not a chance. Not a chance with me. What's up, Roscoe?
Yeah, I'm at 20.
What's up, buddy?
Notice she only dabbed into the bottle 2 times and applied drops here and there on the side of her face. Once she does the other side of her face, she will have spent approximately 25 cents applying this concealer to her entire face. She's trying to make it sound like she put the whole $32 bottle on her face for one day.
Right.
So no, you haven't spent as much money as you're expecting
Shout outs to fucking Act Right for doing the math on all this.
him to spend on this date.
We're in danger, like.
Clearly not enough danger because you keep going on dates.
Right.
You are so full of
What's in it for us? Us. This man is a pharmacist. Okay, you mean to tell me you make upwards of $150,000 per year, but you can't take me to 120 to.
The answer to that question is no. That's not the case. The answer is not that I can't take you. The answer is that I won't take you. I don't want to take you. Not that I can't. I don't want. It's a difference. Not can't. Don't want. Don't matter how much money I have. Don't matter how much money I earn. It's my money. Not can't. Don't want. Even I don't spend $100 per meal for my own food. And it's me. Like, it's my money. And even I don't spend that on myself. So why would I spend that on someone else who, and let's be real, they on the come up if they with me. Like, let's just be real. Like, I know some of you may not know me that well, and you may not know where I'm at, but like any girl who's coming with me, most of like 98% chance that they are on the come up if they are with me. So it's like, nah, it's not like, I don't care if I can do it. I won't do it. If I want to do it, sure, but I don't want to, which is why, yeah. So this sense of entitlement that it's like someone has to take you to a place and spend $100 to $200 for a meal for you on a first date. You lucky to get that on the 50th date with me. I'm being dead ass. It's like, nah, I don't care. It's like you can go and leave and get like, I don't know. It's like when you get to a top, yeah, go with those 99% of men. Sure, I don't care. Like, that's fine. I have my pick. But this is entitlement right here, and it's kind of insane because even someone like me, who I could literally go out and be like, I can do these things. I don't, because in my opinion, that would make me a shitty individual. That would make me a person of shitty character, which is what I think she is, which is why I don't think she deserves anything. She'd be lucky if she got Chipotle from me. Real talk. I'm the person, and I'm being dead ass. I will buy just a spider. I'll buy food and be like, I'm not paying for your shit, but I'm going to buy 2 things of this, and then I'm going to give it away to a homeless man living under the bridge, just out of spite. It's like, I'm that person. But remember, like, I grew up in that kind of environment, so I know what hurts.
Maybe $200 dinner.
He went to college.
I'll play
for
those
years,
games. I'm sorry.
Sacrificed being broke more than likely while going to school. Now,
wait, you say she looking for a man who earned more than $150K? I mean, I guess that, well, yeah, I don't know if it's that hard. Most of the people who I know make way more than $150K. Like, so, like, for me, I know a lot of men who earn like more than that. I know people who make that in a month. Like, that's not really that much. So yeah, she's looking for that. The problem is that, are we looking for her? I don't recall myself looking for her. In fact, I'm sitting here on my computer talking to y'all. I'd rather sit here and talk to myself, which is what I've been doing. I'd rather sit here and talk to myself for 4 hours and 28 minutes and 40 seconds than to go out and be like, hey, I'm going to pay $200. No, messed up. Out of here with that.
Now that he's made it, he's supposed to automatically share the fruits of his labor
yeah, like,
with
really?
you.
You weren't with me shooting in the gym?
Girl,
Right.
please.
Men are supposed to be on their like best behavior when they're doing a first interaction with a woman.
How he acts on a date and how much he should spend on a date
Two different
are
things.
two totally different things, genius.
If he's being cheap now for a first interaction,
I love how she calls that cheap. That's disrespectful to my grandfather, I think. I don't think my grandfather was cheap. I think that he was smart. He was responsible. His management meant that my grandmother didn't have to work her entire life. It also meant that my mom and my uncle didn't have to want for things. It also meant that I was able to go to college. And this selfish dumb bitch is over here talking about this, calling that cheap. It's like, what? That's disrespectful, man. Like, like real talk. Like, it's almost like it's selfishness. It's almost as if she thinks that she is the center of the universe. That's what this sounds like. Because to say that someone is cheap because they don't want to spend $200 on a meal that you yourself probably cannot afford, like that, come on now. Come on now. And to make it worse, to hear this coming from someone who I know that I'm worth more than 10, 20 times over, to hear that coming from someone like this, that's nah. Like even I don't do that, and I am someone who can do that. And nah. I'm the one that's going to tell you, like, if you're watching me right now, don't spend I'm not saying not spend your money on people like her. I'm not even going to say that. What I'm going to say is don't blow your money on stupid things. An example of something that is stupid is to go to a restaurant and blow $200 on a meal that you're going to shit out in a few hours. That's stupid. So yeah, like I would hope that, you know, people are a little bit smarter with their money, because money comes and goes. If you're not saving, like the fact that she's not choosing someone who won't spend it, that tells me that her priorities are out of order. In my opinion, the person who you want to be with is the person who's going to say, no, that's not a good way to spend money. Because as she's saying, the behaviors that you see now is going to be the behaviors that you see in the future. And if you're with someone who can't manage their money, and I know some people are like, oh, if you have it, well, I have it. I'm not doing that. Well, I mean, not anymore. I've learned my lesson. I kind of like, you grow, right? So it's like, are you looking for someone who's immature? Because I think that people who are immature, who are trying to impress you with what they can spend, yeah, they may do it. But like after you get to a certain point in life, it's like you stop leading with money and you start leading with your accomplishments and what you can do. And you start leading with what you can build. And right here, I'm seeing what can you do for me, not what can we build together. This is Move, Skip, she for the streets.
No, it's called being frugal.
He's gonna be cheap on your birthday. He's gonna be cheap on Christmas.
Gentlemen, this is the type of woman that you stay away from.
I see.
Because all we're hearing is me, do for me, buy for me.
Saturday, a surgeon took me to a beautiful dinner with a view. The next day after that, this other man took me to this food event where the tickets were $250.
She seems really happy. She's like, he took me to an event and the tickets were $250. So he cares so much about me because he spent $250 full dollars. Like, seriously, is this what we doing? Again, I'm that person. I play mind games. It's like, I'll blow 1,000, make you feel like I give a shit about you, and make sure I'll let you know that, nah, you ain't worth shit to me. Because $1,000 is not worth anything to me either. So it's just like, okay, if you're going to equate how much I spend on you for how much I care about you, I'm gonna be real. The people who I care about the most, I'm not spending money on them. I'm spending my time. That's the thing that I value the most. Money, in my opinion, is replaceable, and it should not be valued over the thing that is not replaceable, which is your time. So it's like she's conflating, like, value with with this money, and they're different things. They're different things. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't spend $250 on anything. That's a lie. I do spend $250 on things. Yeah, this is insane.
You're using these men for food because you went on multiple dates every single day.
All right, so I see Yanni is asking, do y'all think social media is at the core of these entitlement problems? Of course. Social media is at the root of a lot of problems, and it's not just on the female side, it's also on the male side. Both. In fact, one of the videos, if I'm able to get to it, is about that. And it's bad in both cases, which is why I'm saying I think we're witnessing the downfall of our society. We are American society is going into the dump. We're getting dumber, objectively dumber. Like our IQ scores are going down in our country. We produce less scientific research. I mean, we still produce an absolute amount, but like the pace at which we're doing it, we're not keeping up with the rest of the world. We are going to start experiencing a demographic issue. Well, I don't know. We did just, have a bunch of illegal people cross over the border, to hundreds of thousands. So maybe it'll push it down the road a little bit further. But we're likely going to start having a demographics issue. And we're probably going to start experiencing some of the same things that countries like France and Korea and Japan are, even China, are starting to experience, where all of these social programs, because we have a lot of people who think that the government should be taking care of them. Well, those programs, those entitlement programs, they cost money and they rely on people having children. And it turns out that a lot of people are selfish these days and they don't want to have children. So who's going to pay for these entitlements? I don't know if y'all realize this, but like our Social Security, it is literally a Ponzi scheme, which works. It works so long as we grow, but growth is not always infinite. And it seems like we're going to be hitting a reckoning soon. So while somebody's out here spending $250 on tickets, what I'm looking at is like, man, there's time value to that money. There's time value to that money. If you were to invest that compounded over time, like that $250 could turn into $2,000, and that's not insignificant. Or maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe I'm poor. Maybe that's why I think $2,000 is a lot to make. If you start from $250, to me, I would be ecstatic if like after 5 years, my $250 turned into $2,000. But that's just me. Obviously, maybe to her I'm broke because I'm I don't know, like $250 on some tickets.
But yet,
nah, I'm good.
We're the bad guys. We're the dangerous ones. When we go out and spend a huge chunk of our resources just to have for you to have a good time. Women.
Oh.
Remember the saying, let them talk and they'll tell on themselves? So she basically just keeps accepting dates from guys who are spending a lot of money on her. Notice in this entire video, she has said absolutely nothing about what she's doing for these men who are spending this money on her.
Well, I don't know how long we're only 6 months. Oh my gosh. I'm like, I don't know how long we're into the video. So I was going to say that's probably not a fair statement to say. I still don't think it's a fair statement to say because we're only like, he's reacting and I'm reacting to him. We're only 6 minutes into this. This video is probably maybe like 3 or 4 minutes total. I'm going to say, I don't think that's fair to say right now. You got to wait till we get through the video before you can say that. But maybe he watched the whole video and he's, I don't know.
Her.
Never settle. Date until you find the best man for the job.
What?
A job? Wait, what? I'm not working for you. Why the hell would I work for you? The hell? Like, what? Nah, she got this backwards. She don't, nah. I don't work for you. You work for me. That's how this works. Like, the person who is being saved I'm not working for them. Like, nah. I don't know. She expects a person like me to work for her. That is interesting. I'm willing to put money that if I talk to any of my other friends who are like me, they will have the same things to say. They don't work for other people. Other people work for them. Like, how you going to have a company employing 100 people, 400 people, 700 people, 800 people, and then you come and meet a person who can't afford her own meals telling you that you got to work for her? Like, what? Man, you better back to the streets.
What job is she talking about? I guess she's talking about the job of being a sucker who's going to keep spending money on her. Now, unfortunately, the video goes off right there. But now, let's let this young man's mother tell these women what dates, especially first dates, are really for. Come on.
I actually really like how Please Act Right does his videos. It's very similar to me. He interrupts quite a bit, and I enjoy the interruptions because I like the little tidbits after it happens and to listen and get that little golden nuggets.
Come on, Mom. Let them have it.
I saw the news this morning, and it was this lady on there putting a man on blast because he was taking her to cheesecake for the
Okay,
first day.
wait. I think I did see that. I saw that. Let's see. Woman Cheesecake Factory. Black Mad. No, let's put these words. Maybe we'll find it. This one, yes. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find the original one, but we'll.
Hey guys.
When you pick up.
Let me see if I can find the original one.
Especially.
Oh wait, this isn't it.
Now.
Does anybody have that link, or do y'all know? Well, that's. You know what, Yanni? You know what? I think we have a few people here. Can you all, if you all are able to, can y'all tell me if Cheesecake Factory is a decent place? I don't eat Cheesecake. I don't really eat out that much, but I've always thought Cheesecake Factory was a decent place. I thought Drake liked Cheesecake Factory, right? I heard, didn't he go there? Well, yeah. So I thought that too. Just FYI, I thought that was the case too. Like, look at this. This is terrible behavior. First of all, I don't know if y'all realize this. She is in a Porsche. This is a Cayenne. I know this because I can tell. So she's in a Porsche with this guy, and look at what she's doing.
Okay. He got me at the Cheesecake Factory, y'all. I ain't getting out this car.
Look at, see that.
Yes.
That's so disrespectful. She can't even look at him.
Would you want me to open the door for you?
Look.
Are you're recording me?
Yeah. Yeah. This is the Cheesecake Factory. This is the.
I love how she's saying that like she's somebody. It's like, I wouldn't even have you in my car. You would diminish the value of my vehicle. That's just me being real. Like, that's just me being real. She would nah. And I'm just saying, just straight, just this photo right here. Nah, you ain't it. I'm sorry. Like, you lucky that you got taken. Like, that guy is a nice guy. Taking you to the Cheesecake Factory in his Porsche Cayenne. That's a nice guy. I would have to go rent a Ford Fiesta from Enterprise so that I can make sure I had a car that's appropriate for her. And we going to, like, where are we going? We're going to Timmy Chan. We're going to the hood. We're going to Timmy Chan. That's what she needs. Timmy Chan. Y'all know about Timmy Chan? Y'all know about Timmy Chan. Of course, I don't know about Timmy Chan's. We going to. She lucky if she get taken to Timmy Chan's on Cullen. And I'm gonna show y'all where this is. Before I. She lucky if she get Timmy Chan's on Cullen. She lucky if we go to Timmy Chan's on Cullen. Timmy Chan's right here. She lucky if she get here. I would literally go and rent an Enterprise vehicle, go to because the airport's not far. I'll go rent me whatever the cheapest Ford Fiesta I can buy. I can get just for that date. And we going to Timmy Chan. She ain't getting in the Porsche. She ain't getting in the whips. She getting in the Ford Fiesta that I rent from Enterprise, from Hobby Airport, right down the street. Let me show y'all where Hobby Airport is. So y'all think I'm playing. I'm dead ass. Hobby Airport is only 15 minutes away from Timmy Chan. 10 minutes actually. Look at this. We got Timmy Chan. All right. And then wait a minute. Wait for it. Wait, how can I zoom out? Why can't I zoom out? There we go. Airport. Timmy Chan Airport. We just take Cullen, we make a left on Airport Boulevard. We take it down for 8 minutes. We go to the Enterprise that's right here. Like literally, y'all thought I was playing. I'm dead ass. I'll go to this Enterprise right here. I'll rent the cheapest vehicle I can get. And then I'll go back and we going to Timmy Chan. I'm not taking you in a Porsche and then go to Cheesecake Factory and no. She better go on.
Cheesecake Factory, y'all.
What's the problem with that?
This is a chain restaurant. Who takes someone that looks like this to a chain restaurant?
She say someone that looks like this. Like that. Ma'am, you're lucky if I go to a restaurant with you. And I mean that. Like, you may think I'm the lucky one, but nah, like, let's be real. Like, I know who I am. I know what I've done. No, I've been around, right? No, I'm pretty sure she's never left the state. The entitlement is real. So anyway, we're not gonna go through this video because this is a whole other thing. Obviously, it takes me a long time to get through this, so we're gonna move back on to this other video that we were watching. I think this one, that's the video she's talking about. She saw that video of that woman going to the Cheesecake Factory. I saw that video too, but I saw it because it was on the news. It made the news here, just FYI, which is kind of what I think that's actually how I found about this guy. Cause it showed up on the news. I was like, wait, what? Like people are saying that, like, I didn't understand. I'm just like, what? I don't understand it. I really don't, because the only way you would say that is if you think you're better than other people. This idea that you can't eat or like, I don't understand that. It doesn't make sense because it just don't make sense. I mean, what is she saying about me? Someone who doesn't eat at those types of restaurants. Like, I mean, yeah, I go to Chipotle. Like, am I like, like, what is she trying to say? That people who like eat at Chipotle are somehow worse? I mean, sometimes I go to Chick-fil-A. Like, I don't think I'm too good for that. I don't understand why she thinks that she is too good to eat at a restaurant that someone else is taking her to for free. That's rude. Maybe, you know what? Maybe that's why I've been so successful in my life, and I've been able to build really meaningful relationships with people. Is because I don't look at myself as being better than someone else. And when you go, like, for instance, like when I'm traveling in these foreign ass countries, and you know, like, I'm talking to a random ass stranger and they invite me into their homes and cook a meal for me, I'm not going to be like, oh no, like, I can't, like, what the that is so rude. And that's the thing that I'm saying. It's like, this man took you to this place. It's not like, you know, it's, yeah, I don't know. Like, that's just, I wonder how it worked out for her. I'll just say that. Maybe it worked. Maybe it's working out. Maybe she's getting the results that she wants. But I will say that honestly, what she's done is just shown that, like, why she's not worth it. And I mean, maybe she doesn't realize that people who she wants watches.
I want to talk to you about that. Okay, yeah, because she put him on blast. First of all, the fact that she had to go live because she on the first.
All right, wait a minute. So I see, Kyle, you say it's not bad. It's big menu. It's okay. Like, is it okay? Let's say that it is a bad restaurant. Let's just, this is something that we do in computer science. It's like, you know, proof by contradiction. You can, like, make a premise and then you just say, all right, let's assume that is the case, and then we work backwards. So let's assume that what's the place? Cheesecake Factory. Let's assume that Cheesecake Factory, the food is bad. Let's just assume it's everywhere. You know, they're really popular. They're always an anchor tenant, but let's just pretend that the food is bad at Cheesecake Factory. The ambiance is nice. the caliber of people is not that bad. It's like it's people like me, just regular people. Like you and I, if you're watching me right now, it's people like you. And if you're watching, it's people like me. Like just regular ass people go to Cheesecake. I don't go, but like I don't eat it. For me, it's just expensive. For me, I'm just like, that's too expensive. I'm not paying for that. So maybe I am broke and cheap. Maybe all that applies to me. But no, I'm not paying for Cheesecake Factory because I can cook at home. I'd rather just eat at home. Or I'll go to one of my hole in the wall restaurants that I'm known for taking people to. And I think there are a few people here. Like I know at least 2 people can attest. Like the types of restaurants that I took y'all to while y'all were here, that is not uncommon. That's the kind of restaurants that that's the kind of restaurants I eat at. I'm for real. Like I eat at regular ass restaurants, and I prefer regular ass restaurants because I think the food tastes better. I think that when you go to these nicer restaurants, because their food isn't as good, they have to compete using ambiance. Like they have to make it worth it. For me, I don't care about ambiance when I'm going to eat. For me, eating is about eating. Like I enjoy food. I'm not there to have dim lights where I can't see my food. I don't want that. You know? So yeah. Give me 1 second. I am going to I'll be back in like 30 seconds. I'm gonna play some music right quick though. Give me a second. I gotta let up my blinds because it's starting to get dark. And I hate when my apartment is too dark because it makes me feel a little depressed. So give me a moment while I figure out how to get our music playing. I want to turn it down so I don't scare the hell out of y'all or me. All right, so we're gonna go here. We'll play that. All right, I'll be right back. We're gonna go here. We'll play that. All right, I'll be right back. We're gonna go here. We'll play that. All right, I'll be right back. We're gonna go here. We'll play that. All right, I'll be right back. We're gonna go here. We'll play that. All right, I'll be right back. We're gonna go here. We'll play that. All right, I'll be right back. We're gonna go here. We'll play that. All right, I'll be right back. We're gonna go here. We'll play that. All right, I'll be right back. We're gonna. All right, I'm back. My bad. Had to unmute myself. Let me turn down my lights a little bit. It's a little bit too bright. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Oh gosh. I also got some sparkling water. I was like, let me get some of my sparkling water. I'm thirsty. All right, let's get back into it. We were about 7 minutes, 42 seconds into this video. I'm coming up in 5 hours. You know what? I think we just gonna have to do a Hail Mary today. We're doing a Hail Mary. We're going for 6 hours. That's what's gonna happen. Yeah, we're going for 6. We're hitting 5 minutes in a bit. So far, we've talked a little bit about a lot of different types of things. Y'all got anything to say so far about what y'all have seen? Like, what's y'all's take on it? Like, what's y'all's reaction? What y'all thinking? How is this resonating with you? The fact that this video right now, but like even the videos at the beginning, I'm pretty sure y'all weren't here 5 hours ago. I've gone through a few things. I've left the links. So if you're curious to know, bro, go somewhere else. Go. Don't bother me. I talked a little bit about Black Friday and how, at least in San Francisco, it seems like it didn't do too well. And I'm now concerned that there's going to be negative knock-on effects for our economy moving forward. And I think my second one was whether or not hip hop culture has had any positive benefits for my community. My take is no. Number 3, I forgot. Number 4, this might be number 4. I don't remember. Roscoe, you're about to get kicked the hell out. Leave me alone. Quit walking around me whining. Go over there. Go to the room. Go in the room. Go. Get away from me. No. All right, let's play this. Let me stop this music right quick because we don't want to have any music playing while we watch this video. I'll turn it up.
Date says she don't go on many dates because it's no need to go live for that.
Correct.
I am a little old fashioned, so what I say y'all might not agree with it, but let me talk to y'all.
All right, so I'm not gonna lie, like she for some of y'all this might be an accent, but this how like the people down here sound. She sound like she's from Houston. This what Houston people sound like. So yeah, this is how we sound. All right, give me a second. He didn't learn. He kept messing with me. Gets kicked out.
Y'all for just a minute. So one, she go live and say, y'all Cheesecake Factory. Y'all Cheesecake Factory. Now I'm wondering who y'all is, because whoever y'all is would have had to come pick her up because I would have left her behind sitting right there at the Cheesecake Factory.
Yeah, so like that's the thing that like that really rubbed me the wrong way. Not only was she that way, but she was live streaming it and then she published it in an attempt to shame this man for picking her up in his Porsche Cayenne to take her to the Cheesecake Factory for their first ever date. And she had the audacity. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just rewind. It's in the stream. Just rewind.
Correct.
A table for one is always good enough. Y'all should have watched the Muffets. They said.
That's exactly how I always do it, guys. Don't cancel the date. Don't ruin the date or your good time. Just go about it by yourself. I have been stood up, I think, 3 times since my divorce. And then
I've never been stood up. I don't know. Yeah, I've never been stood up. Although I will say that if I ever were stood up, it's just at that point it's ghost time. Like I don't know if I would care. I'd probably just do me because that's kind of what I do. But that's very disrespectful to do to someone. If you say you're going to do something, you should do it. That's what people of quality do. That's what people who like, if you're really trying to, I know a lot of you, well, not a lot, but I know some people who watch me, they're trying to get into high paying jobs or whatever. But what you'll find is that if you are a genuinely good person and you lead with helping others and providing value, then you will attain those things. It sounds like, and it seems like not this woman, but the woman who she's talking about hasn't learned that, which is likely why she is in the position that she is in life. She did a follow-up video of herself in her car. You can tell that she is not living the kind of lifestyle where she's able to easily go to Cheesecake Factory as often as she wants. She's not living that kind of lifestyle. Not in the car that I saw. Like let's be real. Like, I know some of you may not understand this, but if someone is coming to you and they're picking you up in any form of a Porsche, the average income of a Porsche owner is $600,000. Just keep that in mind. I'm not saying that all of them own, like, obviously it's skewed because it's more rich people who buy them, but like it should just be running in your mind that like if somebody's got $100,000 to drop on a car, which is probably not even their primary car, chances are they're doing okay. And if you're going to lead with, oh, like you ain't taking me here and you need to do this and that, it's like, come on, like that's just disrespectful. That's rude. Like what? So you mean if I took my mama to this place, then all of a sudden it's like, because it's like, come on now, like, you can't do that.
There's I had sit up 3 times, and then one woman was late, so I still just ended up eating by myself because she was like I think 5 minutes late, and I wasn't having it that day. So
I'm that way too, but I'm like that every day. I'm he's like, I wasn't having it that day. Man, like the best way to get on my fuck list is to waste my time. That's all I have. And you may be like, oh, is it like, no, I don't care. I'm happy to lose people. I'm like Google, right? You know, my process is tough. Most people won't pass it, but that's okay if I screen out some people who may have been good fits, so long as I don't get to people who aren't. I'm aggressive. So I'm the person. It's like, man, if you're not 15 minutes early, because I might dip out, and I've been known to do it. I've actually do it. Somebody will show up somewhere an hour late. Where are you at? It's like I left at the time that we were supposed to do it when you weren't here. And they're like, oh, why would you do that? And they try to make me like I'm some kind of an asshole for having boundaries of my time. It's like if we decide on a specific time and date, I expect you to be there at that time and date, just like I am there at that time and date. Right? Like it goes both ways. And yeah, that's why it's like, that's the best way to get on my fuck list. Because for me, it's a sign of respect. I respect you enough to make sure that I'm on time. I have a lot of stuff going on. In fact, most of the people who tell me that they can't get to certain things, like they claim that they're busy, I'm generally more busy than they are. I just don't talk about it. And so, yet somehow I make time to make sure that I'm able to do all the things that I need to do. And I'm also able to be at the places that I need to be on time. If you're not punctual, it's just disrespectful. But you know, I was raised traditionally. My grandpa was that way, so I'm that way. My grandmother was that way too, so I'm that way.
enjoy. You already made yourself. You already put on the clothes. You already made the reservations if there was a reservations. You're already at the restaurant. Enjoy your goddamn meal. Fuck it. You know, like, who cares if she's not there? Sucks for her. And if she is there and she shows up late, sucks for her. You know? Have some standards, guys.
Get that. Now, check this out, son. Okay? Let me tell you the purpose of going on a first date, mind you.
There we go.
Okay. It's to get to know the person, because you don't know you like them. All you know is you attracted to them. They caught your eye. They haven't captured your heart. That's so they shouldn't have access to your wallet.
Correct.
See, this is what I like seeing this. This is what parenting is. This is a mother making sure that her son knows what he needs to do so that he's protected. I don't know how many black mothers are doing this. I don't know how many non-black mothers are doing this. I don't know if y'all, I don't know how other people, I just know in my community. I don't know how, if other black mothers are doing this, but like, I'm glad that I had women in my life who made sure to tell me that I need to make sure I, take care of myself. Because, man, it's tough. You might get put on blast for taking this person to a cheesecake factory. And it's just like, wow.
Okay? The second thing of the purpose of a date, especially a first date, okay, is to enjoy yourself in a comfortable, safe environment. You want to laugh. You want to ask questions. Most of the time, if the date is real good, you're not even eating. So this is what I want to ask.
Hell no, I'm always eating. That was the whole point of me doing a dinner date, so I can enjoy the damn dinner.
He like, nah,
My
what you
mother
talking
raised me
about?
as a single parent, and she did take time to raise me. Here's some rules and things that she taught me coming up as a child. Number one, don't ever go nowhere hungry. Matter of fact,
Yep.
I don't care if it's family. You don't go to your auntie house, walk.
Ain't nothing more embarrassing. I'm pretty sure some of you watching may have seen this because it's Thanksgiving. It's like, it's always, at least in my culture, it's like, man, everybody always taking leftovers. Like, they go to the house and it's like they stay for a couple hours and they just taking leftovers. They go to some other place, take a bunch of leftovers. It's like, it's kind of embarrassing. It's like, what's wrong with you? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, just, you come over here and pack up this giant, like, you actually bring catering stuff to pack up all this stuff. It's like, come on, like, what's wrong with you?
Walking in there asking for food. You don't go to your grandmother's house walking in the door saying you hungry. You certainly don't need no broad getting in the car and she ain't got nothing to eat. The second thing is, because my mama was a real mother, she raised me until the age of 13, where she met my father, who's my bonus dad, but he's my father Do you understand me? It's a difference between a dad.
Wait, I'm wondering, am I going to get in trouble for this music? I just not realized. I forgot. I wonder. All right, man. All right, man? Let me see if he has a thing in here. Okay. I am pretty sure I don't have rights to. I don't care. I'm not getting paid.
Help provide value. There are good kids out there like her, super rich, well off. Understandable. You know what? I can, even though.
I think he was. Oh, my bad.
Of how they have experienced things. If they have experienced lotteries or freaking Mastros every weekend because their father is, super rich, well off, understandable. You know what? I can, even though it's understandable, I would still not entertain it, but it's understandable because she comes from that kind of wealth. She comes from that kind of background. Now, if you're dating some normal.
What's crazy is that the folks who I know who do come from that kind of background have more humility than the people who don't. Little fun fact. Now, I mean, not all. I mean, I only know a few, but more than 10. I'll say more than 10. Yo, what's up, casual? You feeling better? Or are you asymptomatic? Don't say the word. Don't say it here. You give me bad. But you good? You feeling better?
McDonald's chick, and she's expecting these kind of dinners. She's just there to finesse you. And she's right. Dating, Please Act Right said, they have this list of restaurants they want to go and try out. But
that is true. Some of the girls who I know who've told me and admitted that they use these dating apps for free food, they actually tell me that that's what they do. They have lists of restaurants that they want to try, but honestly, the ones who use it, most of them can't. They're broke. I'm not gonna say their name. So if you're watching this, you're broke. It's okay. Don't. And I'll say it to your face if you know it. You know me. So so it's they'll be like, I want to go to these restaurants, but they don't have the money to do it, so they'll get their dates to do it. And yeah, that's what happens. Now, me, I don't care that much because I'm if someone's stupid enough to do it, then they deserve to be got. That's how I am. So it's yeah, go do you. I'm actually encouraging it. It's yes, girl, hey, if you can find you a person dumb enough to just take you out and take you to the best, most fanciest restaurants, and then you be like, oh, I'm gonna go, and it's all right, do it. I would do it too. I don't care. I'd do it too. Oh, that's good. Feeling better. That's good. It's always better on the up and up. Fortunately, you have all of tomorrow to kind of rest and relax, and hopefully you're ready for Monday, I suppose. I think we have other holidays coming up. This is a weird Thanksgiving holiday for me. This is the first time I'm here in America for I don't know, since a while. And it was such I think it was Thanksgiving Day. Actually, yeah, because I streamed. So after my stream, I went downstairs to walk Roscoe, and concierge, they're here. I didn't realize they would be working today. So the concierge, they were like, or she's like, what are you doing here? She's like, why? She's like, did you decide to not go in? Why are you here? I was like, yeah, I canceled all of my travel. I even canceled my recent Japan trip. I'm going to be here for the rest of the year, and there's a reason for it. It's not just because of the war and all that stuff. More of it is to do with the fact that I want to make sure I don't lose momentum with the streaming thing. Because if I go abroad, it's gonna I'm not gonna stream. And when I come back, it's going to be a whole month or 2 or 3 before I'm in that mood to stream again. So it's let me just maintain the momentum and get some growth, and then I'll decide to go maybe. I'm saying that while also talking about going somewhere in a few weeks. So like all this is kind of made up, but yeah, hopefully I hopefully I can stick around. January is going to be interesting now that I think about it, because I'm supposed to go to Thailand and Korea, and then I got to go to San Francisco and Tahoe in January. Yeah. We'll see how that works. Is Cyber Monday a holiday? No, it's not a holiday. And neither is Black Friday. The only holiday is Thanksgiving. I think that Cyber Monday was like, I don't know, it's basically just extending the Black Friday. So it's just more time for people selling stuff to make more money, I suppose. I don't know. I didn't buy anything for Black Friday. I didn't intend to buy anything for Black Friday. No, that's a lie. I did buy something. I went to Crate and Barrel, but I bought plates for photography for work to produce something. So it's like, yeah, I went and spent, some money on some plates so I can do some photos. That's the extent of what I'm willing to do. For Monday, I'm not buying anything. In fact, what I did today was I went to the FedEx place to send back that MacBook Pro that I ordered. So my Black Friday is I'm getting back $5,400. I'm happy. I'm gonna get back that $5,400. I'm gonna put it in my bank account, and then I'm gonna move on. I don't know, I'm just move on. Yeah, I'll wait. I'll maybe get the M3 Ultra. Probably not. I would probably just wait for the M4 now. I began trying to set up the M3 Ultra. I was like, man, I got too much stuff to do. I don't want to deal with this. Literally reset it, did the cancellation thing or the return. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to send this thing back. I'm good. Use my M1 Max for now.
They don't go do it themselves. Why? Because they want men to pay for it. I have a list of restaurants I go to, or like to go to.
To be fair, I had to be fair. If I were broke, I would also want someone else to pay for my food. I don't think it's fair to say that they only want a man to pay for it. Maybe that's true. I just don't think that it's fair to say that. I think it's more fair to say all of the other options that it could be, which is that it could be that they're broke or that. So
half the time I go them by myself because I want to enjoy the food and try out the food. I don't think very many women do that.
Yeah, I go to restaurants alone. Does anyone else go to restaurants alone? To me, it doesn't. Like, it's not abnormal. Like, I don't. Is that like a thing or a big deal to go to a restaurant alone? To me, that's so normal. It's like if you're hungry and you want to eat somewhere, why don't you just go eat at that place if you're hungry? I don't get it.
Yo, daddy, that's not his role. It's a first date. I want y'all to bring that down to level 3. Y'all way on 10 with this foolishness and want to embarrass somebody. My second question is, have you ever been anywhere? Where do you take yourself? Let me see your checkbook registry. Let me log into your bank account and see what you feed yourself on a regular basis. Where do you take yourself for lunch or dinner?
Top Robin.
That's the next question I want you to answer. And then the third thing about this, come on back over here, because I need...
I love how he backing up. He like trying to get out the frame. He like, she's like, nah, get your ass back over here while I cook.
You don't understand what time it is.
I'm glad this young man has a wonderful mother that's really, instilling some things into him and telling him
very
have
lucky.
some goddamn standards, son. Don't deal with these 304s out here.
A real lady, is gonna be there for the purpose of what it's for. She not looking for food because she hungry that she can't afford so she can take it to go and get a doggy bag. I'm gonna wrap this up to go. Why? You ain't gonna have food tomorrow? That's a poverty mindset. So a first date, again, is to get to know the person, to hang out, have fun. Y'all should be laughing and talking. It don't need to be a steakhouse. We don't even know if you worth a steak. You might just be worth a piece of bread. So ladies, young ladies, grow up. Get some maturity about yourself. Y'all buying titties,
Hey, mama, I'm worth the steak. I'm worth the steak, all right?
lashes, booties, and everything else. And you want somebody else to feed
I love how I
you.
saw he over here cracking up. He like, man, she going too hard. Then I could tell what he doing, because I would be doing the same thing if I'm on camera. I'm cooking people. I'm trying not to laugh. I'm gonna probably go hide behind it and be giggling and shit.
your money, stop buying your body, and put it to the side so you can have some food. That's not a man's responsibility. Now, once you dating a man, and once he get to know you, and y'all vibing, and he want to take you to a nice restaurant, guess what that means? You well deserving of that. He think enough about you to make a reservation. But some of you don't have reservations about your mouth. You talk bad, you disrespectful, you ghetto, you trifling, you don't have an income that substantiates what you want this man to do. You don't reserve being lazy.
I think I've only dated 2 women that made more money than me, and they made significantly more money than me. Maybe 3 women, actually. And the way they went about things were quite different than the women that didn't make as much money than me. Just how they were moving, but they still expected me to pay and still expected me to pick the restaurants, the nice restaurants, even though they made more money than me. Women.
You full out lazy. You have no reservations on that, but you want the men.
Oh, you know what? Actually, okay. Side story. So the one of them I did go out on a date with, did not. She wanted to pay if we weren't going to have a good time. So according to her, just like most other women.
All right, so I'm going to have to be honest. I have paid. I've been unpaid. In fact, the only time I pay is when it's not expected. It's weird, I guess. So, yeah. I had to say this because there might be some people watching who's like, no, you pay. It's like, yeah, I do. Yeah, I pay for you, yes. But it's because you're not like those other people. If you would have been like, you need to pay for, like, if you would have said I need to, it's like, nah. If you expect me to pay, you ain't, it ain't gonna happen. But if like I choose to pay, I don't mind. So yeah, I do have to be honest. I can't 100% lie. I will pay for stuff. I'll pay for stuff because it's not that big of a deal. But it's only when there's no expectation for it to happen. As soon as you put that expectation, I'm not doing it. It's like, why do you expect me to do anything? I don't have to do anything as far as I know. Like, free country, right? Pursuit of happiness. Is that not a right that we all have? That's inalienable. Is that not right? Right? Isn't that like the third right that we get in this country? The pursuit of happiness. So yeah, like
a good chunk of women. If we had a good time at the date, then she would have let me pay for the date. She literally told me this. But if she didn't have a good time, she would have split the bill because she doesn't want to owe me anything. And I straight up told her so.
All right, so like, this is not a full story, but the person I was with, that was one thing that, like, it was weird to me because, like, she had this idea of like, oh, she didn't want to owe anything. So when we were first starting out, like, she wanted to go half and half on everything, and I'm like, okay, I don't give a shit. But over time, obviously this is a long relationship, so like over time, I ended up paying for everything, and yeah, it was fun. Just pay for everything.
Oh, the guy that didn't do a good job gets rewarded in a sense for you to pay for yourself, and then the guy that did a good job,
that's so backwards,
got rewarded to pay for you.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, right? Where it's just like, hey, you don't, okay, so yeah, it don't make sense. But yeah, this whole thing of like, I don't want to owe, it was weird to me. I'm just like, wait, what? Like, if you really don't want to owe, then like, you got to keep in mind that like my time is worth more than this money that I'm spending. So it's like, if you really don't want to owe me, then you do. But yeah, it's okay if you're watching this, sorry. I heard work was tough. Enjoy it, I guess. I don't know.
How does that even make sense? And she just
to make a reservation for a restaurant, but you don't reserve what's between your legs. You passing it out like
damn.
You rated E for everybody.
Wow, she's going in. She is going in. She say you're rated E for everybody. Man, hey, we gotta take that back. Where's my mouse? Here we are. We got to take that back.
You passing it out like candy. You rated E for everybody.
Emotional damage.
Man. She say you rated E for everybody. I don't know. Maybe she ain't lying though. I mean, a lot of them are rated E. I like that though, man. She pulled up the video game ratings, the ESRB ratings. She's like, nah, you are rated E. Damn. They had to stitch in the reaction.
E for everybody.
Dude, that was probably one of the sickest burns I've heard in a long time.
Yeah.
Rated E for.
That's a good one. I need to steal that one. I need to steal that one.
Everybody.
Rated E for everybody.
You go, Mom. So for all the women out there, in the words of Biggie Smalls. And if you don't know,
now you know.
Hey, somebody had to tell you, so it might as well have been this young man's mother. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell to get notified when I post it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, what's the definition of prostitution? I'm just curious. Do we know? Because I mean, like, if they expect somebody to pay, and like, isn't that what that is? So they saying that their services are worth $200. Is that what I'm hearing? It's low in prostitutes. I'm not gonna lie. Like, like as far as I've heard, the prostitutes going for like 10 G's. So it's like she only worth 200, and she's thinking she's feeling herself over 200. Okay. I wonder if she knows that there are people out here who will clear $50,000. I wonder if she understands that in a night for a date. Yes, believe it. If y'all can't believe that there are women out here who will earn $50,000, some of them know make 100 for a date, and she over here. I mean, exchange of money, yeah, it's bartering, but yeah. All right, let's go in. I got one more I think I want to do. So we got two that we could potentially do. This one right here, this dumbass embarrassment to our ancestors. We can go in on this one, or let's see, what's the other one we can go in on? Let's see. We could do. Let's do this right here. Let's do this right here. The Nike store being robbed. The reason why is that I think that we're going to start seeing a shift in my community with people who are tired of people like him, right? So I'm sure, y'all all have negative stereotypes about black people, and guess what? Like, some of it is well warranted because of people like him. So yeah, we're going to get into this, and I think this might be the last one because it's just looking at how long this is and how long I've taken to get to just here. That's probably going to be our last thing for today. So let's go through it. Let's see here. So let me read this. I've been back to back, long-term relationships, so I'm used to pain. Yeah, I was back to back as well. So like, I was in a 5-year, and then she thought that she deserved better. There was some guy, I remember his name, RJ. She was always trying to make me feel bad about the fact that he was making $85,000 a year, and how like she wanted to travel and all this stuff, and like how he was so much better. So after being with this girl for 5 years and helping her get through college and getting her a job in San Antonio and getting an apartment for us to live in and moving her over to San Antonio, within a year, I think it was within 9 months or something like that, she started always comparing me to other folks and trying to make it seem like she deserved better and all this kind of stuff. I was like, okay. But anyway, long story short, she's 6 months older than me. I'm 34, so she's 35. And I can't really, I can't put it out because I don't think that's right. But like, let's just say I dodged a bullet, and yeah, all the things that she was saying about me were actually projections. I think she was with the guy. He ended up just, doing the dirty. Within 2 months, she's in like a insane asylum for, I don't know, some shit. And then, yeah, in and out of all kinds of stuff. Saw her not like 2 or 3 years ago because she ended up being at one of the boot camps. I used to teach at a boot camp. She was a student there. And I remember we had went somewhere and she was telling me about she was cheating on her then boyfriend with some other person. I was like, why would you do that? I was like, that's like, you're like, why would you do that? And I was like, and she was just laughing and giggling and just saying, it's just like, he makes me feel, I'm like, oh my gosh. So disgusting individual. She got what she deserved. She works at PetSmart. She owns cats. Worked out. Meanwhile, I guess, I got to live the life that she always wanted. She was like, I always wanted to travel. Well, after she left, little old me making my own, my little $68,000. Well, that turned into me making hundreds of thousands of dollars and having a net worth of more than that. And being able to travel the world. I've been to 50 plus countries now. And when I go, I stay at the nicest places. So I'm just like, oh, I'm living the life that you claim you wanted. But yeah, anyway, so it's just like, I ended up, winning, and she didn't. I had a second one too, shortly after that one, and that one was much better. There were some other reasons. There was like immigration issues. She's not from here, but we met in college, so there was some issues with that. But yeah, let's try to get through this if we can. We'll see if we can.
Across the country for an extended period of time is that the majority of these stores is being ransacked, and a majority of the eyes that have been turning a blind eye to what's happening in your communities and your neighborhoods have been people that look like us, if we just want to keep it real.
Yeah.
I hate to say it like this. I hate to have this uncomfortable conversation with you. I would prefer not to, because the only way that I could not have this conversation is if it wasn't happening. But for me to ignore, or for us to ignore that it is happening, would be doing the conversation a disservice, and we need to have an uncomfortable conversation. Let me bring you up to speed of what's happening across the country, ladies and gentlemen, and why we're starting off the show this way.
Dramatic video tonight of a mob taking everything.
Oh, before I finish this, I forgot I need to share this in the thing. You don't have to go look at it. I'm just sharing it here. It's mostly for me, but it's also for you all if you want. And I also need to give this a like.
Found at a Nike store in South LA. Store employees say this isn't the first time this has happened and might have been the same group. KCAL News reporter Lori Perez is live outside the Nike community.
I like how she said her name, Perez. Normally, I pronounce it Perez, but I guess Perez is
storing
accurate
lots
too.
where thousands of dollars of merchandise was stolen. Lori.
Well, Pat, this store has
That's
been
definitely
hit
Perez.
so many times, despite the fact that there is an LAPD trailer set up literally
Damn.
feet from the entrance.
What kind of dystopian ass city do you need to live in to have a police station in the parking lot next to the Nike store? Come on. That's a shame.
It is totally out of control here, so much so that some locals say they are willing to get involved to help stop it themselves.
You don't want that.
Tonight.
See, that's the thing. That's why I'm like, I think we might start seeing the shift, because if I'm gonna be honest, and I don't like this, but in these communities, street justice is very different. You may not walk away from it, if you catch my drift, which is why I'm like, this things could get a little bit, things might start getting dicey. And you're going to start hearing some of the rhetoric some of these people are using. I don't think they plan. And this is, I mean, they in a certain area, LA, where it's like, all right, bro, like you might want to settle down, because when people get tired and there's already a shortage of police, and like, who knows, maybe, police just sweep it under the rug, and there's lots of things can go sideways. So let's get through this.
In this parking lot, neighbors are set up on one side of the parking lot as an LAPD car with officers are patrolling on another side.
The neighbors out there in the parking lot right now. Down.
It's the latest stunning video
Look
of
at
a
this,
flash mob
like fucking
theft.
animals
This
in
time
a
a
zoo.
group clearing out the Nike.
Is that a kid? Are these kids? Or is this just a short person?
Latest stunning video.
They
of
run
a
like a
flash mob
kid.
theft. This time, a group
That person
clearing
runs
out
like a
the Nike
kid.
community
Maybe it's an
store
adult.
in Watts, throwing stacks of shoes and armfuls of clothing into trash bags.
There's
they used
definitely
to
kids
carry
in there. I
out
hear
the
them
loot.
crying. That's,
LAPD
oh
said
my God. See, they are an embarrassment to our ancestors. Because I mean, I'm not the law. I hope that they get shot. Well, I won't go that far. How about I would like if we were to institute some of the corporal punishments that I saw in other places that I've been. So if you steal stuff, maybe we don't need to put you in jail. Sure, I know. Maybe we don't need to put you in jail, but I do think we should take your hand. We should, we should hold on to your hand just to make sure that you never use it for like, taking shit. I think that, if you want to take something, then the state should take something from you. And I think a hand is a good, I think that's a good trade. If you want to steal someone's property, the state should be able to take your hand, and not both, just one, so that if you decide that you want to do that shit again, we take the other hand. And if, you want to use your mouth to pick up shit, man, we take your foot. And eventually we just take all your extremities until you're just a vegetable. Then, we just lay there and maybe people will help you. But the fact that, this is being normalized now, and we have black men, boys, probably from single mother households, going in and robbing these stores, that's an issue. I mean, yeah, that may be the case. White girls may be stealing, and brown Americans may be stealing, whatever that means. I'm brown. Are you talking about me? I might be stealing. You're right. They may be stealing. I'm going to say, who gives a shit? They're not the main ones. The main culprits, 90% of the time, it ain't them. Like, real talk. And I'm not talking about just on the news. Like, if you go to look on Reddit and you just start looking at just like all of the types of things that are happening, a lot of times it's us disproportionately. I'm not saying that, obviously you have kleptomaniacs. Obviously you have, other groups who are going to steal stuff. I mean, there are even Asian crime gangs in the city. So I'm well aware, but like, let's be real. The majority of the stuff that's happening it's not them. That's the problem. You think majority is underage to 18? Yeah, like kids, yeah. And honestly, I've seen some. I've seen more than just, I've even seen Indians. I've seen everyone. But they're far and few between. When the thing that everyone thinks about when they hear theft is us, that should be an indication. And honestly, it's not just because of stereotypes at a certain point. Because if people are reinforcing these stereotypes, aka let's look at this.
6 p.m. Sunday,
Here we are
17
reinforcing these stereotypes.
Rushed into the retailer and rushed out with about 12 grand in product. They released these photos, hoping
This is us.
someone recognizes a face or the clothing. Investigators say it's at least
this is us.
10th time it's happened at this very.
And like, let's be real. Let's be 100% real. I don't think white people are going to go to the fucking Nike store to steal shoes. That is very much a black thing. It's very much black culture to like glorify Nike and buy shoes, like shoes and sneakers. Like, look at what they're stealing. It's not like they're stealing food. If they're stealing food, I still have an issue with that, but my reaction will be a little bit different. Because like, one, this is a necessity for life, and the other one is you're stealing name brand stuff, which is not even that valuable. You're like, come on, like, nah. If you are like, and why is it that we steal the stupidest shit? Like, if we gonna steal something work. Like, how about like we steal calculators? How about that? Go steal a fucking textbook. How come they're not going to Barnes and Noble and stealing books? I don't like, why aren't they stealing books? Why don't they go steal people's jobs? How come they're not out there stealing jobs? I mean, that was the thing back in the day when people were like, oh, the migrants, they're coming to steal our jobs. How come they ain't stealing jobs? They out here stealing Nike. And in candles here in Houston. At least they're going to what's that, Bath and Body Works. They're out here still in candles in Houston. Yeah, let's keep
Every
going.
store.
10 times at least.
10 times. Wow, that's a lot.
They have a LAPD permanent location inside of the parking lot, cars outside of the parking lot, and it has gotten so bad to even black people that used to turn a blind eye is saying that we don't want to turn a blind eye anymore because y'all ruining our reputation, y'all ruining our community. The stores don't even want to continue to stay open over here in the neighborhoods that we exist in.
See, the thing is that I don't think a lot of these, because they're where they are, so they're not thinking about it, but their reputation is important. If it becomes such an issue where the rest of our society, the rest of our nation don't want to work with us, that's an issue. Because if we can't work together, then, you know, things don't go well. And when you have this type of behavior, it further cements the negative stereotypes and all that, which, again, some of them, I'm one of these people, I think stereotypes, they come from something, right? Like, I mean, you can't claim the good stereotypes if it ain't, you know, like, we have stereotypes too regarding certain things. And it's like, okay, like, it comes from something. Like, you can actually go, if you look at the statistics, you will see some of the stereotypes, yes, they are true. It comes from somewhere. Just like here, these stereotypes are coming from somewhere. And if the loud minority makes it such that the rest of the nation now looks at us negatively and they don't want to deal with us, then that means that it's taking opportunity away from people who ain't about that. Right? Like, you know, there are people who don't live nowhere near that. That's so far that it's like they don't even live in the area. They're not that, and they are going to be judged based on how these people are acting, because that's how it works. Whether, like, let's be real. Like, let's be real here. Let's get outside of this kumbaya bullshit. Like, at the end of the day, people don't have to like us. That's, I mean, in this country, like, you don't have to like anyone, and like the same, it goes vice versa. And if we aren't liked, then like that's not a good thing, especially when you consider that, you know, the world is big and the people who may not like us may have more money and may travel the world, and they may tell others about us, and they may disseminate information about us, and then, you know, further builds these stereotypes so that when someone like me is, you know, with my girlfriend at the time, like, people are concerned because I'm a black man, and they're like, oh, this, because it's stuff like that. Like, it affects other people who have nothing to do with that, which is why it's an issue. And this is why I'm really happy to see that finally the community, at least in that area, is starting to do something about it. We watched an earlier video about people like me who basically, like, once we make it out the hood, we leave. So, like, it ain't my community. So like, I'll move from the hood. I'm done. I don't care. I don't know. Fuck them. That's where I'm at. Fuck them. You can disagree. You can hate. I don't care. They ain't do shit for me when I was there. They did the opposite. So, like, my goal was to get out of there and never return. Fuck them for life. That's how I feel. Other people can feel different. It's fine. I think that's actually good, because we need people who are better than me. Right? I'll admit that, like, I'm not a good person because I said fuck the community that I came from. Sure. But that's why other better people in America exist. They can go deal with that problem. It ain't my problem. So yeah, let's keep going.
And we tired of it, boss. We tired of it, boss. I think that there's a changing of a tide that's happening right now, and that there's a lot of people that's saying that we's tired, boss. We tired, boss. I'm not the only person that's been at the forefront of this movement that said that we needed to do away with what our cultural norms are.
24 hours after the latest hit,
I just think it's sad. You know, it's sad that this is what it's come to.
some paying customers are shaking their heads in frustration as others
It's just embarrassing, man.
say they're ready to do more than
See, and I'm starting to see this more and more often from other people. This is something I like. If you look at some of my tweets, I often say like it's an embarrassment to our ancestors. This is something that I've been like on for a while, and I'm starting to see that other people are now starting to say the same thing, that this is an embarrassment, and it is, and the shit needs to stop. I think that we should take a hand, but because we live in America and a lot of us are soft, you can't do that. Apparently, that's cruel and unusual. I don't think it's that cruel or unusual. I think that if you steal something with your hands, we should take your hands. It's that simple. Like, that's how you solve the root cause of the problem. You can't steal if you can't use your hands. So, I don't know. Is that too much of an engineer answer? It's like, let's just remove the ability to steal in the first place. And then we move on in life. We can figure out some other crimes to commit. And we can figure out some other cruel and unusual punishments for those crimes.
This group was camped out in the Nike parking lot tonight.
So now, guess what? We patrolling right here, and this where we gonna be at. It gotta stop, and we gonna put a stop to it. We don't need no police involved. We're gonna take it to the streets.
She say we don't need no police involved. We taking it to the streets, and there was a group of them out there. I don't know if y'all saw that. It was a group of them out there. They ain't playing out there no more.
From locals
Reading the super chat shortly.
Personally.
Yeah, I'm born and raised right here. You know what I'm saying? So like y'all take it from me.
Why is it frustrating to you?
Cause we ain't the one doing it and we live here. But if they come right here while we right here, they won't be the ones doing it either. Guarantee that.
That's kind of how you know he ain't playing. He like I'm gonna take this sip. Hey, that's why I'm saying they think this can get dicey. Like vigilante type of justice. I'm for it when it hits the right person, but there's also lots of mistakes. So I don't know. I feel conflicted because I don't think that the government should have a monopoly on violence. So I will say that's where I stand. So I think that these people are well within their rights to protect their community if the state won't do it for them. And it should be the state that should be doing it because they're the ones who are paying the state taxes to perform these services, which they don't seem to be doing very well.
Black people tired, boss. Regardless of gender, sexual orientation, affiliation, look, tattoos, hair, they tired, boss. I know that y'all like to we visual people, right? Meaning that a lot of times we take whatever the vessel is and we criticize the vessel, but we're not necessarily paying attention to the message. I'm listening to what the people are saying. And the people from all walks of life, they not turning a blind eye to it. I seen this clip of them robbing this store on Willie D's. It popped up in my feed on Instagram, and it was on Willie D's Instagram. You know how people be taking the videos and they be putting it up on it as they own in order to continue to keep traction up for whatever their Instagram profile is. And Willie,
I'm gonna admit I hate people who do that. I hate people who steal other people's content and post it as if it's their own. It's different if you're taking that content and not only you're also promoting that other person, which is why I'm taking it very seriously that I show you all of the things and I'm liking the video and I'm putting the links here and hopefully you go and watch, follow these people maybe. Again, I'm not saying follow them because I agree with everything they say. In fact, a lot of what they say I don't agree with, but I have always been that person where I can ignore the things that we don't agree with because I'm an adult. That's what grown men do. I'm a grown-ass man. I can get past the points that I disagree with and worry about the things that we're building together because that's what business is. Let's be real. If you are doing business, you're going to be doing business with any and everyone who needs that service. You're going to have to learn how to work with people who differ from you racially, ethnically, culturally, every way. Financially, you're going to have to deal with that type of stuff. And yeah, let's get through.
was like, I'm not saying
I'm already
is right. It's wrong.
I'm 15 minutes away from 6 hours now, and we have 13. I guess we're going to 6:30.
We shouldn't do this or we shouldn't. And people was in the comments going in, and it was like, man, nah, we tired, boss. We're tired of first being stereotyped based off of what the worst of us is doing. We're tired of them stealing and then turning our neighborhoods into retail deserts and food deserts.
Yeah, that's a big deal. That is a huge deal. That's the thing that I don't think a lot of these idiots think about. These stores are in business. A lot of these stores hire really, really, really smart people from really, really fancy Ivy League institutions to determine what they should do so that they can earn more money. One of these MBA students is likely looking at some spreadsheet and realizing, hey, we're having a lot of theft and loss at these properties, and our revenue isn't really enough to justify us doing business in this area. So let's just leave. Well, when they do that, not only are the goods that they're selling gone, but also the jobs, also the rent that they are paying to the landlord. I don't know if y'all know this. A lot of the signs that you see on the front of a store, those are leased. AT&T doesn't own the little, that little store that they're in. That's a lease. So whoever owns that property, which that could be a group of people or a person, that's now vacancy that they're dealing with. And on the other hand, because there's a lack of products and services, now people like yourself who live in that neighborhood don't have the stores that you want to go to. So now you have to drive out of your way to some other neighborhood. I wonder if some of you have experienced this, where you notice that all of the good stores are in a certain area, and if you ever need anything, you got to go out of your way to go to that area. Or maybe you did notice it. If you live in an area like where I live at, where this is the place where people come, it's different. You just live here. It's not like, oh, I had to drive 30, 40, 50 hour away to get here to go to the whatever stores over here that people want to go to. It's all here. And that's very, very important, because not only does it make your life better, it also increases the property values, because now you have more people in that community and there's more services, so it attracts more people and you grow. And if you're growing, that means that your city's tax base is growing, which means that the schools can be better, that you can pay your teachers more, that you can get more, I guess better, I don't know, value, but better results out of for your education. There's so many knock-on effects that it's not just, hey, I'm going to steal these shoes. It's you need to think about all of these other things that can happen. And the issue that I see is that, most of these people are idiots. They're dumb. They're probably flunkies in school, probably can barely read, barely write. I'd be surprised if they can divide. I'm not being facetious. I'm being dead ass. I'd be surprised if they can perform long division. They are not thinking about the knock-on consequences, and to be honest, they may not even, they're probably used to having nothing, so maybe they don't care. I don't know. I'm just going to say this is fatherless behavior. That's what this appears. Fatherless behavior.
Because eventually what they do is they close and they walk away and they say, we're not going to continue to deal with this nonsense. We're losing more than we're putting into it. Why should we keep the doors open? It's over for all of that stand on code just because of something that you can't necessarily control, as far as the look of what you are and the color of your skin and all of that. We tired of that. They saying in their own neighborhood, and shout out to them. Kudos to the people over in that neighborhood that said, listen, if they come over here, they ain't never going to be coming over here doing that junk again. Shout out to the people over in LA and in Watts that's standing up in their own community and they saying, snitch, tell, take it into your own hands. The police is good to be over here, but we're not going to depend on them, because we're going to assist in our own success by holding ourselves accountable before we ask for help from anybody else.
Just last month, LA County leaders.
I hope you're playing. Why are you going to either one of those places? Cut that shit out. There's no value in that.
Touted the success of the recently formed Organized Retail Theft Task Force, made up of sheriff's deputies, LAPD, and the feds, saying since its start in August, the team has made 89 arrests and recovered more than 370 grand in stolen merchandise. Until those.
Well, I'm not going to post it because I don't want. But like, what I would recommend you do is look at all of the people who are in positions that you want to be in. Emulate the good things. We're all human, so you got to keep that in mind. So we're all going to have flaws, including me, including everyone you see. We all have flaws. So what I would recommend you do is look at all of the people who are successful, emulate only the good things, which means you're going to have to exercise discernment on your end to figure out what's good and what's not good. And obviously, a lot of that is subjective. I will admit, a lot of it's subjective. Well, hopefully, I'm glad. But yeah, like, we definitely don't want to be going. Yeah. I've never been to a strip club, actually. I've had several opportunities to go, and each time I'm like, why would I do that? Like, I don't want that. Just feels it's disgusting to me. Like, but apparently some people get a kick out of, I don't know, going to a strip club, and no.
Efforts reach Watts. Some who live here say they are going to help protect their own.
Look, take a look. We look good. We finally doing something. They need to just leave us alone. They need to go about their business. Don't ever come back here. This community already rough. They just making us look bad.
And I feel it the same way. I feel the same way. Regardless of how y'all may not necessarily agree with the look or how they communicate, I feel the same way. When you start to get something good, you start to take pride in your stuff. When you cut your grass, you don't want to see people throwing trash out on your lawn. You want to inspire your neighbors to then do the same thing and clean up their neighborhood or clean up their spot. Usually when you cut your grass, the neighbors be like, well, I don't want to look too bad either. Let me cut my grass.
Well, only on 2 tonight, an inside look at Houston's organized retail crime problem. Thank you for joining us at 10.
H-Town. This is my home. That's where I'm
Good
at.
evening. I'm Daniela Guzman. Well, the holiday shopping season is here, and groups of criminals are targeting certain stores for specific items that
This looks
can
like
be
Memorial
resold
City
online
Mall.
quick and easy.
Tonight, these 5 people are charged not for stealing.
I don't care. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do some ratings, left to right. Give me ratings. Put them in the chat. Put them all on one line. I'm gonna do my ratings now. I'm gonna do. I'm gonna. All right, I got my ratings. I'm curious to know how we doing.
Expensive electronics, but because Houston police say they've been hitting Bath and Body Works stores in our area, going after.
Man, I bet you she was an ugly baby. The one in the middle, she looked like she was an ugly baby. Her too. Looked like one of them badass babies in the daycare. You know, the ones with the black gums. All right, I'm gonna stop. I'm going.
Look at the suspects, y'all. Look at the people that have been arrested. Suspects. 4 girls.
This looked like a dude. Not gonna lie. This looked like an NBA player. It looked like she could dunk on me right now. That's what she looked like. She just looked crazy. I don't know what's going on with her. She just looked crazy. And she got some weird ass eyes. I don't know what's going on with her, but ugh.
And 1 guy. The girls is just as, if not worse than the guy.
Is it me or just are criminals just disgusting and do you think I'm just saying that they're ugly because they're like, is it just the fact that I know that they're thieves, do you think that's making I don't know, like I'm curious if maybe I have some bias against people who are thieves. Like maybe I'm curious, like are my ratings off? Because mine are also with the idea that they're thieves, but I don't know if I would raise it even if they weren't.
Eyes when it comes to the things that men used to be arrested for. I know y'all said y'all wanted to be equal accountability partners, but look at them.
He says 0.
Look at them, y'all. Get a close look.
All right, hold on. So we gotta make sure. So there is no such thing as a 0. I'm being real honest. Like there's no such thing as a 0. Not for me. Like every human starts at a 1 for me. However, on the same note, there's also no 10s. I don't believe any human is perfect. So my skill is 1 to 9.
Get a close look at them. 4 girls, 1 zesty. 4 girls, 1 zesty. And he had a painted on hairline, and that's why he's missing a patch up here. 4 girls, 1 zesty.
He got a whole patch right there.
Most of them have cornrows in their head. Most of them have braids.
Man, this dude got a whole patch missing out of his hair. And apparently this dude is only 25. Can y'all believe this? This man is only 25. And this girl is 27. They're like all in their 20s. I know that they say that we're all equal in the eyes of the law, but maybe, I don't know. Like it's stuff like this where I'm like, should we extend the same like rights to people who are criminals? I mean, I don't care about assets. I'm not an asset person. I don't give a shit. In fact, I care more about a personality. I'm not even gonna lie. Like I'm on front. I don't care that much about what someone looks like because I know. Let's just say that over time. Yeah. So it's like I ain't that worried about looks. I'm more worried about like your attitude. Are you a nice person? Do we have mutual values, or are you like malleable, or that type of stuff? That I have. I mean, looks are important. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. But it is not that important. I can overlook a lot of stuff if you are a smart, intelligent person. You're well spoken. You're nice. You're like like all of these things. You're respectful. I can overlook a lot of things because again, we all gonna get old.
Couple of them got tattoos on their neck. Soon to have tattoos on their faces. There is a look, a stereotype. Please don't tell me that I'm not supposed to profile people because that's how you stay safe. There is a look of the people that are committing the crimes, doing the theft, doing the stealing, taking advantage of your color and your skin and then your privilege of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and not doing the thing that's in our best interest at all. There is a look. And now it's starting to be more women than it is men that are the culprits and that are the people that are doing all of the crimes in our environment, along with one male best friend that probably takes showers and do their makeup together.
For 3 wick candles.
Makes sense.
KPRC2's Bryce Newberry is live on the Northwest Side tonight. With this story, you will see only on 2. Bryce.
Keith and Daniela, these candles go for about $30 each. They make great gifts and they smell up an entire room. But Houston police say this group of alleged thieves has been walking right out of stores like this one with dozens of them at a time. And
see, this is news to me. I thought that our crime situation was straight. I do understand that I live in a bit of a bubble, but I thought that we were mostly straight because this is Texas. Like in my mind, I'm like, are people really are we really gonna be stealing stuff here in Texas? I don't think this is the best place to do that kind of stuff. But I don't know. Maybe obviously this is Houston. Texas is much larger than Houston, and Houston differs from the rest of Texas a bit, right? Houston, Dallas. Uh oh. My camera just turned off. I don't know what that was about. Maybe it's because I've been streaming for 6 hours. It's like, wait, what? It turns off by itself. But yeah, Gosh, I forgot what I was going. That distracted me. My bad. We'll just keep going.
This particular store behind me has been hit 5 times just since June. Scents like Bright Christmas Morning, Merry Cookie, and Flannel are just a few of the fragrant Forward 3-wick candles from Bath & Body Works.
Wait. I might have to. That's actually a good price. Buy 3, get 3. Or buy. Oh, wow. That's actually a good price. I might end up going to what is the store? Bath and, but yeah, I might end up going. They have I think it's Yankee Candle we have, which is their candle. It's the candle store of whatever that place is. I might end up just going and buying me some candles. That's actually a good deal. I'm saying this is a good deal because each one of my candles is $45. Here, I actually have one right here. Let me get it. All right. So these are the candles that I get. Each one of these is $45. This is Veluspa, Moso Bamboo, Black Music, Japanese Cypress, Coconut Wax Blend. I shit you not. Wow. I am almost embarrassed to show this. Is it going to focus? See if we can get it to focus. It says bougie right there. Wait. Right there. It's probably flipped because I have my camera flipped. But at the bottom it says Coconut Wax Blend, Bougie Perfume. I didn't. Oh my gosh. Had I saw bougie, I wouldn't have bought it. How they gonna disrespect me as I'm buying a product? What the fuck? Yeah, they disrespect me. They calling me bougie. Well, yeah, like these candles are $45 a piece. And meanwhile, I can go to here and get 3 candles for the price of this and get 3 for free. Yeah, this is happening. That's happening. Like, I'm about to save me some money.
So delightful smelling, they've become a red-hot item for thieves.
You know how you know people are dumb? Not only are they stealing and doing
Yeah, $30 each. Well, yeah, this is a good deal. So for $12.95, yeah, all right, I'm going.
things that's the worst for the community. But that specific retail theft ring struck 31 times, meaning that they probably ran out of stores to hit, and then they started doing all of the other stores over and over and over again. 31 times. They said, we're going to do it until we get caught. We're going to run it up. We're going to steal.
See, that right there, that makes it even worse to me. Because it's one thing if you did it once, okay, all right. I still, yeah. You learn, maybe you feel guilty, you don't do it again, all right, okay. But they did it 30 more times after the first time. At a certain point, this becomes a much bigger issue. And I keep bringing it back to people. If these stores have too much theft, they are going to close and they're going to leave. The company behind the store will be fine, but the community that store serves will be worse off. Why is it that these people cannot think past themselves? We live in a community, we live in a society, which means that we live amongst other people. We depend on one another for everything that we have. Yet we have bad actors in our society who don't realize that when they do this, it's not just, it's affecting more than just what they can think of. It's not. I mean, I do get the idea that these are very, very rich corporations, all that. Yeah, it's fine, sure, fine, all that. Some of it's true, but even then, like let's also acknowledge that a lot of people need these jobs. I don't think that's a hot take. A lot of people need these jobs. And a lot of landlords need these tenants. And a lot of cities need these landlords and tenants paying taxes. And you probably need it too, because you probably like being able to turn your water on and it comes out and it's clean. You shouldn't take that for granted. That doesn't have to be the case. It can be you turn on your water and nothing comes out. It could also be you turn on your water and brown water comes out. It could be a lot of things. It doesn't have to be what we have now. And when people are so quick to do these just like these stupid things, it begs the question, like, what are you thinking? It's almost like that saying, you shouldn't shit where you sleep. I don't know.
Every single candle that we can get our hands on until we get caught. They made a whole career. They said, listen, this is a job for us. Their job is to steal. The devil's job is to steal, kill, destroy, and create confusion within a community. Their job, they would set out, and apparently it became so profitable for them to do so that they spent the majority of their time going forward, and pillaging their communities. 31 times out here in Houston. Shout out to Houston. Houston is becoming a new Atlanta.
Thieves. They're very expensive, and they sell them on the streets for a low dollar. So everything's just a profit for them.
Detective James Knipe is on HPD's organized crime squad, and since last August, he's been piecing together a ring
Candles, body sprays, lotions, air fresheners.
Of criminals with a specific taste. How were they operating?
They were walking into the stores, usually taking the bags or the totes, store totes, filling them up with product and walking right out the door.
Dang, they selling the bags too. They not even bring their own bags. They go to the store provides them a bag. They put the shit in the bag and they walk out. This is so embarrassing. It's embarrassing. I wish that we could be known for being the people who open stores and not the ones who go and steal shit from them. That would be dope. I don't know if y'all have seen in New York, FedEx and UPS trucks have started to get hit, and I think it's only a matter of time before Amazon trucks start getting hit. So I wonder what they're going to do. Are they going to allow their drivers to start carrying weapons? Are they going to have armed guards? What are they going to do when inevitably all of the stores close? Because I see the trend. That's where we're heading, where we're no longer going to have like nice places. Well, I mean, I will, because I'm going to be in my area. But like as a country, we're going to lose out on so much of the vibrancy that made our country great. And for what? So that we can steal some candles, some Nikes, some I don't know what else, some whatever, like Louis Vuitton. I think those luxury store goods or luxury stores are being tagged now too. It's like, what do you need with a Prada belt? What do you need with a Louis Vuitton wallet? You ain't got no money. Like, what are you gonna put in there? You ain't got no credit cards because your credit ain't good. You ain't got good credit. What you gonna do with a Louis Vuitton wallet? Why are you going there? Like, what are you going to do with these Gucci shoes that you stealing? Like what are you gonna do with them? That shows me how stupid a lot of these people are, because they put so much value on valueless things. There's nothing that is better about a pair of Gucci shoes over, I don't know, Payless. They all do the same shit. They're all made in the same country. Well, I mean, technically, I think certain brands are made, but even then, the textiles still come from the same place, and they just do final assembly in a place, stick a little brand name on it, and give it to you, and say it's worth this. And the fact that these people are out here stealing it shows me that they believe that it's worth it. They're willing to put their futures in jeopardy so that they can have some Nikes. Like, I don't, what? Is that worse? I don't, maybe this, I don't
With them
know.
passing all points of sales.
Investigators have identified 27-year-old Valisa Allen as the ringleader.
Oh, the ringleader is not a girl.
Do y'all notice that they both got like, their eyes are like, well, they're both leaning to the left, like their eyes are crooked, like their heads aren't straight? Is that a look? Is that like a common criminal thing where if you're a criminal, you lack symmetry in the face?
Second participant is the guy that got the spray that's disappearing from the top of his head.
With her boyfriend, 25-year-old Sterling Hester.
Shout out to Sterling. Sterling and what's the other? What was?
Dang, these are all of the places that they hit. I know something like Baybrook Mall. This is in Clear Lake. This is actually a suburb. It's decently nice. It's still growing. I don't see any other places. Meyerland's trash. Northwest Freeway. That must be Willowbrook Mall. Take it from the store. Yeah.
Was the Sugar Bear from Set It Off?
He say Set It Off.
Queen Latifah. Sterling and Queen Latifah.
Nah, she ain't Queen Latifah. Queen Latifah. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I like Queen Latifah. Do y'all know who Queen Latifah is? Latifah, is it H? I like Queen Latifah. Let me see if I can find her and Set It Off. I think that's the movie he's talking about, Set It Off. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. I see it now. I think I see it now. Okay. 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 All right. Yeah. I'd see it. I still like Queen Latifah though. I really like Queen Latifah. Honestly, in my opinion, Queen Latifah she's one of the last great female rappers. Missy Elliott too. Missy Elliott is in there too. But Queen Latifah is amazing, and like what she raps about, I love it because it's not that ratchet bullshit that we have now, where it's just disgusting. I don't even listen to rap. I stopped listening to rap. I don't even know when. Years ago.
Ain't nothing like being a criminal couple. Shout out to all of the couples that's participating in each other's criminal activity. Hopefully y'all don't have kids together. Ain't nothing like a criminal
Hey, you right, brother. Hopefully they don't have kids together.
couple that's out here doing what they do and then recruiting other criminal women to participate in the theft ring.
Sterling Hester. In 1 month, charging documents show the couple stole 352 three-wick candles and other items totaling near $10,000.
Okay, let me get this straight. 5 people in a month stole $10,000 worth of goods. So that's $2,000 worth of goods. Wait, did I just do it? Yeah, that's $2,000 worth of goods between them in a month. Now that's what the value that whatever this company is, that's what they valued it at. But I think that they mentioned that they're selling these on Facebook Marketplace for a significant discount, like $10, $12. So they're not even making the $2,000. They're making probably less than $700 a piece in a month. So these idiots decided to go and steal candles from 31 stores so that they can earn less than $9,800. Divide that by 5. Obviously, they failed math class. They didn't do those word problems where they're like, if $10,000 and there are 5 people, how many do they each get? Obviously, they didn't do that because Like you're really gonna go still in to make a like what? Let's say they made $1,000 a piece. Is it worth it? You had to steal from 31 stores to make $1,000. Is it worth it? Is my math like, I don't know, is my logic off? Is this math not, am I wrong? I need people to correct me because I don't understand. Either I'm dumb or they are.
Anaya Gatson, Monique Hudson, Ravonna Williams.
Look at those three women have also been charged in connection to the ring. Tomball police say captured in these surveillance images taking products from a store earlier this month. Since June, Houston police say they've struck.
Yeah, see, this is Clear Lake Baybrook Mall is over here. NASA. This is Pearland area. Over here is Katy. This is Meyerland, I think. Oh no, that's not Meyerland. Yeah, that is Meyerland. And this is Galleria, where I live, or near where I live. And this right here is what's this store? Actually, I don't know what this one is, but like they've been busy. So not only did they make maybe $1,000 a piece between them all, but they also had to pay for the gas and all of that. Like this is far. This is up here in Spring and in the Woodlands. I want to show y'all the distance between Spring and the Woodlands so that we can understand. Houston's large. I know a lot of y'all don't know much about my city, but Houston's a very large city. Let's go from the Woodlands. We'll go to the mall in the Woodlands. That's probably where they were stealing shit at. So we'll say Woodlands Mall. Woodlands Mall. So from Woodlands Mall, let's see how far Baybrook Mall is, which is the mall that they were stealing candles from in Clear Lake. You see how far this is? Let me zoom in. So, no, Houston's a big city, so they maybe made $1,000 a piece after it's all said and done, because the store value said at $10,000, but they're not going to sell it for $10,000. They're going to sell it for less than that. And I think it's going to be half. So let's just say $5,000, right? And you divide that by 5, you get 1,000. So they still had to go and actually steal the things. And they're driving all over the city. And this is a big city. They're paying for gas. We don't really have public transportation here. So you need a car. So they got a car, they got gas, and they drive in roads. We got a lot of tolls. I'm pretty sure they didn't take the tolls, but like, that could be a thing that they did. I don't know. It ain't cheap to just drive to 31 different locations. I don't know if it's 31, but like, let's say that there are 10 locations all around the city. It's not economical to drive around the city to these 10 locations 3 times so that you can steal candles 31 times. It's just not good thinking. And I don't even know if they did, I don't know if they did this in a month or was this more than a month, but if it's in a month, that's such a small amount of money to earn. Such a small amount of money to earn. If you like to do all of this, you will make more money doing Uber. They could have picked me up and took me to the airport. They do that twice. They've already made 20% of what they've just stolen. This is just laziness. They have a car, so they can Uber, they can DoorDash, they can do a lot of things. They can go get a job like everybody else. Why are they better? Why do they think they don't need to work? I work. Why can't they?
31 times, sometimes in the same day, other times returning to the same store, from Texas City to Conroe to Pearland.
There has been multiple occasions where they were arrested, let out on bond.
Oh,
and they
we got that
to do
here?
the same thing all the way up until the day we put them in jail.
A National Retail Federation survey found
this right here. I never thought I'd see the day when we let something like this. I mean, we're not leading, but hell, we're in the top 5. We're number 3. How are we barely behind San Francisco? What the hell? I never want to be next to San Francisco in anything. Why are we next to them in the list? I'm low-key hoping, well, I'm not hoping, but I'm low-key. I know that New York, they having a budget issue right now, and there's going to be a shortfall, and they're going to be cutting some police So maybe Houston will slide out of number 3 into that number 4 position. Maybe what's happening in Chicago, maybe they'll, kick. I don't want to be in the top 5. This is not great because I like my city. I like other people who live here and who talk. Well, they don't really talk shit, but they do things that don't make it great, like going to stores and stealing stuff. That does not make a city that one wants to live in. And to be clear, here's why I hate thieves so much. I've had several things stolen. When I was I wasn't in college. Just when I was in San Antonio, my motorcycle was stolen. My first Super Sport. It's a $13,000 motorcycle that I bought back in 2012. To me, that was a lot of money, especially back then. I owned that bike for 8 months before someone stole it. At that time, I didn't have gap insurance, so I was on the hook for paying that bike off, like the rest that I owed. I was on the hook for paying that off. It took me a year to pay that off. And when I say a year, I mean, like, this was after, fortunately, like, this is after my first ex decided that she wanted to leave. So I went back. I went to the hood in San Antonio. I was living in Section 8. I think I mentioned this in another stream. I was in Castle Hills. I went to there. I was paying $600 a month for rent, and I ended up getting a better job. And because I didn't have to spend on anyone, like, I was like, I'll just dump money on this and get it paid off. So that was the first time. The second time was my second motorcycle, the one I bought to replace the first one. That got stolen in a different city. The third time was my Mustang when it was broken into. My MacBook Pro, my iPad, my headphones, pretty much everything. It was like everything. It was like $15,000 worth of stuff stolen out of my thing. I was looking for furniture for my new apartment that I had just got on my way to go pick up my girlfriend at that time. And then just most recently, I had a truck stolen, my Ram TRX stolen here. So I hate thieves. I'm one of the ones where it's like, if chopping off their hand is cruel and unusual, I think that we should kill them. I think we should bring back hanging. Real talk, let them hang them from a fucking pole as a warning. It's like, yeah, you want to play stupid games? Let's win some stupid prizes. Like, for real.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
That's what we need right now. We need to be tougher on crime. Much tougher. Being able to go and steal stuff like this and then get put out on bail several times, that can't happen. That's a failure. I don't understand why they're not in jail.
Houston is among the top cities affected by organized retail crime, a problem state leaders say is increasing in intensity.
Not good.
Look at the list, y'all. Let's go back to the list. The top cities for organized retail crime. Somebody tell me if one of y'all cities is on this list. Los Angeles, San Francisco, Houston, New York, and Seattle. All blue cities. Every city on this list is not a conservative, red-leaning city. It is a liberal, democratic, blue city. And y'all gonna sit here and have a conversation with me and then tell me how it's the community and it's the system that set up to fail you. The system set you up to steal within your own community, right? Los Angeles is number 1.
If that were true, I would be stealing. I don't steal things. So it can't be the system. It can't be the community. Like, I'm from that. And I'm not over here stealing. I don't even know how you can have pride. And like, if you have the thing, right? How can you even feel proud if you didn't earn it? For me, I get a sense of accomplishment. Well, I used to on certain things when I would get it. Why would I want to steal it? It's the journey, right? It's like, okay, I want this thing. The actual thing, let's be real. The actual thing is not important, irrelevant. The thing that's important is the journey to how you get there. Right, that it's, all of the things that you're going to do along the way to accomplish that goal. I get more value out of that than the thing itself. And I just don't understand why someone would steal it, because if, let's say you were to give me something, I wouldn't get anything out of it. Maybe this is what being raised the right way is you like to earn your keep. Maybe that's a, a foreign concept to these younger generation people.
San Francisco/Oakland is number 2. Houston, number 3. Seattle, number 5. Number 4 is where Eric Adams is having a tough time and he's cutting the budgets, is number 4.
Top cities affected by organized retail crime, a problem state leaders say is increasing in intensity.
If this happens more and more, maybe the merchants will close the store and you have nowhere to shop.
Joyce Beebe from
Yep,
Rice
yeah.
University.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like this is just common sense to anyone who's not an idiot. That if you rob a store, the store is going to go away. Whether it's a big corporation or whether it's a mom and pop, the store is going to go away. Why would you do that?
University's Baker Institute is part of a statewide task force now working to combat the problem in Texas. She says the pandemic made people more comfortable shopping online.
Criminals also capture this element and they realize, well, if I remain anonymous online, maybe people will not ask me for my identity and they don't really ask where my merchandise is coming from.
Investigators say many of the stolen cents end up on Facebook Marketplace unless police
Yeah, I'm
catch
seeing
you
$10,
like they did
$7,
in Montgomery County
not a
in
lot.
May. Deputies chased Bath & Body Works theft suspects before they crashed into the median.
It's a real bad issue here.
So now, here's the key. Here's the key before we move over into Hassan Campbell. Now, you have to even take a pulse or check your pulse and your moral compass as far as whether or not you actually are participating in the retail theft ring as a consumer if you decide that you want to get it for cheaper online. Ain't that crazy? Because if you know better, now you got to do better. And so if you see somebody selling candles, and this is the worst, let me tell you what the worst part about it. It's not just the fact that it's becoming a retail or a food desert, or you don't have any stores, or nobody want to open up any jobs or supermarkets in your community. The worst part about it is this. Let's say you are somebody that's actually legitimate, right? Let's say you a reseller, or you bought it at a discount, or you a shoe seller.
Yeah.
Or you just got some stuff that you want to get rid of.
It
Let's
harms
say
you.
maybe some Louis Vuitton purses because you want to upgrade, or maybe you want to get rid of it because you want to move on and you need the money for whatever reason that you're a legitimate person. By default, anybody that purchases from you online, especially when it comes to Facebook Marketplace, they're going to question whether or not they're buying stolen merchandise, because the overwhelming majority of what you then fence or what you then see being sold online is also stolen merchandise. Hot items all across eBay, Facebook Marketplace, the whole nine. People have to come in with a skeptical eye because they're trying to figure out whether or not you actually got them fenced. And even though they're trying to save money, they may be even contributing into the retail theft ring by giving.
Yeah, lots of things. I don't know why we always gotta fuck it up. So that's today's stream. Yeah, disappointment in the people I share a race with right now. But we'll come back. We'll be back later. Not tomorrow. Maybe during the week. It's back to work for me, so I don't know if this type of schedule is gonna if I'm gonna stick up with this kind of schedule. But if you enjoyed today's stream, I would encourage you to subscribe, follow, or whatever, all the things across all the platforms. Giving thumbs up on these videos do help a lot. It'll help it get more reach, and who knows, maybe I'll do more of these if you like it. But until then, you all have a good rest of the day. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, and I'm out. Peace.